that you're in. I'm not getting involved with your police work, and I'm not here to assist you. My concern is my community, to keep them from hurting each other, killing each other, robbing each other, or whatever the case may be. Whatever y'all do, that's on them. I'm from this area, and this area has always been violent, unfortunately. You can say poverty, you can use the drugs, you can use all that. But let's not get it twisted. We can't bring guns and drugs here. However, if you don't have jobs and you don't have ways and means and resources to do things, what will you result in?
Our kids are hungry, they're starving, and they're starving for success. They want to make it out of Brownsville. They want to tell a different narrative. And that's what we're here to encourage them to do.
We are mothers, we're fathers, we're community members. We don't want violence. We don't want to be hurt. We don't want people to be shot.
Never ran, never will. Yeah, that still exists. However, when you're thinking about what you can't Google is the heart and soul of the community residents that live here and want to remain here. The new Brownsville is one where we are aiming to create an environment where everyone is like happy, whole. One where, when I think about where we're sitting, that my daughter comes and plays and there isn't any issues or concern. It's peaceful, it's quiet, you can sit and be able to enjoy, just actually sitting in a park and enjoying it.
We all have these skills and we're trying to understand, how do we build it out? Where do we start? Who do you speak to? Is there anywhere to go to get these resources? I need to figure this out because clearly not everybody's getting there that easy, and I love a challenge.
Before the pandemic hit, the median American household income was nearly $70,000. In Brownsville, Brooklyn, it was less than 33. The unemployment rate for the country and the rest of the city was around 5%. In Brownsville, it was 15. By the numbers, it was bad, and now it's worse. But even as joblessness grows, the community continues to have a certain spirit, a pride of place, an endurance.
When COVID hit, I already was about to sign a contract to continue on with the nonprofit. When they started letting me know that the budget was dropping and clearly I will have to be on my way in a few more days.
But instead of becoming a statistic, Kiana Hallams became an entrepreneur. She'd been taking a business class hoping to become a fashion designer when she landed on an idea for a new enterprise.
I thought to myself, like I said, what's the worst can happen? We're in COVID, I'm in my house. Fallback for people was unemployment. So I thought, I'm not gonna lie, I was like, hey, if I don't beat this entrepreneurship, I'm gonna sign up for unemployment right away. The first week, I met someone in my class. That's how it took off.
But Brownsville isn't the easiest place to start a business. Kiana was only too familiar with what the neighborhood lacked.
I was a young girl. I didn't have no activities really for me to do to express myself the way I wanted to.
Tell me your first address that you remember.
725 Stanley Avenue. That's the address there. There was a one-bedroom, me, my mom, and my two sisters. It was a really eye-opener for me growing up in that neighborhood. I would never forget the day, when police raided over here. I don't know at the time how it happened, but I do remember them taking my mom, put her in jail right here at the precinct, and they took me along with her. And I would never forget, just watching my mom and her just pleading, just like, she's pregnant. That's the main thing I noticed that we didn't have a lot of, just safety. When it doesn't say safety from each other, it's just in general from the world, because we're already characterized as these people. So people already walk past us thinking we're gonna be this type of person. And I want to change that narrative. Like, who wouldn't want to wake up and say, I own the company down the block, and your neighbor is your friend, and they own your next door business next to you. There's others doing it. Why not start here?
Kiana decided to turn from making fashion to making personal protective equipment, or PPE.
Things change when the world changed, and that's why I said I was actually just a fashion designer. I wasn't thinking about becoming a manufacturing enterprise. Everything changed, and that's what I thought. I want to save lives with these type of items that I'm making.
In her class, she met someone who knew someone at New York City Housing Authority, or NYCHA, which runs the 362 public housing developments throughout the city, the highest concentration being in Brownsville. They were looking for someone from the community to help make masks.
Really thinking to myself, holy shit, I'm really doing this. And the next thing you know, someone else in my class reached out to me and was like, the commissioner was sending out a list of them asking for vendors to create PPE. And they was like, well, you're a designer. If you're gonna do face masks, you should think of other things. And I looked at this little list and I'm like, gowns? I could make shirts, I could make gowns. And I kid you not, and I tell people, I looked at the application and it legitimately said 10,000 gowns a week. I looked at it and I was like, who says I can't,
She started filling orders and hiring staff, pulling in out-of-work folks she knew from the neighborhood.
So for Kiana, we're really excited. I mean, she is the epitome of what you want to see every other person in Brownsville do, right? Take their natural talent, develop a business, obtain a contract, and operate within their own community, and then hire people. And so for her, we're actually in the process of helping her locate a space where she can fully manufacture the PPE.
LaShawn Muhammad is the director of the Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation.
What we're looking to do is not just bring in the next Target on Pickett Avenue. If you look at our business corridor on Pickett Avenue, there's only one business that's owned by a local resident. What does that tell you? We are not supposed to create a system where people have to be dependent upon them, right? Because poverty essentially is a business. Helping people become self-sufficient is where economic development plays a role and will address the issue of the trauma, right, of poverty, right, of having to depend on another thing, a person, for your very survival.
Just before COVID, Brownsville got some help in building these systems. It came in the form of a grant that brought together some of the neighborhood's leading community organizations.
So Central Brooklyn Economic Development Corporation, Brownsville Community Justice Center, and the Youth Design Center, formerly known as Made in Brownsville, along with the Community Board 16, 4 institutions in Brownsville that is part of the Brownsville Mobility Labs initiative. And this is a national program sponsored by the Robin Hood Foundation that literally assists community to come up with their own economic mobility strategy for their community.
It's been a 9-month planning process with Jobs First NYC. Part of it is a new online portal launching this fall called Own Brownsville.
Own Brownsville essentially means, the acronym stands for ownership, wealth building, and networking, right? And so what this website does, though, it literally encapsulates all of the resources that currently exist in the community. This was created as a response to COVID-19.
One hope is that these partnerships and internet resources will help spur job growth, but also give guidance to aspiring entrepreneurs, something Kiana lacked when she was first starting out.
I tell people I wish I had a mentor, I wish I had that, and being that I didn't, I would love to become one. I'm getting a little emotional because I'm thinking about it. I'm like, I'm not even doing this for me, to be honest, because I'm still thinking about the little Kiana, because I didn't really have that little Kiana fun. And just thinking about it now, it's like, share it while you can. Oh my God, I'm getting emotional. Why? Oh my gosh, I am.
Kiana has applied to the Department of Education to offer a class on entrepreneurship, and she's giving a pitch to schools throughout the city.
Hello everyone, My name is Kiana Hollums, and I am the CEO and founder of Attire LLC. And I'm here to obtain an invitation into your schools.
With the pitch over and Kiana getting inquiries, she's now out looking for a space to grow her PPE operation. She's committed to staying in Brownsville and giving back to the community.
There's not even a bar restaurant. Like, I have to travel legitimately to Williamsburg just to sit at a bar. How we don't have a bar in this neighborhood? Like, we don't even have a restaurant we could sit down and eat and dine with each other. There's not even a diner. Like, there's no place for us to be civilized people that we can feel in this community. So that's why I'm like, who tells us that we have to leave here for this to be built for it to be comfortable for someone else? No, let's build it and comfortable and stay here, okay? And I think that's what it needs to be changed in Brownsville, and I think that's my way of seeing Brownsville, is that type of change.
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, when you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizenry.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
Hi, I'm Chef John Keller, AKA Chef John Cooks, and I'm here at the Union Square Market. And what we're gonna do is I'm gonna pick 5 random ingredients out of this bag, and we're gonna go back to Cherry Izakaya in Brooklyn, Williamsburg, and I'm gonna cook a meal. So let's see what is in my fate. Okra, nice. Squash blossoms. Candy cane beets, watercress, and survey says duck. All right, let's go make a great meal and head out to BK. We just got back from the Union Square Market where I had my 5 mystery ingredients. We're at Cherry Izakaya in Williamsburg, Brooklyn, on North 8th between Bedford and Barry. One of my favorite things is exactly what we're doing today. Going to a farmer's market, I have no idea what I'm gonna cook. We come back and we figure it out. So what I have here is a nice mallard duck. Here's a breastbone right here. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take my knife and I'm gonna follow right along this breastbone. And you'll almost actually feel the knife against the bone. Then I just keep my knife flat, pressed against the bone, and I'm just gonna shave this down. That's what we're looking for. A nice clean breast. I'm gonna cook these a little bit later. I wanna get our roasted beets in the oven first. We have our beets, olive oil, salt, pepper. We're gonna seal them up in foil, and we're gonna pop them into a 400-degree oven. I'd say about 40 to 45 minutes, depending on how large your beets are, but I'll show you the simple test with a paring knife later on. This other beet here, I'm just gonna cut the end off, and I'm gonna peel them. And what I'm gonna do is, it's real simple. It's just like a quick pickle. And I'm gonna pickle it with, this is called anise hyssop. Cooking is something that's, I've always loved, I guess, even since when I was a kid. I started my career at Nobu back in the late 90s, in like 1998. I had known it from Iron Chef back in the day, you know, the original Iron Chef. There was just something that spoke to me with the food that they were doing. Here we have our candy cane beets, and it's real simple. All I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take a little bit of sherry vinegar, a little salt and pepper, a touch of extra virgin olive oil. Now with duck, I kind of like the whole sweet and sour play. So I'm gonna add some organic honey to this. Mix that real good. I'm gonna let this just sit and let the vinegar and everything do its thing. It's just gonna be a really quick marinade to help penetrate the meat a bit. So it's like we're making a pesto as a marinade. I don't want to get it on the skin because the skin will burn. So I figured out my second component of the dish. We're gonna do duck fat and okra. Doesn't that just sound wonderful? I'm gonna throw these into that pan and we're gonna start rendering the fat. The duck fat is gonna add flavor and the fat's gonna get nice and crispy. So it's also gonna add texture. And actually we should check on our beets right now. We should be close. So all I'm gonna do for these beets, look at that, went right in. They're good. We can set these aside and we'll peel those in a moment. Warm beets. You can almost see it, it's starting to get crispy. It's like duck bacon. So this is like, as opposed to oil, it's kind of like water almost. You see how like the texture of the oil has changed? So that's where I'm gonna go in with my duck breast. Because for me, what I'm looking for is basically two textures. I'm looking for the crispy skin, and then I want the meat. I'm just gonna barely flip it over and kiss the other side of the meat. We are just about there on our duck. In fact, we are there. And what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna drain off that fat. I'm gonna put in our okra here. Salt and pepper. Some of our beet greens. This is gonna be a side for our duck. I guess you could say it's like a fricassee of sorts. Yeah, baby. Look at that. This oil's smoking right now. All right, all I'm gonna do, one, I'm gonna tilt it. Done. So all I'm doing is just kissing this side of the breast. That's it. So we got our duck breast. We're about to pull this all together. I love these. They're squash blossoms, they're zucchini flowers. I do not do much to these. So you know zucchini and squash? This is what grows on top. These are the flowers. Take these right into the middle. Oh yeah. And now we'll complete our dish. So I have these duck breasts that have been sitting there resting. It's gonna be nice and moist. We got that marinade that's penetrated the meat side. I'm just gonna drizzle these beets with a little olive oil. Just a touch. We put the duck right on top of our beets. Double action, double breasted. And then here comes our watercress. So we have this beautiful watercress. We're gonna take our pickled beets, and this is basically acting as our vinaigrette for our watercress. And here we go. Voila. We have our vinaigrette duck breast. We have our roasted candy cane beets. We have a salad made of watercress and pickled candy cane beets. And we have our squash blossoms. And of course, we have our coveted duck fat, okra, and beet green fricassee. Summertime from Union Square Market.
Hi Brooklyn, I'm Stephen Allman, a private chef for the Tri-Borough area, and this is Chef Roulette. We're headed to Brooklyn Fair to pick out the 5 secret ingredients that you guys have for me today. Let's get shopping. All right, so our secret ingredients for today, we got scallops, fava beans, trumpet mushrooms, kamados, and it looks like we got some mango in here too. I see fava beans right over here, so let's get started with that. All right, so our first ingredient we're picking up are the fava beans. You're gonna pick something that's a nice bright green color, not too bulbous. They tend to go a little bit light after their yield, so grab enough to get the whole family involved. So it looks like we found the trumpet mushrooms. You're gonna make sure to pick something that's not too dry. I think probably 3 should do us for today. We got the tomatoes here too. Here's our kamados. It's a nice tomato, looks really good, kind of like an heirloom color, and then it's a little bit sweeter in the flavors. How about your scallops? They good today? Let me get about 6 or 7 of those. Make them some nice fat guys. Beautiful. You too, buddy. All right, we got mangoes here. When I'm picking mangoes, I like to squeeze them, feel how soft they are. This one seems right nice in the middle, so we'll go with that one. Hey guys, we're at Brooklyn Foodworks, a fantastic new place for any kind of budding culinary artist, offering industry experts for advice, educational events, and a state-of-the-art kitchen. Let's see what we got. So we got some scallops. Next, we got some fava beans, some trumpet mushrooms, kamado tomatoes, and then lastly, we got a nice ripe mango. So I've decided that we're gonna make a ceviche dish with the scallop, but also in accordance with that, we're gonna do one of my favorite dishes for dessert, black rice pudding. So with the fava bean, you're gonna take this and just pull it down like a little zipper, open it up, and then you find all your little beans inside. Think about these. You peel them once and then you gotta peel them again. But before we do that, we're gonna have to take these and blanch them in some water. So what I'm gonna do with these guys, we're gonna peel them down, marinate them in a little bit of oil, and then roast them off so they get a nice flavor to them. The trumpet mushroom is a little bit more woody and can take on a lot more flavors since it's a little bit more porous. So we'll dress this up with a little bit of olive oil, some salt, throw it in our sheet pan, let it roast up. I set my oven to about 400, and we'll let it go for 5 to 10 minutes. The next thing that we're gonna break into are the Kamado tomatoes. So with these tomatoes, they originated in Spain, and they have a little bit sweeter of a flavor. And we're gonna wind up bruleeing them. So we don't really do a whole lot, but we kind of bring out that sweetness. So it looks like our water's boiling for our favas, so let's go ahead and blanch them. You only want to let your favas go for about 30 seconds, just to help open up that peel so you can get them out. So again, we're blanching our fava beans. It helps get that outer shell off. We're going to drain them off, let them cool a little bit, and then pull this outer casing off to give us the meat inside. If you start at the top, you break that little top end nipple off, you can get this guy, which gives you all your meat. So with this, I'm going to make a gremolata. With that, we're going to have a little bit of citrus juice, a little bit of citrus zest, and some different herbs that I picked from my garden this morning. So we're going to continue to clean our fava beans. Once we have it set up, we're going to go on a nice little chop of these guys. We'll add that into our bowl. So for the mango, we're going to leave that pretty much raw. A peeler is generally your best way to clean up a mango. Some people prefer to use knives, but I find you get a lot better yield when you use a peeler. Then we have some citrus zest that I peeled out right here. We're going to give a really nice fine brunoise on this. Add it to our salad, and then we'll add a little bit of olive oil, salt, and a dash of citrus juice just to brighten it up a little bit. I grew up cooking from a very early age. It was how I got to stay home alone in the summers. But aside from that, my mom was really into food. I grew up in the South where everything was about food. Funerals, weddings, birthday parties, whatever it was. You were only as good as your dishes that you had there. Take this basil, a little bit of our parsley, give a little bit of olive oil, some salt, and we'll squeeze a lime in there just for some good flavor. Give that a stir. We're gonna let that marinate until we have our final dish ready. So next we can move on to our scallop dish. So when you have your scallops, you're gonna find a little foot on the end. This part's really tough. It's not inedible, it's just kind of not nice to eat. So we're gonna take all those, we're gonna peel them off and get them nice and clean. Since we're gonna do a quick ceviche, I'm gonna go ahead and score these on top. So you just wanna do a very light incision, do a crosshatch, and it lets all that citrus juice that we're gonna put on really get in there. So we'll take our scallops, set them down in the bowl right here. I like to use lemons and limes for my ceviches, but it's nice to also incorporate an orange for a little bit of sweetness. So we have our scallops in here. We're gonna give them a little toss, add a little bit of the olive oil in there, and we're gonna let those set up. While we got that going, let's go ahead and check on our mushrooms again. So yeah, these dried up really nice, kind of like I wanted. So now we're gonna go ahead and brulee our tomatoes. I have a turbinado sugar right here. We're gonna give a nice coat on each side. Use our torch. So brulee is just French for burnt. So what we're gonna do is with our sugar, we're just gonna caramelize it. So you wanna go until you you start seeing a nice dark color. And in the end, you'll have a really nice crust. So let's build the dish. We're gonna take our nice little trumpet crisps, have a nice little mound of the fava bean gremolata for our scallops to sit on, and sit them on top. I feel like we got kind of the sweet, savory, salty, everything in there, so I'm gonna add a little bit of togarashi on top just to give a little bit of heat. Togarashi is an Asian spice of ground up red pepper and a couple other spices. You can find it at any basic Asian supermarket. Okay, so now that we have our first dish done, we're gonna move on to the black rice pudding. So you wanna take your rice, we got about a cup and a half here. I'm gonna throw that in, and then you wanna do 2 to 1 on water. We're gonna put that on a medium-high heat. Give it a little cover, and we're gonna let that go for about 14 minutes. Check it, see about how much the water's gone down. Then we'll uncover it, cook it maybe for about 10 more, and see the consistency of the rice. Don't worry about black rice, because you can always drain off some of the water. So next, we can go ahead and get on our coconut milk, which is gonna be for our dessert. With this, I like to take the coconut milk, warm it up a little bit, and then steep it with a pandan leaf. So pandan leaf is from the forests of Thailand. It gives it kind of an earthy background. We have our coconut milk, we have our heavy cream, and we're gonna just start our pan off on a low flame. So this is the coconut milk that we steeped it with the pandan leaf, pulled it out, add in some of our black rice. Add your heavy cream. So we're gonna add some sugar, some salt, and let that cook down a little bit. In the end, it's a very beautiful dish for you to have for dessert. And there you go, a great little Asian dessert. Hey, Sam.
Hey, Steve.
I hear you're gonna be tasting all my food today.
I'm excited.
Awesome, me too.
This looks amazing. Presentation is everything to me, and already I'm excited to eat it.
Oh, well, good.
All
I'm
right.
glad. Enjoy.
Go. Thank you. All right, let's try a scallop here. Kind of nervous. It's very mild in flavor, melts in your mouth. Let's try the mango here. It's very sweet and sour, very zesty and tangy, which I love. The scallops, very smooth in texture. Okay, let's try the dessert. That is so good. That's really amazing. It's very sweet and subtle. It's really amazing.
Once again, I'm Stephen Almond, and this is Chef Roulette. Thanks for watching.
Hey everybody, this is Chef Chris Scott, the Executive Chef of Brooklyn Commune, and I am right here in the Prospect Park Farmers Market. It's a beautiful late summer day, and they gave me 5 ingredients to choose from to make a wonderful meal this afternoon. Let's take a look at what we got. All right, I got bluefish. I got some local tomatoes. I'm doing some green beans. I got, some pears. And then finally, I got some plums. Let's go cook. Hey guys, how are you?
Very good. How you doing?
Great. Just wanted to get a nice piece of your bluefish.
Sure. Now watch.
Have a good day.
Yep.
See you. Earlier today, we picked up some Bartlett pears, some local tomatoes, some Italian plums, some green beans, and some local bluefish. And what it's going to be, I'm going to sear the bluefish with a pickled plum and tomato salad. And then for dessert, a pear crumble. Let's get started. What you want to do right away is pickle the plums. Real simple cut, nothing fancy, nothing special. I'm just taking out the seed. I'm going to quarter the plums. I'm going to put them into a bowl. Plums are inside, tomatoes. These are really sweet. All right, so inside the bowl, I'm going to add the salt, a little bit of sugar, the vinegar, chopped onion, parsley, and then here's a really cool trick. Take your garlic clove and rub it on the tips. The garlic is basically minced right there, right before your very eyes. Garlic and a fork. So we got that inside, a little bit of olive oil, right? And then the final ingredient in that are going to be the beans, which we're going to blanch right now in the water. A couple seconds. It's really all you need. You know, a lot of people always ask me what got me into cooking. And I guess quite simply, it was love. Everybody has this story about sitting in the kitchen with their grandmother, and I'm no exception to that at all. I'm going to cut them up, little dice, and then that's going to go directly into the bowl. So that's pretty. Pickled plum and local tomato salad. So we're going to let that sit. While that's happening, we're going to do the fish. I'm going to sear mine, and then I'm going to finish it off into the oven. Grab a pan, get it hot, and I'm going to score the back. What that does is keep the fish from curling when you put it into the saute pan. So the pan here is ready for the fish. I'm going to sear it skin side down. Kind of hold it in the pan just for a hot second. So once it hits the pan, you know, you kind of want to let the skin sear up very nicely. And you can see right there, the little slats that I cut, everything is nicely formed, flat. From this moment, I'm going to put it directly into the oven, finish cooking there, and then we'll start on the pears. So this dish here is a throwback to my youth, hanging out with my grandmother. She would make this dish with almost any kind of fruit. And the topping for that is so easy. I call it 1, 1, 1, and 1. 1 cup sugar. 1 cup flour. 1 tablespoon baking powder. And 1 egg. You just want the cubes to be somewhat bite-sized. You don't want to have to choke on it as you're eating it. So just get them inside. A little bit of sugar, a little bit of cinnamon, and just toss it up. And then put them directly into some baking dishes. Here's that 1, 1, 1, and 1 mixture. You're gonna mix it up by hand. And you want it to be crumbly. And then with that, put it directly on top. A little melted butter. And then this is gonna go into the oven for about 20, 25 minutes. And let's check out the fish. See, now that's beautiful, right? So again, real simple plating technique. fish on the plate, salad on the fish. Little juicy juice around the outside, and bang. And then the pear crumble, and it's dinner time. Look at that, nice and golden. The juices are bubbling up. It's fantastic. Here's your meal right here. The local bluefish, the pickled plum and tomato salad, and the pear crumble. And don't forget that whipped cream. Enjoy.
This is drugs. This is your brain on drugs.
New York City and our suburbs are facing a heroin epidemic.
Crack, the most addictive form of cocaine, is now sweeping New York.
New York City has the worst narcotics problem in the country.
82% are black and Hispanic. 69% are under the age of 30 years old.
Drugs are menacing our society.
In order to fight and defeat this enemy, it is necessary to wage a new all-out offensive.
If ever there were a tale of two cities, this past weekend's headlines made it very clear. There's at least 6 of them in front of my house right now. 2 of them are lying in the street, the rest are zombies. That's from Judy, a woman who lives a block away from Myrtle and Broadway, where 15 people overdosed on K2 Saturday. By Monday, 49 more had overdosed in North Brooklyn. The very same week, our DA announced a plan to end prosecution for low-level marijuana possession. And Mayor de Blasio readied the city for what he sees as the inevitable, creating a task force to prepare the city for the outright legalization of cannabis, including telling the NYPD to stop arresting New Yorkers for smoking pot in public. In a city where you're 8 times more likely to be arrested for low-level marijuana charges if you happen to be Black or Latino, and on top of that, priced out of quality health care, there's no denying that the lived experience of the war on drugs in under-resourced, over-policed communities. We are in a moment right now. A moment of momentum where ending a 40-year-old drug war is right ahead of us. So, tonight we hope to chart that path with our partners, Drug Policy Alliance and the Marshall Project, with our esteemed group of panelists, and most importantly with you, our community. Welcome all to this BRIC TV Be Heard Town Hall, Whose War on Drugs? I want to welcome Brooklyn District Attorney Eric Gonzalez, New York's first Latino DA, a career prosecutor with more than 20 years of experience crafting progressive drug policy initiatives. Thanks for being here. Cassandra Frederick is the New York State Director of Drug Policy Alliance. From working with Communities United for Police Reform to developing New York's Ithaca plan for safe injecting sites, she's all about mobilizing communities devastated by drug use and criminalization. Thanks, Cassandra. Chino Harding. Chino Harding grew up in East Flatbush during the height of the drug epidemic, and now works as the field director for the Center for New Leadership on Urban Solutions. His work focuses on youth and advancing policies surrounding policing and drug treatment. Thanks, Chino. Tom Robbins is a veteran New York City investigative reporter, and from the Village Voice to now the Marshall Project, his work exposes corruption in the criminal justice system, and we're very happy to have him here tonight. Thanks for being here. Finally, we want to welcome Dr. Hillary Coonins, the Assistant Commissioner of the Department of Health and Mental Hygiene. She's a doctor and a healthcare professional who's advocated for reducing racial disparities in access to opioid treatments. Thanks for being here, Doctor. So we've all seen the video right now. So whose war on drugs? That's the basic premise that we're going to right now. But I'm going to start with you, District Attorney. The war on drugs, if there's a war, what are the sides? Who's on what side? Where are the battle lines drawn?
Well, what we need to do is address this head on. And, you know, drug use has been stigmatized for a long time, leading to, in my lifetime, growing up in East New York, many people have been arrested, been cycled through the criminal justice system. Very rarely were people given a meaningful chance at dealing with their drug use issues, but they did get a conviction, and I think it helped ruin generations of young people, and particularly Black and brown people in my neighborhood. And so the war on drugs has been a failed effort to curb what society deems as something that is undesirable. But the victims of that war have been average New Yorkers and many people in Brooklyn.
So Cassandra, the two sides, if we've got a war here, who are the combatants?
So I think part of the conversation is that the people that are the casualties of the war on drugs tend to be people of color, and tend to be particularly people of color from lower socioeconomic backgrounds. I think we're having a conversation when we're talking about the war, we're talking about people that are targeted or marginalized. We're talking about people who are historically without resources and access to healthcare. We're talking about people that don't have access to affordable education. We're talking about anyone that is at the bottom of the totem pole that is the person that is most likely to be affected. And on the other side, we have whiteness. We have white supremacy on the other side. We have the criminal justice system on the other side. I think we have to be really specific about the war on drugs. It was not per chance that we're in this moment. It was designed this way. And I think when we're talking about whose war is it, it's like who created the war? And who created the war were people that were in positions of power. The conversation around the drug war and how we created the drug war was never about the pharmacology of drugs. It was never about the science associated with drugs. It was always based on who was the dominant user of drugs. And that has been not just since the 1970s, but from the first drug laws that were created against Asian migrants in California after they built the railroads.
Yes.
So, Chino, where are the battle lines drawn then? If this is a war, where's the line?
The battle lines are drawn in 6 feet of dirt every time we put a young person or a brown person in the ground. The battle lines are drawn every time a brown person and a young person hears a cell door slam behind them with no resources, no second chances. So, I mean, the battlegrounds about the war on drugs, if we had to just have an honest conversation, the war on drugs has never been a war on drugs. It's a war on black and brown and poor folks, and it always has been that way. So, of course, 40 years later, we don't have any solutions because no solutions were ever thought about. Nobody didn't come to the table thinking about how do we end this. It's not until, if we continue to be honest, it's not until white suburban kids were overdosing on opium did we even care about that addiction, right? So it's not until crack seeped into suburbia did we care about crack either. And it's not until they figured out a way to bring more profit off the backs of black and brown folks, the profit from the drug war, did we even start the drug war. And we can look at that historically from Nixon to Reagan to where we are right now.
That's right.
So, Tom, if you were writing this story, you got to cast the bad guy.
You know, every story does have a bad guy, but in this one, it's been a pretty shifting target over the years. I come at this as a journalist, having covered it for a long time and having done stories about, quote unquote, the war on drugs and walked through some of the worst, what we in my business call shooting galleries. You know, some of the terminology that we've used in the news media has, I think, added to the problem, calling people junkies, you know, but what's interesting is that we've created new battle lines. I mean, to think that we had a war on drugs where we thought we knew who the enemy was with the people who were distributing it, and then government somehow gave a green light to the pharmaceutical industry to create an entirely new addiction front, and nobody seemed to notice. So, you know, right now we've got to deal with that one in addition to the one that we've always traditionally dealt with.
So, Doctor, triage, where is the need then? Where do you go when the battle lines are drawn?
So I'll speak first. So I'm a public health official now, but for many years I practiced medicine, took care of people with addictions and also other kinds of health conditions. And I think what I was really always consistently struck by is we exacerbated any health issues that were sort of associated from a person's drug use by really creating many, many obstacles, as Cassandra just heard about, to getting access to education, getting access to the resources that actually will make a person healthier, regardless of their health problems, whether it's problems related to their substance use or high blood pressure or whatever they may be. So I think the triage point is really thinking about people as whole people, that the drug use may be one thing that comes along with the whole person, and we need to create thinking very broadly about how to help people be successful, how people attain their goals. And so the triage point is not by laser focusing on drugs as some evil entity that's causing all of our problems, but really how do we build whole people and whole communities?
So thank you all for your thoughtful answers, and just a little bit of housekeeping before we go on. Now that you've all heard their voices, in the interest of transparency, I'm going to let you know that the doctor and Ms. Frederique are also a part of the District Attorney's Justice Initiative 2020. It's something of a think tank that brings together people from different professional and stakeholders who are working together on the path to creating further initiatives to come out of the district attorney's office to talk about those very things that we addressed. And tonight, it is a town hall. We're going to start off right from the beginning, incorporating the voices of folks from our community. And I'm looking for a microphone right now so I can talk to you, or you can just speak into my chest. But we have a question now. I got you.
All right, so my name is Anthony Beckford. I'm a longtime community resident here in Brooklyn. I'm also a cop watcher. I run the Brooklyn sector for Cop Watch Patrol Unit, Marine Corps veteran, psychology student, and I'm also running for state assembly. And the reason I'm doing that is because of the targets in our communities, which is black and brown people. You know, and my family also are immigrants from Jamaica, and it's a lot of things that come at us. And, you know, this topic here is very dear because I see it every day. I see the police abuse when it comes to our community. You know, I have 4 precincts that police our area. You know, I go into the criminal courts and I see, you know, from the ADA and, you know, the rest of the prosecutors, what they do, to, you know, to our young black and brown brothers and sisters in the court. And, you know, and I hear these topics about legalization. You know, I hear, you know, the agencies, and I hear the DA's office saying that, you know, they won't criminalize. They don't even say at all. They say so much, you know, because we have to look at the language. You know, because when you put a percentage, that means not so much. So I'm looking at what are you going to do to actually, what can we do to actually fully legalize, but not in the sense of legalizing for profit for corporations and big pharma, but legalizing in the fact of freeing those who have been locked up and are still locked up in regards to, you know, possession and sales, you know, legalizing in the factor of creating small businesses in our communities so that way big pharma or those who are getting donations from them are not taking advantage of that and still putting out policies that will still demonize and criminalize our people. And at the same time, what can we fully do to make sure that when it comes to your policies, it's not lip service that we're receiving, because lip service is cheap. We need actual action. We need 100% legalization and decriminalization. So what can we do in regards to that?
Okay. That was like a four-headed monster of a question. Right. But now let's begin with the beginning, the path to legalization then. Anyone, what would the consequences or the benefits of that be?
Well, let me just start off with the general idea behind Justice 2020 and what we're trying to accomplish at your Brooklyn DA's office. I put together this think tank of people who have a lot more knowledge and have dedicated their lives to particular topics. And drug use is one of the areas that we've looked at. And what I'm trying to accomplish in Brooklyn is pretty simple. But it's also revolutionary for district attorney's office, because it's a cultural change for the way prosecutors are asked to think about drug use issues in the community, and it's also a policy shift. And Brooklyn had been more progressive than other parts of the country and part of the states, and I'm only speaking as the Brooklyn DA. I don't speak for any other district attorneys tonight. But what I saw was the way cases came in was the initial response was, what is the punishment and what's the sanction for this illegal drug use? And what I am trying to accomplish is that when young assistant district attorneys and my office handles a case, the focus now is going to be on public health and not thinking solely about punishment. And what we're doing is we have Brooklyn Clear, and I can get into some of the details, but what Brooklyn Clear is, it deals with anyone who's arrested on a drug charge. It's not limited to opioids. It's not limited to people who've never been arrested before, don't have a criminal record, but people who come in because they've been arrested for either small amounts of possession or drug use, and taking those cases and diverting them out of the criminal justice system from the very beginning. Having young people come in who have never been arrested makes no sense to me, and having people recycle through the system who've been arrested repeatedly for drug use does not make sense to me. We send now, and it's a pilot program we started in Brooklyn. It started in 6 precincts in February. It's now extended to all of Brooklyn South. If the mayor or the city council funds us, it'll be throughout all of Brooklyn by this year. We are going to send, and we have been sending, peer counselors and drug counselors to the precinct. And instead of writing up the case and charging the case in criminal court, sending people to central booking, the police department working with us is allowing us to find some sort of treatment option for the person who's been arrested. Now, it's a harm reduction model.
Sorry. Yeah, we're definitely going to make our way
So-
into harm reduction. But just while I have you, there was the instance where the previous administration, when the former district attorney announced the plans to, in a sense, decriminalize and not prosecute, but we actually saw numbers that didn't go down and in some instances actually went up. So are you prepared now to say that you've reversed that trend or you're working to?
Well, let's clear. One thing was dealing with marijuana policy. And DA Thompson had a marijuana policy that I helped him craft in 2014. In 2011, we had over 18,000 people arrested and prosecuted in Brooklyn for marijuana. In 2014, we changed the policy. Last year, we had about 4,300 people who came through the system on a small marijuana charge. So that's one thing that we're talking about. The racial disparities did not go down, but there were tens of thousands of people from 14 to this year who were never arrested, mostly people of color. The policy was limited to possession and not smoking or burning cases. We could address that. The policy I'm talking about today is dealing with hard drug use, narcotics. We are looking to treat those cases not as a criminal offense, but really as a health issue.
Right.
And the other part of this process is to change the policy of having to require people to plead guilty in court in order to access services.
Right.
We want people to be able to get services without having to enter a guilty plea. And so that is a tremendous change in the culture of the DA's office and the policy of the DA's office.
So Cassandra, what could we do to accelerate that change?
So I think the thing that we just have to be clear about is that we actually do just need to legalize marijuana, right? And that means that and when I say legalize marijuana, that doesn't just mean open dispensaries. Legalizing marijuana in New York has to be very specific. We were the marijuana arrest capital in this country. We arrested more people for marijuana than anyone else. And so when I'm talking about legalization of marijuana, I'm talking about the sealing and vacating of people's records. Right? I'm also talking about making sure that every single city agency revisits and revises all their policies that are impacted by marijuana. So I'm talking about people that are losing custody of their kids because of marijuana. And let's be very clear. It is Black and Latino moms that are getting their kids taken away, while white moms are on the cover of GQ talking about how marijuana helps their parenting. So let's be very clear about that. I'm talking about making sure that people don't get kicked out of public housing because they were smoking inside of it, because that also happens. I'm talking about making sure that people still have access to occupational licenses that marijuana arrests bar them from having. When we're talking about legalizing marijuana in New York, it's not a corporate giveaway. It's not for people from Denver and Nevada to come in here and make their big businesses. It's not for the Apple of marijuana, groups like MedMen, to come in, create large dispensaries and not invest in criminal justice and not fight for policies for people from New York to be able to have licenses and to make sure that people who have been harmed by the criminal justice system are able to be in the industry in the first place. Because what we've seen in places around the country is that people that have been barred from the industry are because they were people that were criminalized by marijuana. But now they have figured out how to make money off of it, how to tax it, how to create whole industries around it. And they want to say, we can't participate because you weren't paying attention to the rules before, but neither were they, right? And so when we're talking about marijuana, I think it's super important to also say that legalizing marijuana means that NYPD and district attorneys need to get out of the business of marijuana. There should be no place for people in that industry. And I will say that in general, law enforcement should not be in the business of drugs, period. This is not a criminal justice issue in any source of the way, and people that are selling marijuana in this point should be able to go in there. They don't need internships, they need loans. They need small business licenses. And we have to have a conversation about how we want to deal with people who smoke in public. Because to be very clear, everyone in here needs to know that New York has the biggest public housing development in this country. And they have passed a federal edict that says people can't smoke cigarettes in their home, or they will be subject to being kicked out. So if you can't smoke cigarettes, then you can't smoke marijuana. And if every law says you can't smoke marijuana in public, we have basically just banned poor people from partaking in something that is $1 billion industry. That is legalizing marijuana.
Criminalizing poverty and addiction.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give Cassandra a chance to catch her breath. While I'm looking at you, doctor, and wondering where the point of entry is from a public health standpoint.
So, I think as our mayor has indicated, he is setting up a task force to look into and prepare for possible marijuana legalization in New York State. I think from a public health and physician point of view, we've known long that the health harms of marijuana really are less than some of the health harms from other substances that we've chosen to regulate and legalize, specifically alcohol and tobacco. And so I think approaching it, sort of as we say in my business, empirically, just looking at sort of racking up the health harms from all of those different substances, we might say we need really a different approach, a health-oriented approach. And to Cassandra's point, it does not mean necessarily approaching it from wide open access. We've chosen to regulate alcohol in some particular ways. We know that substances for young people with developing brains need some perhaps additional protection, safety guards around their developing brains to make sure that they can stay safe into adulthood. So it's possible when we think about that from a health point of view, we might choose regulation that in some ways is similar to some of the other regulations, some of the complexities that Cassandra just pointed out notwithstanding.
So words matter here. So I'm wondering what the difference is between legalization and decriminalization.
Well, legalization requires our state legislature to act and create the legal ability to possess and smoke marijuana, to sell it, to distribute it. I mean, there's a full, regulatory scheme and administrative scheme that has to be developed. Decriminalization is what we are really talking about now with the DA's offices. And, a couple months ago, I started not to prosecute smoking cases. I started to limit the ones I was prosecuting to see and to kind of demonstrate that there was not a public safety component to marijuana. And that's decriminalization, saying that, the DAs will choose not to prosecute in a criminal matter. For me in Brooklyn, I think it's pretty clear cut that, I've come out and said, while it's illegal, the police department should be able to issue summonses. But I support civil summonses, not criminal summonses. And at some point, when it's legalized, I'll be out of the business of regulating marijuana use.
Can I say something that's super important? People need to know that New York decriminalized marijuana in 1977.
Yep.
It's been 40 years. We removed criminal penalties for simple marijuana possession 40 years ago. And it's important to know that the reason why we got to a place where 800,000 people had been arrested for simple possession was because of a policing change.
That's right.
It is not because the law changed. We decided to decriminalize marijuana in 1977 because we knew in the 70s that it was a waste of resources. It was not an effective way for people to tell people to not use marijuana. And it was a way that was going to disrupt the relationship between community members and law enforcement. And it's important to know because in New York, in 1973, when Nelson Rockefeller, our then governor, created mandatory minimums for drug possession, white moms were really pissed because their kids were getting locked up for marijuana. I want to be really clear. White moms were really pissed that their kids were getting locked up for marijuana and then having to face mandatory minimums. And those people went and lobbied their district attorneys and said, this is not okay. Our kids should not be smoking marijuana, but they also should not be facing 12 years to life. And the district attorneys then went to the legislature in Albany and said, we can't do this. You have to fix it. And they decriminalized it. In New York in 1977, they said, if you have up to 25 grams, this is not a criminal offense. They already said that. They created the carve-out. If it's burning or if it's in plain view, then that is an arrestable misdemeanor. For everything else, it's decriminalized. Policing changed in New York in 1994. You can see the numbers. There were like, under Dinkins, there was like nothing.
Right.
Then you get to a place like Giuliani, we're at 51,000, Bloomberg, 50,000, 50,000, 46, 39. The law has been the same since 1977, so don't get okey-doked to think that this conversation is new, because basically they were never following the law in the first place. And that's why we say the drug war is designed.
That's right.
It is designed because they did it on purpose.
So we know what... So we're clear on what side of law and order you are on, District Attorney, but does that mean that you agree that you're ready? What would getting out of the marijuana business mean for you, and what do you think that means for the New York Police Department? If you could, for a moment, just imagine speaking for them.
Well, listen, I don't speak for the police department. What I do understand is that my obligation is pretty straightforward. I have an obligation to keep the people of Brooklyn safe. I also have a dual responsibility of fairness, and it is my stated purpose that I am going to help strengthen the trust in our justice system. The prosecution of marijuana cases is not keeping us safer, and it's corrosive to the relationship between community and law enforcement. You know, we've come a long way in the views of marijuana from where they were. 10 states have completely legalized marijuana. Another 20 states have medical marijuana. You know, the issue that I think the police department will be confronted with is in all of those states, public smoking continues to be illegal. Some, 1 or 2 states, it's punishable as a misdemeanor. In the other states, it's punishable as a civil offense. I do not believe that it should be a criminal offense. It should just be a civil offense. But in none of the states where legalization has taken place can anyone legally smoke on a street corner.
Mm-hmm. You know, Brian, one of the things that I would just point out here is that what your question sort of focuses on a conundrum that we're facing, which is that we have DAs like Eric Gonzalez who are trying to lead on this, and we have a New York City police force which sees it from a very different angle. When Ken Thompson, Eric's predecessor, first decided that he was going to change the policy of his office on marijuana arrests, Bill Bratton, the then police commissioner, was pretty bent out of shape. I interviewed him recently about this. As he said, Thompson jumped the gun. You know, he went ahead and did this. And yet, as we know, Thompson was responding to something that Cassandra just eloquently described, which was that he knew, because he lived in the community and saw that most of the marijuana arrests that the police were bringing to him were pretextual. By that, it's a fancy legal word for meaning it was an excuse to be able to see if there's something else going on. We see you're smoking, we think you're carrying, but we're really interested to see whether or not you've got a weapon, whether or not you've got priors. It was just an excuse to be able to get to it. I think when we look at the numbers, I mean, the one thing my business, journalism, is doing a much better job of right now, and the Times just did a terrific story to point out the discrepancy between community complaints and actual arrests. And I spoke to someone at the Manhattan DA's office, and it was just days before they announced their change in policy, and they felt that they'd been fibbed to by the police department, that the police department had always maintained there are more arrests in these communities because that's where we get the complaints. And then all of a sudden we have the data. That turns out not to be true. So part of the conundrum we're facing right now is we have DAs who are trying to push it in a direction, and we have a pretty recalcitrant police department, which looks very different still than the rest of New York.
Well, I'll name the conundrum. Let's just name it. It's racism. I mean, it's racism. I mean, of course, Bill Bratton was bent out of shape. He was the architect for the broken windows theory, was instrumental in the quality of life crimes that were enforced on poor communities of color, and how all of those arrests that you talked about in Giuliani, how it happened from, you know, drinking in public to urinating in public, which we know where these crimes are enforced, right? So, I mean, listen, the police department is gonna have to, one, admit that they're racist, and two, start to unpack that, because we know that's what it is, and that's how all of these arrests happen. That's why getting to the bottom of this situation becomes, if I had to just be honest, it becomes talking in circles, right? We're just saying a lot of nice words. It's just a lot of rhetoric, but we're not getting to no solutions. And community members have long been informed about what the effects of their policing in the community does. So when we talk about 40 years, we're not talking about the effects of young people right now. We're talking about generational effects in our community from the impact of policing around drug wars. And these things is the direct reason why we can't strengthen something we don't have. You know, we don't have a trust relationship with the Justice Department because justice has never been served in our communities. So before we can develop that, we need to unpack this from the top down. And when we talk about cultural shift, it can't be that you just send a memo to the ADAs, look, we're not going to prosecute this. You need to bring these community organizations who are on the ground, who are in the trenches, doing this work every day, impacted, to the table, right? Before they tear the table down.
If they were at the table, what would the voice be? If you were invited into these rooms, what's the message?
Legalization. No fine, no criminal record, everything Cassandra said, retroactive, and then let's get to unpacking some resources, because that's what we need, right? Where's all of this money? We looked up there on the screen when we was watching this open up, $51 billion. Cool, cut us a check, and let's see if we can't find out the solutions.
So, you know, I think we may be at that moment now. I think we may be at the moment. The mayor has, you know, directed the police department to issue summonses. I think we may be at the moment where our state legislature is ready to act. And you have district attorneys who have, you know, sort of stepped up and spoken that they are no longer willing to prosecute cases. So I think we may be at this cultural moment where we can actually accomplish something in this regard.
So what do you and Cy Vance know that the other district attorneys don't, who weren't standing next to you saying no more from our office?
Well, I have Cassandra and I have other people who help, you know, talk about what drug policy should look like. And I think that's a tremendous resource that I brought. I also bring my own personal life experiences into this conversation. You know, for me, it's pretty simple. I want to make sure that we can continue to keep people safe. I think that at this moment in time, it's very difficult as I am trying to move cocaine and heroin and other things out of the criminal justice system by programs like Brooklyn Clear, then to have my assistant district attorneys prosecuting possession of marijuana cases doesn't seem right to me. It seems to be backwards. It's also about this moment in time when we have to have an honest conversation about the policing techniques, right? You know, as Tom said, it became a tool to do, you know, more investigatory kind of stops. And that's not what this law is about. I mean, we have to have a conversation about how much the public is willing to accept people smoking in public, which, while that will be illegal, what will be the police response to those kind of, you know, public nuisances where people are smoking and making other people angry with their smoke. And that, so
how about no police responses? How about we have some community responses to those kind of nuisance? Even with Project Clear, you said peer counselors and whatnot go to the precinct. Well, we could be starting doing some of that. We get those calls in to the precinct directs it to the community-based organization. We dispatch our credible messengers and our community members, and I bet you we can find solutions that does not involve summoning people or putting them behind bars.
But we actually do have to be honest about the community, and I have to say this because I definitely think if you bring community groups to the table in these rooms, you're going to have people that say all the things that Chino said, but you're going to have people that look like me and Chino that are going to say the complete opposite. right? And I think we do actually have a conversation that we were duped as well. Our communities really do believe the drug war propaganda. They really do believe that marijuana is a gateway drug. They really do believe that law enforcement is the only way to deal with drugs. And we actually do have to deprogram ourselves in the lies that we were told, in the programming that we were told. And that is going to be an investment. Because even right now, we're talking about marijuana, but when we're talking about the opioid overdose, heroin crisis, right? When we talk about that, when we started working on that for real, I was pissed. I was like, these white people dying, and now y'all want to do all this stuff for them? Like, people been dying for a very, very long time, and y'all didn't care about us, right? And for me, I didn't really want to work on it that much, right? Like, I kind of was just like, y'all let us die, and y'all kill us, and all, like, to be honest, right? But the conversation that we miss, right, is that our community is not even given the information to understand that the overdose rates are going up among the Black community. That in 2015, in the South Bronx, it went up 51% among Latino women. That in New York right now, overdose went up 80%. And then it went up 112% when it involved heroin or fentanyl. But we have been given this narrative that it is not us, right? And part of the reason why we've been giving this narrative that it's not us is because they have to reinforce the narrative that people are addicted by mistake, that Big Pharma did it to them, that people weren't dealing with the economic distress, that they weren't dealing with family issues, that they weren't dealing with the same issues that poor people and people of color have been dealing with, that they use drugs to cope with. White people are dying too, and they've been dying. It's not just that white people were dying, it was rich white people that were dying because they didn't give a damn about poor people. And you see that in methamphetamine, you see that in crack cocaine, you see that in heroin. These conversations, there needs to be a complete deprogramming of everything we know about drugs.
Well, we're having this conversation, and we want you guys to participate in the conversation. We know some smart people there in the room, so make your way to the aisles. And in the meantime, while you're doing that and getting it together, we want to share something with you. So the opioid crisis is a public health emergency, as you just said, and we wanted to see firsthand what it actually looks like in urban spaces in our city. So we went to Washington Heights, where we met Mike, who is a former drug addict himself, and now he does outreach work in Washington Heights with Washington Heights Corner Project, where he works to prevent overdoses. So look at the screen and let's take a trip uptown.
I wasn't born an addict. I wasn't born homeless. You know what I'm saying? You get addicted to too much anything. You get addicted to chocolate. You get addicted to clothes shopping. You get addicted to gambling. You know what I'm saying? We all have addiction. We all have some type of addiction. I take this stuff, I leave it here because this is a hot spot where people come and use that. So I'd rather them use clean needles than pick up a needle off the ground and use it. And this is why I love my job, because I'd rather leave this stuff here for someone. I come back later on, it's gone. That means somebody will use it.
There's a lot of needles over here. So we're gonna come back later with the crew and do our hazardous waste pickup. But if you want to miss
So we teaches them to use that cap by themselves. Don't share it. Back in the day, I'm an OG, so back in the day, we were sharing caps. And guess what? I was still coming from a family from the suburbs where I still got to go back there and, and live my life with them. So we also have to make knowledge to the community also.
We're also doing HIV testing, Hep C testing. We're out here letting them know about Hep C and HIV and letting them know by sharing utensils, sharing utensils. And stuff like that, it makes you more prone and
I like to put the orange tops back on because it's you can't get poked when they put the orange top back on. So that shows that they have some type of morals. Let's cross. Can we cross now? But I'll cross at any time. They call me Highway Mike. I panhandled on the highways. I panhandled on the Cross Bronx. Y'all kind of look out for each other. I'm gonna be out here today anyway. Today is a high usage day because it's the first of the month. I'm gonna be out here anyway. You want me to hang around? You want me to hang around a while or what? How you feeling? Big Unc, how you feeling? You want me to hang around a little while or what? Cause now you feeling good though. I know you are. I know you're feeling good. You just want to enjoy yourself too, but I want to make sure it don't overdose. That's it. But I know you want to enjoy yourself too as a night. Nobody was concerned back in the 70s and 80s when it was a black and Hispanic thing. But now it didn't hit the middle. It didn't hit the middle class. It didn't hit, like you just said. You know, it hit. I'm being straight up. It didn't hit. It hit white people, and now they want to. Now they're doing something about it. Opiate price crisis has been around since the 70s when we was down in Harlem. We've been dying behind us. We've been overdosing.
So I'm here with Walleen now.
Wale. From Manhattan.
Okay.
And I live in the projects, NYCHA. And NYCHA, not just NYCHA, but it's all over everywhere. I was sitting in the park one day, East River, white woman walked past me smelling just like pot. So it's affecting, the smell is sickening. Mm-hmm. I live in the projects. Actually, in my building, they sell it like it's free, like it's legal. So you got this heavy pot smell all around you all day, every day. And you talking about legalizing it? Well, let me tell you something. Everything that Cassandra said is true, but why do we have to legalize it in order for young people not to be criminalized and everybody to be criminalized? Why can't it be dealt with and not be made legalized? I understand that white people benefit from everything and we don't. I got that part. But as far as legalizing it, okay, I'm sick of the freaking smell already. Not only that, okay, not only that, but this brother over here, Latino brother, talking about, okay, well, go in the hood and speak to all the community leaders because they're going to come together and do this, and this. Let me tell you something about community. City council, they all full of garbage, making 6 figures. They don't do crap for us. They just spend $317,000 on a resident leadership program, $317,000, when TPA money, participation money, is spent all the time sending us to conferences, hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the city council, the mayor, none of these people come to the hood. And in my hood, it's like a tumbleweed blowing in the wind because nobody cares about it. It's like one of them old Western movies where you see the tumbleweed blowing in the wind.
In the wind, but you don't want to smell it.
Don't legalize it, but take the criminalization out of criminalizing us, because we the ones suffering, and white people, which I have some very good white friends. Let's be clear. Yes. One of my white friends just paid a bill for me that was very exuberant.
Stop telling your business, Wale. Come on.
Let's get it clear.
So this is the duality that we were just talking about.
Yes, exactly. And I think one of the things about, so here's the thing. One, I will say we have to legalize it. And we have to legalize it because without legalizing it, we can't take away tools for the criminalization. We're not going to take away all the tools for the criminalization of our community because legalizing marijuana will not legalize black people.
We don't do scrap.
Okay, we got you.
We don't fight for ourselves, we don't protect our children, and you want to blame white people all day? No, we need to get at some of them old hood rats that are selling our young boys down the drain, and they still living, and our young boys are dying. The young boys are being slaughtered, and women, and our young women are being slaughtered, and them old niggas that been around for a while, they ain't doing squat, but they living, and our young people are dying.
So
now there that goes.
So what I will say to you is that you are, well, yeah, we
need some healing.
We definitely need healing, but we also need more information and we need resources because what's very clear about
we got a lot that we don't
Come
even
on, wait, listen for the answer, Wale.
We got too much that we don't use.
With me. Come
Stop
on.
making excuses.
So one of the things that I will say is that part of the reasons why we're struggling so much is because we get all the criminalization without the resources.
That's right.
And so I think that's important. And I think when you're talking about how black people aren't doing work in here, I want every person that I work with that does drug policy reform to stand up in this room.
Where are you guys?
I've seen us.
And look,
HRC,
all these
Peer
people
Network,
and
Vocal New York, Washington Heights
Holla.
Corner Project,
Holla.
Drug Policy
Holla.
Alliance. We out here,
Holla.
doing all the work. We out here doing this every single day, and we are fighting every single day.
Look at all these people that stood up and look at what's still going on.
But what I will say is that we need more people. We need your passion. We need your understanding.
Amen.
And we also need your education. And part of the thing that legalization will do is we need places where people can consume marijuana that are not in the hallways of public housing.
So,
and
Doctor,
that will happen with legalization.
Is going down the drain.
I'm going to go to you right now, Doctor, and see, listen.
You want to put up shooting galleries and
Walla,
accommodate, and
enough.
the only ones that are going to benefit are the damn drug dealers. They're going to benefit, and we're not. You want to
I'm over here.
galleries and accommodate these damn people that sell all this garbage.
So, Doctor, I'm looking at you right now. We saw this man working in the field, doing harm reduction, putting out clean needles to minimize the impact of drugs. So we also know about the disparities that we were talking about before. What are the bars to entry for people who happen to be of color, who get put on a different path outside of treatment, and they put into a criminal model instead of an actual treatment model?
So I think, I think in some ways the gentleman we saw is really an example of what Chino said, which is one really strong part of the harm reduction network in New York City is they have been organizations that have incorporated people with lived experience who were able to stop using drugs, or some of them continuing to use drugs, but able to be productive members of an organization. And you saw how lovely that gentleman treated the person who was leaning against the tree, so respectfully, so much with dignity, and offered a hand. And I think that is really the model of having folks who are peer workers or community workers really approach people. And I just want to call out, I know this was not your question, but the health profession also, because though we are talking about taking a health-oriented public health approach, as a physician, I know that my colleagues and my profession has not always been gentle or treated people who use drugs with dignity and respect, and have been as stigmatizing and in some cases as punishing as criminal justice. And so we have, speaking about race and racism, we have our own work to do on the health side. Right. And I really want all of us to call out your healthcare providers and health professionals that you might be interacting with to say, treat me with dignity, and treat the person who has an addiction or has substance use with dignity as well. Because this is part of our job. We took an oath. This is what we're supposed to do, is do no harm and save lives. And so just by calling out, changing the direction from criminal justice to health really means us as health professionals also coming to the table in ways, and I really just want to offer respect to the DA and many other criminal justice folks in the city taking this step. We need to also. And I just want to be clear and not let us off the hook either.
You had a question?
Yes, my name is Darren Williams. I'm a lifelong resident of New York. And I just want to know, where does this concept, this idea of waging war come from? And how effective is this idea? Because we don't have we don't have a waging a war against poverty, and we don't have a waging a war against miseducation.
Well, we can start with Nixon for one thing.
war against racism, right.
That's a good historical place to start, yes?
Yeah, Nixon, Oliver North, contracts in the garage. I mean, we could keep going. I mean, that raging war comes from, it's always been a war of people of color since the inception of America. That's where it comes from.
All right, I'm coming over here right now.
What's going on, y'all? Yes to you, Cassandra. Just yes. Thank you for speaking. Yes, Cassandra. Two, I smoked today and I smell great. My hallway smells great too.
Don't poke the bear.
But my question is about the trap in the sense of what the DA and my neighborhood has done to Black and brown people in my community. Right after it was, quote, okay to jump the turnstile, you know, it was, you won't get summoned, you won't get arrested. You know, we had an unarmed black person holding a shower head down my block, murdered, you know, shot 9 times. You know, the trap now that I see is you can smoke outside. I feel like that's a trap to then again penalize black and brown people.
Right.
Nothing's really being done. It's a heavy police situation in the subways. Right after it was okay to jump the turnstile, it's going to even be worse when it's okay to smoke outside in the park that I frequent at, to smoke, because I don't want to make people upset in my, I'm not poking a bear, sorry. I don't want to make people upset about me smoking. So how do we turn it being legal and really address how the community looks when it comes to gentrification and the police violence of them being present in terms of legalizing these, quote, problems that we have?
Well, I think Cassandra addressed some of the issues of how we may get to that place, but it should be clear, and I hope that, you know, I've made the point that legalization as it currently exists in the other states in America do not have a place for outdoor public smoking. It's, you know, either a civil offense or a criminal offense. What we do here in New York State has to be done at the state level. You know, I am actively calling for it just to be a civil offense and not a criminal matter.
I would also say that part of it is that the conversation around drug arrests, so little of it is about drugs. Most of it is about policing. And I think we have to have a conversation in our communities about who we want to create the rules of accountability. How do we have public safety without armed people walking around, right? Like, that is actually a conversation that we can have. And what does community accountability look like? Because police officers have one job, right? They can only really do one thing. And so it's important for us to work with different community members that have different ideas about what safety looks like and build a social contract together that is not reinforced on the subjugation and capture of black and brown people. Because policing was built out of slave patrols in this country. And so, like, that history can never be erased. And part of that means that we can't really restore much to it. And so it means that we need to have a conversation about what are the possibilities that can be different about how we build accountability and how we build collective safety.
Accountability and collective, easy for you to say, accountability and collective safety. And we have a question before we even get to that point.
Yes, my name is Mel Blackman. I'm a former substance abuser myself, and I've been drug and alcohol free for 32 years. I'm also, actually that should have been 70 years clean because I'm 70. I'm also a former substance abuse counselor. I'm retired from doing that. But my question is, and I see people bounce all over, especially in the media, nobody's talking about prevention. Nobody. Prevention is the most important thing because it means everybody's child. Because nobody's even mentioning prevention. So how do we deal with prevention? Because, you know, if everything that we're talking about, and especially when it comes to the dynamic in the black community, like I said, I've been black for quite a while. You're right on point. But I'm saying, but when it comes down to this very serious problem that I've known about since the 60s, but now it's very prevalent in the news and every place else, right? When it comes to prevention, we're talking about everybody's child, but nobody's saying a word about prevention. How do we deal with that? Because, like, I'm even an author. This is not to advertise my book, but I'm an author of a drug prevention book. It's called You're Not My Friend. But it's not about the book. It's about people have to do something as far as that. Because everybody in this room, I'm going to say this and I'm going to shut up. Everybody in this room, I don't even know you because I can't even see half you. But everybody in this room, when you were a toddler, you were cautioned about putting things in electrical outlets, about sharp objects, and about hot surfaces. So why can't we start educating our kids when they're old enough to understand, you know, and comprehend what we're talking about? Why can't we talk to them about drugs so they don't pick it up in the first place?
All right. So, Doctor, I'm looking at you and Tom about this narrative that we've created around drugs and getting the toothpaste back into the tube when you can cut it off at the pass, essentially.
So I think the beginning of the video that that we all saw just as this program opened was the great example of failed prevention. It was that frying pan, showed you an egg, a whole egg. This is your brain, cracked it open, this is your brain on drugs. And this ended up being the most widely made fun of drug prevention ad, certainly of my adolescence and adulthood. And so what we know about prevention from the science is that fact-based education about drugs is essentially ineffective, unfortunately. So simply providing the information has not been found to be effective at stopping people from picking up or trying drugs. What we know from many trials, many studies now, is that life skills, broad-based negotiation, how to get along in the world, prevention is the right strategy, and that's building up families and children to solve problems, to promote resilience, to decrease exposure to trauma. And I think this connects us right back to policing and right back to keeping communities safe and from preventing children from being exposed to trauma by changing potentially policing practices, promoting community safety. And that is actually, even though you never necessarily mention the word drugs or substance use, is a prevention strategy. So I can just say a word or two. At the health department and at the city as large, we have undertaken a large mental health initiative called Thrive NYC under First Lady McRae. And much of that work is early childhood, is social emotional learning in schools, is supporting schools with mental health counselors. And though it is not named as substance use prevention, it is substance use prevention. Some of our work with the mayor's office around cure violence and credible messengers is really about substance use prevention, even though we're not always focused or exclusively calling out substance. So I think that's an important strategy. I'll just also mention another piece of prevention, and we talked a little bit about prescription painkillers, opioid analgesics, and this is also prevention, is shifting prescribing practices by health professionals to prescribe, as we call in our lingo, judiciously, more carefully, to use opioid prescription painkillers only when needed, because we know those are risky substances.
They kind of do, though. I mean, if I had to be honest, I had back surgery last year, and I was in Detroit, and it was signs all in the emergency room that you're not going to get no Oxycontin here. You're not going to get any of those like opiates. And even when I was in New York getting prescriptions, because I had a pinched sciatic nerve. So actually, none of those was going to work anyway. But it was hard for me to kind of find and I feel like, and I don't know because I don't have the statistics, but if I had to take just a wild guess, I feel like it might have had something to do with race. I'm not sure, maybe.
Yeah.
And then just to touch on what you said, Doc, I feel like I agree with all of those things, but I think it doesn't necessarily get talked in prevention, but like constant prevention for folks who are former substance abuse users, healing. This trauma has to go somewhere. How do we heal from the impact trauma of not just using drugs, not just having an impact in our communities, but what that feels like in your everyday walk of life, right? Because like you said, Big Pharma, we got a pill for everything, don't we? Hey, did you wake up and see today? We got a pill for that. You know what I'm saying? Do you not want to go to work? We got a pill for that too. So we got a pill for everything except for how to get off drugs. But being able to, and I don't think that's something that just stays as the job of our community members to like put resources into what it would really take for our communities to heal from 400 years of trauma associated with criminalization in the context of the conversation about drugs.
Well, Chino, there are people working in our community right now trying to close that gap. We know that nobody really goes through substance abuse alone. There's a lot of people left in the wake in the community, and we met a family who's dealing with this, and at the center of that is some children with promise.
So I was thinking that we could start with a rose and a thorn and a bud for your day at school. So remember, a rose is something really exciting that happened throughout the day. A thorn is maybe something that happened that wasn't so great. And a bud is something that you're excited, you're looking forward to for tomorrow. Do you have a rose in mind? You want to share what it is? No. Do you want to share what the rose is about? Is it about class? Is it about a friend? Is it about gym? No. Okay. Maybe we can come back to the rose. What about a thorn? Was there something that happened during the day that so you had no thorns today? Okay. That's great. And what about the bud? Something that you're looking forward to for tomorrow?
Actually, I'm looking forward to it today.
Today? What is it?
Going out.
Going out? Okay. Do you want to talk about your rose? Your exciting thing that happened today?
No.
No? Okay. So, if you ever, while we're playing Feelings Bingo, if you ever do want to talk about it, I'd love to hear it. Okay.
Do you want to go first? You can play Feelings Bingo. You can pick one of the faces. And can we talk about a time that we felt this emotion? Good. You want to go first?
I didn't find out until he was incarcerated for, I think even about 3 weeks or a month. But my daughter had the kids and other people was in and out of the house. I guess ACS made a home visit and really didn't like what they see, and they said, we removing the children. And so that's when I got the call, when I take the kids, or they was gonna place them. So I made the decision to take my grandbabies before they placed them in the system. When I first got the kids, she was involved in their life. I had supervised visits. We didn't have to go to the agency for her to come to visit. But as time progressed, my daughter stopped the visits, and still to this day, LeBron's is taking it the hardest.
I just want to take a second and acknowledge that beautiful family in the video who actually happen to be here with us tonight. And thank them for sharing their time and just the smallest sliver of their life. We really appreciate you guys. Where are you?
Hi. It is very true that smoking, drinking, and excessive drug usage is a health concern. It is a health crisis. And I just want to acknowledge and commend the DA, Eric Gonzalez, for acknowledging that it is a health concern and it should be dealt in that manner and not as a criminal matter. And in that regard, Eric Gonzalez and others who followed suit deserve to be commended for that. That being said, also a big thing that could go against, as the person over there said, is prevention. And the best way to prevent drug usage and from proliferating in our community is education. People should be educated from a young age how to live a healthy, wholesome, and good life that involves eating healthy, exercise, and staying clean from smoking, drinking, and drugs. And I think that if you want a prevention, people need to learn in schools from a very young age to be educated on how to live a healthy life, and that is the way to prevent it.
Thank you. Is that your question? Or you got
my
it?
question is, will you be willing to promote that as a part of the curriculum in schools, education against excessive drug usage?
Well, I don't think anybody here is for excessive drug use at all. So I'm gonna just ask you, can you talk about what a harm reduction model for a second looks like between the doctor and Cassandra, what that means right now in a place like Brooklyn to be performative with harm reduction for those who missed the boat of being clean their whole lives and eating healthy and doing that stuff. We don't throw them away. So how do we make that circle larger?
So I think one thing that we should just get out here in the open is that it's actually important the way that we talk about these things. And so the language that we use when we're talking about drug use is also super important for people to feel like they can ask for help or if they have questions. So oftentimes people create this dichotomy that some people are clean and some people are dirty. No one is dirty.
That's right.
No one is dirty, right? So like, if we're talking about like people being full human beings and full members of society, then we have to use words that actually speak to people's humanity, right? So like, it's not addict, it's not junkie, it's a person who uses drugs, right? It's a person. Like, using people-centered language is important. And I think if we're talking about, you know, Dr. Kunins just talked about how, you know, giving people like drug facts is actually not effective to do prevention work.
Right.
It goes counter to what we think. Like, we'll tell you all these different things and then you'll make the choices, but that's actually not what it is. It's about, what it goes to is the things that we know. It's about building full human beings, being human, giving people access. You know, housing, prevention is also housing. Prevention is also getting rid of the over-criminalization in our community.
Right.
But what I will say is that organizations like Drug Policy Alliance, we get this question all the time. When I'm talking about prevention, I'm talking about preventing someone from dying. That's what I'm talking about. That is my main goal. My main goal is to make sure that New York doesn't have 1,400 people that have died. That is my main goal. That is what I want to prevent. I want to prevent people from going into the criminal justice system because that doesn't make them any healthier and it doesn't help them any much, right? But DPA, we've had that conversation and really having, what does it mean to have conversations with young people about drugs? I'm gonna point to my colleague right over there, Sasha, who has worked, has been a part of the iteration of that work on a curriculum called Safety First, which we have piloted in a high school here in New York City and is currently being evaluated. And the Safety First books are available at our information desk out front, which actually brings in all these conversations. How do we have honest conversations? Because the other thing that's super important in talking about prevention, for the way that this group looks, is that we got to prevent our kids from dying. Because we have the tools to deal with someone's addiction, but we don't have the tools to deal with someone's incarceration or their death based on over-criminalization.
Or in a lot of instances, their return home after they've dealt with those things and gotten involved in the criminal justice system. Dr. Cassandra and her colleague are in the schools and they've got Safety First, but who's doing it right? Where should we be looking to?
So I think I'm aware of their curriculum, and we're really excited to see an evaluation. I think that one thing that's hard about prevention is that it takes time. It takes multiple interactions with young people over time, that are what we would call developmentally appropriate. So starting, that is in ways that are appropriate in elementary school and continuing on. And again, just I would say focus around decision making and problem solving. So there are some schools, including here in New York City, who are taking this on and doing this well. We at the health department are trying to put out fact-based information that raises awareness about help that's available, including, I'm hoping some of you have seen our ads that are up called I'm Living Proof that feature both the medications methadone and buprenorphine and have real New Yorkers talking about their experience taking those medications as treatment for having an opioid addiction. And so putting out accurate information as well as positive role models that can show what prevention and treatment, I'll add. You asked, though, about harm reduction, and I want to pick up on that because I think Cassandra got at some of it, and I feel like the film that we saw again really got at that. The lingo is meeting people where they're at. So it's finding what people want for themselves, helping them say what their goals are, and as a harm reduction worker or a healthcare worker is, how can I help you get there? How can I assist you? And that's, to me, what harm reduction is. And it's kind of mind-boggling for those of us who have worked in treatment programs which have said sometimes, this is my goal for you. I don't really care what you want. This is my goal, and you're going to do it, right? And so we know that, and you can think about your own, any of us have behaviors we want to change, something we want to change about ourselves. And if someone comes along and says, do this, I don't care what you want, it's hard to go along with. And so harm reduction, common sense, practical, makes sense with human behavior is, how can I help you? What would you like? Let me help you get there. And that is what we saw in that film.
Gotcha.
Hi, Vertina Brown, Tiara's Way Scholarship Foundation. I have a two-part question. The first question is, if you guys intend on legalizing marijuana, are you going to distribute it back into the communities from when you confiscated it from drug dealings? And also, if that's going to happen, is this a means of profiting off of the black communities?
It's a deep question.
So what happens after legalization, and even broader, the retroactive police actions that happened? Are records going to be expunged if the law changed and marijuana is no longer against the law? Are people who had records now going to be free of those records and charges dismissed?
Well, it's one of the recommendations that has come out of the Justice 2020 initiative is how do we go back and take a look at the harm that the war on drugs has caused. And, one of the recommendations is to go back and to seal as many of these convictions as possible, in particular in the area of marijuana. Now, the sealing statute that was recently passed is somewhat limited, but I am a proponent of going back and sealing these cases. People should not have a conviction on their record on these charges. And so we're going to take a look at it. My office has already started this work, and I think that's going to be part of a greater public service announcement to try to figure out how we can do this without having people have to hire attorneys at great expense to get their records sealed. And we have to also talk about whether or not the current sealing statute is sufficient, because it does require a lot. It requires people to have been convicted in excess of 10 years ago and not to have a certain number of convictions. So we need to go back and look at that. But one of the things that I believe you will see coming out of my office in the near future is figuring out how to do this without having people having to hire attorneys to get their records expunged and sealed.
Go ahead.
And if we're really having that conversation about sealing, expungement, then every dollar that somebody had to pay in a fine or a summons under a marijuana conviction should go back to the community. And that is very easy to find, because when you don't pay that summons, that warrant gets issued, right? So if you can find me to execute a warrant, you can find me to put this money back into my pocket.
Yeah, I mean, to be very clear, we need reparations.
Yep.
And to be clear, everyone's only talking about that for marijuana, but to be very clear, we're watching that they knew that criminalizing people for addiction was wrong. We're watching that with the heroin crisis, where everyone's talking about, like, we can't arrest our way out of this problem, we have to do it different. So that means they knew. So we don't just need reparations for marijuana legalization, we need reparations from all the criminalization that has happened for all the drugs, all the things that we lost in the 50s, 60s, and 70s from the first heroin crisis, all the monies that in 1971, when we were in the height of our first heroin crisis, New York City pulled money together to create an Office of Special Narcotics. They created a specific prosecuting office to deal with drugs because they thought that investment was going to help us deal with the heroin crisis, right? It is 2018, and lo and behold, we're in another crisis. So divest the money from that office and give the money back to the communities, right? Like, how do we have conversations about that?
We have a question here.
It's a broader question.
About exactly where that money could go.
Hello, my name is Cheyenne, and I'm a teenager. And
Welcome, Cheyenne.
And my question is like the broadest of all. What do we do in this situation? Like, is there anything the teenagers of this generation, because we are the future, what can we do to fix, like in any choice we make, if we're with preventing or legalizing, because there are a lot of teenagers who do marijuana, how can we change what's going on right now?
Well, I think By you asking that question, obviously having the bravery to want to figure it out, I think finding a community-based organization that's based in your neighborhood and getting involved and spreading that message. Because let me tell you something, you are a teenager, right? So how I'm going to talk to another teenager is going to be completely different than how you talk to a teenager. So it's important that each one teach two, and I think that begins with you.
I don't know if he's quite a teenager, but his question is valid.
My name is Xavier, and I come from a place called Ceflo, and my building in Glenmore, there's a lot of like drug violence and gun violence, and it happens every day. Like you can hear it happening, and you know when I go out, see a lot of people, you know, doing drugs and stuff, and I was just saying like. We can fix this problem if we legalize marijuana, then some of the problems that we have would be fixed. Like people wouldn't have to smoke in the hallways.
That's right.
Because smoking is bad for children, for their lungs. So people wouldn't have to smoke in hallways. They could have a place to smoke in. So, yeah.
Even the baby knows.
Even the baby knows. It's like, I'm not making shit up. You gotta hire him.
Steal my job, get out of here. So when we are crafting these things and looking at how resources could be brought back and redistributed into the communities, where are the community voices at the table, and how do the voices get heard to say, this is what we want? We're not calling about marijuana being a problem. We're calling about the problems being a problem. Where do those resources go? All right, next question.
Hi, my name's Youngmi Lee. I'm a supervising attorney at Brooklyn Defender Services. I'm basically a public defender. So my question is about the marijuana policy. Which I appreciate, but the policy comes with two exceptions. The first is that the police cases will still be prosecuted if there's a public nuisance, and secondly, cases will still be prosecuted if the person has a criminal record. So my first question is, who decides what that public nuisance is? And if it's the NYPD, aren't we just going back to that discretionary policing that has led to the racial disparities? Exactly. And then secondly, my question has to do with people with criminal records, which is that I represent a lot of people who, just by virtue of the neighborhood they live in, they have criminal records. So what is the policy rationale behind continuing the prosecution of people with criminal records if marijuana offenses are deemed to be low level and shouldn't be prosecuted?
Especially if those criminal records have to do with marijuana.
Exactly.
So it's yeah, okay.
Those are my two questions.
Yeah.
So let me try to address the current policy in the Brooklyn DA's office. The policy we have in Brooklyn does not actually implicate people's criminal records. We decline to prosecute people who have criminal histories, have been arrested and been convicted of crimes. That's not a bar for us to decline to prosecute that case. What we've been talking about is the public nuisance, and we heard the discussion in this room today. About 1/2 of all the arrests that we get into our office come out of NYCHA. So we have about 4,300. We had about 2,100 arrests that came out of NYCHA. And we've made exemptions for, like, you know, smoking around young children, schoolyards, public transportation, places where people would actually be subjected not just to the smell, but to the smoke of marijuana, where people have concerns. And so I am trying to balance a system which, you know, currently there's, you know, it's illegal to smoke marijuana. I'm trying to balance that with the rationale that I do not believe that marijuana prosecutions are keeping us safer, but also trying to understand that in New York City, to make public policy one borough at a time is a disaster.
That's right.
That we need to help lead, and that's why I spoke out about and revealed that I actually had been starting the process of declining to prosecute smoking cases. And I think, so that's where we're at. We're in Brooklyn, we're not relying on someone's criminal history to make that decision. I am mindful, however, that, you know, a young mother who's coming out of her building should not have to be subjected to smoke as she's taking her kids to preschool or kids in a park.
So did that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Get over here. Come on. We're closing in on our last 10 minutes here.
How are you?
Hey.
My name is Gia Marone. I am from Brooklyn. And first of all, thank you to everyone here. I was really happy that someone finally said education, because I was sitting back here like a bobblehead. Like, yes, I am in the industry. I don't call it marijuana. I do call it cannabis. And so there really is a point to my question. So one, I do agree that education needs to be taught from elementary on up. Why? Because cannabis is medicine.
That's right.
All right? And so what I consistently hear is the consumption of smoking, which I actually agree. I personally don't like smoking, and I'm a former cigarette smoker as well as a former cannabis smoker. I do not consume in the form of smoking, but in terms of oils, in terms of topicals. So the decriminalization of marijuana, because I have to say that in this case, is necessary because there are patients that have lupus, that have sickle cell, that have high blood pressure, that have eczema, untold illnesses that unfortunately many of us have not been educated about. As Cassandra pointed out, which she knows I'm a huge fan of hers, we've not been taught, and we have been lied to. And that's why oftentimes, as this brother pointed out, there's a pill for everything. Meanwhile, there are plant-based medicines that could help us. Now, in terms of addiction, as I consistently hear over and over, people have sugar addiction, have caffeine addiction.
That's right.
So it's a matter of education, and there really is a question at the end of this, in a matter of education and teaching us the proper uses, just like everything else that comes with directions.
That's right.
The proper usage. And so my question is in terms of law enforcement, because now we're decriminalizing. I do hope that within your program, and I do know Eric as well, we both rep Brooklyn, in your program, that we are educating law enforcement, right? Because there not only needs to be education from the elementary age, which, by the way, there are colleges that are now creating programs around cannabis. I am in this industry. I am seeing colleges launching majors in this. For Black and brown people to not be in this, please, people, wake up. We are 1% in this industry that is billions. I understand the hesitancy, and I do have to wrap it up. I'm
yes,
so sorry.
Please,
but
come on.
please include education to law enforcement.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Thank you. So to that end, speaking of education, we've got some great partners who are here tonight who are tabling outside, who have information. There's also in the studio across the way, the folks from Vocal NY have set up a simulated safe injection site. So you can go and actually check that out and see what the experience would be like. I know we're going to try to get as many questions as we can as we're closing in on our last 6 minutes. But Tom, I just wanted to go to you. This is a sea change. All right, Chino, one sec. We've seen a sea change now in the way that we are relating to cannabis and other drugs. And just from you seeing the arc here in the city, I wonder if you have any sort of prescriptive way forward with the way that you as a journalist frame things that can help to shift the conversation around the way that we language ourselves into solutions for drugs.
Well, a couple of things. I mean, one is we are at this remarkable moment. I mean,
I thought I was fantasizing, but I did see a front page of the Daily News in the last week that called for the legalization of marijuana. Right. And I can tell you, having worked at the Daily News in the 80s and the 90s, that that's a dramatic change from the paper I worked for at the time. So we're about to make, I mean, the DA said he thinks that we're going to get this legalized through the state legislature. I would not be so certain of that, because we have something called the state Senate, which is still controlled by Republicans, and which I think is probably going to look at this with a lot of questions and probably do their best to be able to push it off. But in my business, in journalism, I think I've seen the shift from writing about drug users as perpetrators, as people who we needed to be fearful of, as people who were someone other, you know, like I mentioned this word, junkies, you know, which was shooting galleries, you know, like whenever there would be a bad death, a really gruesome one, we would pick up the cops' words for drug-related. And anytime you sort of coupled the word drug-related with a death, it was kind of like saying, well, it doesn't really matter. You know, like these are, you know, this is something that doesn't have to do with you. I think that we've changed that conversation a little bit. Certainly the Marshall Project, we're trying to be part of that. I'm seeing it in other publications. I mentioned that great story by the New York Times recently that pointed out the huge lie that we'd been told in terms of the police response to marijuana arrests coming from community complaints, when really it was driven by the police department's own sense of where they wanted to be able to crack down. So, you know, in terms of the way forward, we just need to be able to continue to look askance at some of the lies we've been told over the years. You know, we started out with a picture of Richard Nixon. I think I'm probably the only person up here who was probably around to be able to vote against Richard Nixon. And I remember it as a proud moment, because he was involved in not one quagmire, the drug war, but also two quagmires, which was the war in Vietnam.
That's right.
And he coupled something in our neighborhoods that was destructive. He coupled drugs with violence. We haven't talked much about that tonight, but the drive towards addiction drove violence in our communities. There's no question about that. And the question is, like, if we can decouple those two things, we'll have taken a dramatic step forward.
Chino, you're going to have the last word.
Oh, no, not the last word.
The last word.
Actually, it was a simple question. It was for Eric. Can I get an invite to the Justice for 20 table? Because I feel like I should be sitting there. I don't know.
Well, so the answer to that is absolutely. We want as many people to partake. And I think as we're wrapping up here, one of the things that we can be proud about in Brooklyn is that we are taking the first steps to change how we not only handle marijuana, but how we are dealing with people who drug use issues and drug misuse. To think that the DA's office is actively sending cases outside of the courtroom, right? Saying that the DA's role is not to supervise the drug cases, but in fact sending them back to the community.
Okay, we are literally 5 seconds out, so I appreciate you being here. Thank you guys for being here. Most of all, thank you for your questions and the passion that we feel in the room. We really appreciate it. The conversation is going to continue. The hashtag #BeHeard. To check out any of those videos that we saw, please find us online. We thank you all for being here tonight, and we'll see you next time. Thank you, bro.
From New York, this is Democracy Now! Today, a special on two men who won't be home for Christmas, Julian Assange and Edward Snowden.
The most important thing about the stories of 2013 that I think people overlooked was it was not a story about surveillance. It was a story about democracy. The surveillance system, the global mass surveillance system, was the product of a failure in governance, where we, the public, had sort of lost our seat at the table.
As WikiLeaks stands under threat, so does the freedom of expression and the health of all our societies.
In a special broadcast, an hour with NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden, who's in political exile in Moscow, along with journalists Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges. We'll talk about mass surveillance, government secrecy, internet freedom, and U.S. attempts to extradite and prosecute WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who's in prison in London.
What they're really angry about is that he represents still a weapon that prevents them from doing what is most important to them, which is the ability to run the world, including societies that are ostensibly democratic, without anyone knowing what they're doing.
All that and more coming up. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Today, a special on two people who will not be home for the holidays, Edward Snowden and Julian Assange. In this special broadcast, we spend the hour with NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden, along with two Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists, Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges. I recently moderated a discussion with them at the virtual War on Terror Film Festival after a screening of Citizen4, the Oscar-winning documentary about Edward Snowden by Laura Poitras. The documentary chronicles how Snowden met with Laura Poitras and Glenn Greenwald in a hotel room in Hong Kong in June 2013 to share a trove of secret documents about how the United States had built a massive surveillance apparatus to spy on Americans and people across the globe. It was the biggest leak ever to come out of the NSA. After sharing the documents, Edward Snowden was charged in the United States for violating the Espionage Act and other laws. As he attempted to flee from Hong Kong to Latin America, Snowden was stranded in Russia at the airport after the U.S. revoked his passport. He was granted political asylum and has lived in Moscow ever since. I began by asking Edward Snowden to talk about why he chose to blow the whistle on the NSA.
I grew up in the shadow of government. Both my parents worked for the government, and I expected that I would as well. September 11th happened when I was 18 years old, and it was one of those things that really changes the politics, not only of the people, but of the place. And at the time, I didn't really question that. It just seemed like, you know, we had this new problem, everybody on TV saying we could deal with it. And when everybody else was protesting the Iraq War, I was volunteering to join it. And that's because I believed the things that the government was saying. Not all of them, of course, but I believed that the government was mostly honest, because it seemed to me unreasonable that the government would be willing to risk sort of our long-term faith in the institution of government for short-term political advantage. As I said, I was a very young man. I ended up going to work for the CIA, undercover overseas out of the diplomatic platforms. Then I moved into contracting, which is really, you're still working for the government in government offices, taking the directives from government managers, working on government equipment. But the badge that you wear that identifies you changes from blue to green, the color of money, because most people go into contracting, still working for the government in these classified spaces, because you make basically twice as much for the same work. And then I worked in Japan for the NSA, before eventually bouncing back and forth until I ended up in Hawaii in a little place called the Office of Information Sharing. It was only here and I was the sole employee of the Office of Information Sharing. They didn't realize how good I would be at that job, and neither did I, that I could see the whole picture, which was at the same time that I was beginning to identify with the government was beginning to identify less with its citizens and the public of the world more generally. What had happened was, as we grew up with this idea of the private citizen, because we have no power or influence relative to the great institutions of the day, and the public official, right, where we know everything about them and what they're doing, who they're meeting with, and what their policies are and what their interests are. We scrutinize them because they order our lives. Their directives determine what happens tomorrow. Well, that was being inverted. And because of the new war on terror, all of the old ideals could be tossed away and replaced with a new system. And that was the system of mass surveillance that we were not publicly told about. The government knew it was likely unconstitutional and certainly illegal. But they continued with it anyway because they argued to themselves, at least, it was necessary. It was not necessary, and it would take some time to establish that with facts, and that's the story that we've got in the years since. But in brief, realizing this through the documentation of the architecture of the system, how it came to be, who was involved in building it and authorizing it and constructing it, which fell to people like me who did not realize at each step of our careers what it was we were actually building, because the need to know principle collapsed your universe to your work. You didn't realize what the office next door to you was doing. You weren't supposed to, for those of us who did know. And it was only by breaking down those barriers, the fact that I moved from CIA to NSA, that I moved from actual officer of government to contractor working for private companies, extending the work of government, and then finally working in this office where I could see sort of everything, not just at my agency, but many other agencies, that I saw the large picture. And that was fundamentally that the government had lied not only to me, but to all of us. And this, to me, seemed like something publicly, broadly, we had to know. Because if government is, in a democracy, intended to be mandated by the consent of the governed, but we don't know what it is that they're doing, then that's not consent, or it's not informed consent. If consent is not informed, it's not meaningful. And so I started writing to journalists. That brought me eventually to Glenn. And that's where the story goes from there.
Can you talk about that reaching out to Laura Poitras and Glenn? And yes, I want you to tell the story again because there are many who haven't seen the film, and it is that act that then will introduce Glenn. When you decided to leave everything that you knew so well, where you felt so safe, to enter a world where, as you said, you had no idea where you would end up.
Well, when you first enter on duty at the CIA, they take you in a dark room. It's a very solemn ceremony. You raise your hand and say, I state your name, whatever. Do solemnly swear to support and defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. They talk about the oath of secrecy. There is no oath of secrecy. There is a standard form 312 classified non-disclosure agreement the government you sign, which is what they're actually referring to, but it's not an oath. It's a civil agreement. Now, on the other hand, you do take this oath of service, as they describe it. And this, for me, is what animated me forward. What happens when you have conflicting obligations? On the one hand, you're supposed to keep the secrets of government because this is all classified information that we're discussing. The fact that the government is breaking the law is itself a secret. But when the government's law breaking is a violation of the Constitution that you entered into duty to uphold, what then do you do? I talked to my colleagues, I talked to my bosses. They wanted nothing to do with this. Many of them agreed that it was wrong, but they said, it's not my job to fix it. It's not your job either. And they knew what would happen as a result. Everybody knew, the government was going to be extremely unhappy, and everybody who has done this in the past has ended up charged in prison as a result of this. But for me, I felt that I had an obligation to do this. And so I gathered information that I believed was evidence of unlawful or unconstitutional activities. And I could have published it myself. I could have just put it up on the internet, could have established a website. Possibly could have made it so it would not likely tracked back to me. However, I thought if I just declared myself the president of secrets and that I made some mistake, right, there wasn't much process involved there. The problem that got us into this situation was that the government itself was acting as a kind of unitary power. The Office of the Executive, the President of the United States, was saying that, look, we decide what we will and won't do. The courts have no role in this. The legislature has no real role in this. Oversight hasn't been functional for years, which I'm sure the other panelists will describe. But I didn't want to replicate that. So I felt I could check my own worst impulses and suspicions by partnering with journalists, right, who could then take my bias out of the equation, look at what the document said, actually go to the government for clarification where things weren't here, and to challenge government to do their own investigation, to go to companies for comment and everything like that, and find the best possible version of the truth, right? What is the most accurate representation of this? And of that superset of their investigation, what is the subset of that that's in the public interest to know? And working in absolute secrecy, again, with Laura Poitras, Glenn Greenwald, eventually Bart Nagelman and Ewan McCaskill. I shared this archive of information with them on a few conditions that they publish, for example, only what they believe is in the public interest to know, not merely what I thought was useful to know. And that's what brought us to this hotel room in Hong Kong, where I could explain what these documents actually meant for the first time, because as Glenn can sort of testify to, these were very dense technical documents, and they're the sort of thing that journalists in the public world had never seen before because they were so highly classified.
So that does bring us to Glenn Greenwald. Glenn, talk about your first contacts with Ed Snowden, when you decided to make that trip to Hong Kong, the risks that you were taking at the time you worked for The Guardian, taking on all the institutions that you knew could certainly take you down.
I recall, in the weeks leading up to our ultimate meeting, Ed was kind of fixated on the idea that we all fly to Hong Kong to meet with him. And, we still didn't know who he was. We didn't know in which agency he worked. And the fact that he wanted us to go to Hong Kong made everything much more confusing, because why would somebody with high-level access to top secret documents of the U.S. security state, usually you would expect to find a person like that, in the kind of underworld of Arlington, Virginia, not, Hong Kong. And I remember telling Ed, look, I trust you. I feel like what you're saying intuitively is genuine. But before I get on a plane and fly all the way, literally across the world to the other side of the world, show me something that demonstrates that you're authentic, that you actually have material that makes all of this worthwhile. And he said, I'm going to give you the tiniest tip of the iceberg. And we spent, I don't know, a good, 2 weeks setting up just an encryption system to let him do that. He sent me, I think, 20 documents. And even though those documents were, as he said, just the tiniest tip of the iceberg, they were shocking. Just the mere fact alone that top secret documents had leaked for the first time ever from the NSA, the most secretive agency within the world's most powerful government, was already momentous enough, independent of their content. But among the documents were parts of what we were able to report as the PRISM program, the cooperation on the part of what at the time were the 9 tech giants of Silicon Valley with the NSA, widespread data sharing, giving over wholesale information about their users to the NSA with no judicial checks, no legal framework, no democratic accountability. So suffice to say, Ed sufficiently excited me and lured me. I think that night I called my editor at The Guardian and demanded a fly to New York the next day, which I did. I met with her, Janine Gibson, showed her what I had, and everyone immediately knew that this was going to be one of the most important stories in the history of modern journalism, just based on those tiny number of documents, let alone the full archive. And that next day, so it was very fast, Laura and I boarded a plane from JFK direct to Hong Kong. And, you know, I talked about before how I'd spent the 16 hours so engrossed with the documents that by that point we had not necessarily the best operational security ever, reading top secret NSA documents, you know, on a public passenger jet while in the, you know, flying across the world. But I knew this was by this point the kind of first opening ever into this sprawling, undemocratic security state, and I couldn't help myself. I needed to see what was in there. And then we landed in Hong Kong 16 hours later, and then the very next morning, through a plan Ed had devised that involved lots of kind of spycraft, which was really important. We didn't know at the time what U.S. government authorities knew about Ed and what he was doing and what we were doing, what Chinese authorities might have known, what local Hong Kong intelligence officials might have known. So all of that stealth was so important. But it was a huge blur. You know, we were 12 hours in a different time zone, had hurdled ourselves within a very short amount of time over to Hong Kong to meet someone we knew nothing about. You know, and I'll never forget the moment that Ed walked in. And I think both Laura and I, we've talked about this before, we're shocked by many things, including his young age. You know, I thought the whole time I was talking to somebody who was likely 60 or 65 years old. And, you know, I think part because of the sophistication of Ed's insights, but also, you know, the thing that struck me so much and that to this day, you know, is a critical part of my worldview of how I look at things was, unlike most sources who understandably, when they're turning over top secret documents to journalists and doing something the government regards as a crime and therefore want to conceal their identity, from the start, you know, Ed's posture was, I don't want to hide. I want to identify who I am. I want to explain to the public why I'm doing what I've done and why I think it was so important. And so, you know, my belief was that he was probably 65 or 70. It's, I think, you know, a lot easier to say I'm willing to risk life in prison if life in prison means 10 or 15 or 20 years of life expectancy rather than, you know, 60 or 70. So we were shocked by that. And we went up to Ed's hotel room and Laura being Laura, you know, immediately turned on the camera, and me being me immediately began interrogating Ed. I think we had like maybe 10 seconds of niceties before, you know, I forced him into this very intense interrogation. We were sitting maybe a few feet apart from one another in this small hotel room. And by the end of the day, I was convinced that Ed was authentic, that the documents he had given us were genuine, and that this was a story that the public had an immediate right to know, should have known years ago. And the courage and the kind of principled conviction that drove Ed to do what he did, I think immediately infected both myself and Laura. Ewan McCaskill, the Guardian journalist, joined us the next day, and he, you know, I think was contaminated by that as well. And I think that eventually that made the Guardian very passionate and willing. And that act, as we all know, created these reverberations that really to this day last, that the government is always trying to spy on what it is that we're doing. They particularly target marginalized and vulnerable groups. At the time, the hot, you know, number one on their list was obviously Muslim communities around the world, including in the United States. And that journalism and whistleblowing is one of the few, if not the only means we have to find out what they're doing and to guard against their abuses.
Journalist Glenn Greenwald, he won the Pulitzer Prize for his reporting on Edward Snowden's leaked NSA documents. When we come back, we'll continue our discussion with Glenn and Ed Snowden and be joined by another Pulitzer Prize winner, the journalist Chris Hedges. We'll talk about surveillance, internet freedom, Julian Assange, and more.
To the neck bone, neck bone connected to the arm bone connected to the hand bone connected to the internet, connected to the Google, connected to the government. Headphone connected to the headphones.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our discussion with NSA whistleblower Edward Snowden and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges, I asked Ed Snowden to talk about what he felt was most significant about the documents he leaked in 2013, exposing the NSA's massive surveillance apparatus.
The most important thing about the stories of 2013 that I think people overlooked was it was not a story about surveillance. It was a story about democracy. The surveillance system, the global mass surveillance system, was the product of a failure in governance, where we, the public, had sort of lost our seat at the table of democratic governance. Because secrecy, the state secrets regime, and the classification of animals had grown to such a size that it was allowed to push public oversight further and further to the fringes, the decision-making apparatus, until it was basically no longer present at all. What that meant was, for the first time in history, there was the technical capability and the political reality that it was possible to construct a system that had not existed before. Now, what did that system do? In history, traditionally, government surveillance has occurred in a targeted manner. Whether it is the police going, we suspect this person of a crime, going to a judge, showing their basis for it, establishing probable cause, the judge okays it. Then they put teams of this person. They have people follow them when they leave their house in the morning. They have another team go inside their house and place listening devices, place video surveillance, copy their notepads, take photographs of whatever's going on. Clone their hard disks, whatever. This is a human-enabled capability, and that put necessary constraints on how frequently it could be used. And as the government agents are sort of following this person through their life, sitting down in the cafe behind them, trying to see who they meet with, writing down license plates and all of these things, and they don't hear every word that the person says generally, but they get the idea. They see who they met. They see how long they were there with that person. They see where that person went afterwards because they sent someone to follow them. These activity records were now available for the first time in a form called metadata. Things that are analogous to what a private detective would get from following you around in your daily life and taking pictures and writing down notes, were now being produced by the smartphones in our pockets, by the laptops on our desk or on the couch next to us. But it was also coming from your TV. It was also coming from your car, the systems inside of that. It was coming from automated license plate readers. All of these things for the first time were producing information that now the government went, what if we didn't have to go to a judge in every individual case and say we thought this person was up to no good? What if, under the aegis of the threat of terrorism, we could say we want to collect all information that could potentially, theoretically, be relevant to a terrorism investigation before we need it? And we'll simply say, we're not going to look at this information if you're not suspected, but we will still gather it about you as though you were committing. This is what changed, and this is what continues to. what has actually happened that expands this to an even greater state of alarm is that now this is a business. Now corporations are getting this, and they're competing against each other to see who can provide similar product and even more attractive product, not just to governments, who they do sell this information to as a service, but also to advertisers and anyone else who's willing to pay. That's what's changed.
Which brings us to the Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist, Chris Hedges. Chris, you've spent decades exposing how governments wield lethal power from Central America to the Middle East to the Balkans. Ed Snowden said that behind his disclosures was the balance of state power versus people's power to meaningfully oppose that power. Can you talk about the significance of what Ed just said in terms of exposing the wars that the U.S. has engaged in to this day?
I would focus narrowly on everything that Ed exposed for the press. So when I began reporting the war in El Salvador in '83, when we got secret or classified information, they were documents. We didn't transfer anything electronically. And this was the traditional way. But in order to get those documents, you had contacts with people who were willing to pass them to you. And so what happened, and this was under the Obama administration, the aggressive use of the Espionage Act against anyone who would reach out, Kiriakou, Drake were mentioned, and others, a shutdown traditional investigative journalism, which I did periodically as a foreign correspondent and then did after 9/11 when I was based in Paris covering al-Qaeda in Europe and the Middle East. And so friends of mine, I left the paper in 2005, but friends of mine who were still doing investigative reporting at the paper said, in terms of getting any information on the inner workings of power, of government, it has become impossible. And I won't quote her, but a former colleague of mine at the paper, an investigative journalist, said, even when she speaks to someone at the DOJ or anyone else, they're nervous about even reciting official policy over the phone, something that sounds like a press release, because they don't want to get tagged for speaking to a journalist. In fact, they're already tagged. And so I think it's important to understand that what Ed did and what Glenn did is the only way left. Jeremy Hammond was another figure when I sued Obama over Section 1021 of the National Defense Authorization Act, which overturned the 1878 Posse Comitatus Act, which prohibited the military from being used as a domestic police force. We used the emails. I think there were some 3 million emails Hammond had hacked into with Stratfor, a private security firm like the one Ed worked for, and the Homeland Security, where the chat was trying to tie domestic opposition groups to foreign terrorist groups. So, I mean, they were asking, was anything posted on this particular site, this jihadist site, so they can use terrorism laws against them. And so the last readout as a journalist comes from figures like Ed. But of course, the cost is catastrophic. In his case, if he was not in Moscow and they had grabbed him, he would be facing the kind of charges that Julian Assange is facing, who didn't leak, by the way, didn't hack in anything. He just published the material. So I think for me, what's been so distressing about the modern kind of period is that that wholesale surveillance, that ability to follow anyone, has really shut down our traditional access to people with a conscience inside systems of power, which is the only way that we can do any real reporting on the national security state. And it's left, and you see what they've done to Ed, what they've done to Glenn. I mean, after he published that, he wasn't sure whether he should come back to the United States. So that for me, and then in speaking about the crimes of empire, I mean, that gets into another issue, which is the collapse of foreign correspondence, because as revenues have fallen to the floor, all the foreign bureaus are gone. There's no reporting. People will pull a clip from, disseminated out of Syria or something that somebody has sent out, but that's not reporting. So there's a giant black hole about what's happening, which was, of course, again, what made the Iraqi and Afghan war logs so important. And then I will just, in defense of people there, most of whom are now freelance, covering a war is very expensive. I mean, if you want to be safe. So I was driving in Bosnia a $100,000 armored car, sat phones, all this kind of stuff. But it is dangerous. It is, I think the danger level has exponentially increased, not so much from Sarajevo, where the Serbs were intentionally trying to shoot journalists, indeed shot 45 foreign correspondents. But you can't go into the caliphate. I mean, you can't go into Syria with many of these groups because you'll get kidnapped. But that has created, for me, as somebody who was overseas, just terrifying. It's drawn a veil on what the empire is doing. And to quote Thucydides, the tyranny that Athens imposed on others when he's attacking the death of Athenian democracy and the rise of the Athenian empire, it imposes on itself. So I guess my last point would be that many of the techniques of surveillance and control that Ed exposed were often first tested. I mean, Gaza is a laboratory for the Israeli military and intelligence service, and they will talk about it as being tested against the Palestinians. So we often see on the outer reaches of empire the techniques that gravitate back to the United States, as of course they have.
First off, you're absolutely right about the laboratory aspect. I've said before, all of this stuff moves from war front to home front. And we see the same kind of techniques that were present in the archival material that I provided as a journalist in 2013, being used to, map the movements of cell phones in Afghanistan, being applied by the FBI against Black Lives Matter protesters just within the span of 10 years. I mean, this stuff moves incredibly quickly from something that seems exceptional capability that can only be used in far away against, the other. It moves right here home to your neighbors or you. But you spoke about this dynamic that it's something I perseverate on. I think about this a lot, which is it's become more difficult to access officials. I don't want to tell you anything, much less the truth about anything. The relationship between sources and the journalists that they work with in context of power, I think all over the place it's become a threat. But those doors have really been closed. And this has, I think, enormously increased the necessity, so the power of document releases. Things like Chelsea Manning provided, things like I provided, Ellsberg provided in the 70s. But also we see in the case of this Facebook person, Frances Hogan, it feels as though we're in, which talks about this post-truth dynamic, where the actual facts of a case are disputed as frequently as the interpretation of them. People try to demonstrate what the obvious truth is. And it seems like documentation is a way around that. I would just ask, where do you think things are headed from? If we no longer have access to factual information for the government, you have a much greater history of viewing this than a lot of us here do. Amy, you've also seen this your entire life. Democracy Now! Is one of the few outlets that I think reports aggressively on this. Government is perennially deceptive. It's snowing us in regards to what is happening, because they want us to view the facts of our reality through a preferred lens. When they begin shutting the voting public from the facts of our reality, what they actually are, and at the same time any documentary release is quite literally criminalized, what happens next?
What happens next is East Germany, which I covered, except that we're far more efficient than the Stasi. I'll let Glenn, because he's written on this better than I have. I don't think the Facebook whistleblower is a whistleblower. I think she's a tool of the security and surveillance state, and they're using her to justify the kind of censorship they want against people like you and Glenn. That gets into a whole other analysis, but we've undergone what John Ralston Saul calls a corporate coup d'etat. It's over. Anytime you have a tiny cabal that seizes power, in our case, corporate, and all of the institutions, especially the democratic institutions, are deformed to essentially buttress and increase that power and wealth, then, of course, you're leaving the vast majority, the 99%, if we want to use that term, the whole process is about disempowering them. And that surveillance has to become more draconian.
Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Chris Hedges, formerly with the New York Times, will continue with Hedges, Edward Snowden, and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalist Glenn Greenwald when we come back, and we'll talk more about the imprisoned publisher, Julian Assange.
Now I've heard there was a secret chord that David played, and it pleased the Lord. But you don't really care for music, do you? It goes like this: the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. As we continue our discussion with National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden and Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges, I asked Ed Snowden to talk about U.S. attempts to prosecute and extradite WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange, who suffered a mini-stroke in a British prison in late October as he fought to avoid extradition to the United States to face espionage charges. He faces 175 years in prison. A British court has now ruled in favor of the Biden administration's appeal to extradite Assange to face charges in the U.S., in a ruling condemned by journalists around the world as a major blow to press freedom. This is Ed Snowden.
I think what a lot of people miss, and we see this in the public responses to sort of leaking, whistleblowing, whatever you want to call it, this documentary release, is both sides of the aisle, Democrat, Republican, honestly, pick any country, pick their political dynamic, it doesn't matter. Power does not respond well to its bad behavior or misbehavior being exposed. That's very clear, and that's what happened in my case. That's what will happen in every case. There is no force or access to courts or process or protection for someone who makes the government uncomfortable or produces a large enough political threat, an entirely political threat, a nonviolent publication of truthful information. This is all Julian Assange has ever done. All of the charges against him that you see the government talk about, communicating national defense information, espionage, conspiracy. There's even an entirely constructed hacking charge under the Computer Fraud and Abuse Act, which is supposed to show trying to hack military computers or something. But is absolutely ridiculous because, for one, it never actually happened. It's the product of a 20-second conversation between a supposed Chelsea man, supposed Julian Assange, because the chat transcript is pseudonymous. They don't even know it's these people. But then it's describing this alleged Manning trying to access the administrative account for the personal machine the work machine that's being used to copy this material, it's not going to provide additional access. I tell you, I work with these kind of machines. I understand how it was. It was entirely a source protection conversation. It was entirely about how could Manning protect their identity, if indeed this was Manning, from being discovered. Now, the government is presenting as if, Julian Assange hacked the Pentagon. It's absolutely ridiculous. If you look at the constellation of all of this, Julian is one of history's greatest criminals. Murderers get less time than they're threatening Assange with. And what was Assange's crime? Telling the truth about something that the government did not want to be told. And then, Chris mentioned this other Facebook person, and I think a lot of people miss this. It doesn't really matter why a whistleblower or anyone else publishes this material. And it doesn't matter whether it's, Facebook's dirty laundry. It doesn't matter whether it's John Podesta's risotto recipes. It doesn't matter whether it's material regarding the absolute government's internal truth of mass surveillance. The whistleblower is the mechanism. They are the lever. We don't have to like them, but they don't truly matter once they've done this. And this is why it's wonderful, the support that I receive. And I very much hope that Julian will receive more of it. He absolutely hasn't, particularly from the press, which is, I think, one of the great media tragedies of our time. But the response should be a little bit like, thank you very much for your whistleblowing, but now please stop telling us, what we should do about Facebook. You are not specially placed to, answer a public conversation. We'll listen to you, we'll hear you out, sure, but you shouldn't be treated as the speaker of God's honest truth simply because you held it in your hand and provided it to someone else. That's a wonderful thing. It's a public interest gesture, right? But I think a lot of the opposition people have to this is there's an elevation where the whistleblower label is applied to someone, and then everything they say from then is supposed to receive additional weight. Perhaps it could, but their statement shouldn't really be evaluated any differently than another person's.
It's interesting. I was reflecting on what I had said at the beginning, which is that in some ways, these events that we're convened to discuss seem like they were 10 lifetimes ago. And in a lot of ways, anything that happened before Trump does. And in other ways, a lot of it seems like it happened just yesterday. And I think the reason for that is because sometimes there are really important details that we've forgotten. So Chris mentioned and alluded to, for example, the Stasi. And I remember just now, I probably haven't thought about this in several years, even though it's incredibly important and revealing, that when there was a report around the time we were doing the Snowden reporting that the NSA had been spying under President Obama on the personal cell phone of Angela Merkel, she called Obama indignant, enraged by all accounts, and very meaningfully, given that she had grown up in communist East Germany under the actual Stasi, it wasn't an abstraction to her, but a very vivid memory, invoked the Stasi and said, essentially what you're doing is what they did. And that caused German newspapers to go and interview Stasi agents, former agents of the Stasi. And what they said about these Snowden revelations were, we would have loved to have had the capacity that the NSA developed, but it was beyond anything that we could have possibly dreamed of. What they have done is so far beyond anything we were capable of doing or even thought about doing. This is ubiquitous surveillance that they've created. And I thought that was really poignant. And sometimes that the details like that have gotten lost. I think the reason, and on the other hand, though, it seems like yesterday is because so many of the kind of battles that were waged as a result of what Ed did and the fallout are very much with us today. I think that at the time when we started the reporting and the debates that were provoked by them unfolded, the focus was on the infringement of our right to privacy. Obviously, that was an important part of the story. But I always felt like the story was about a lot more than that. One part of it was whether or not we actually have a democracy in anything other than name only if incredibly consequential events are being undertaken in the dark without anybody knowing about what's being done. You know, one of the things that was so striking is when we revealed these programs, it wasn't just the public and the media that had no idea the NSA was doing any of these things. It was members of the Intelligence Committee and members of the National Security Committees in the UK Parliament who wrote op-eds saying we had no idea any of this was happening. And so for me, a big part of what we were doing was waging a battle on behalf of the public's right to know. And so much of the reason that there was so much intense backlash against the story and against Ed, the reason 8 years later he's still in Russia, and then when Donald Trump floated the idea of a pardon on a bipartisan basis, people were so outraged. The reason they're so angry about it wasn't necessarily because of the right to privacy aspect. It was because of their ability to make consequential decisions, the most consequential decisions, without anyone knowing about what they're doing, was imperiled by these revelations. And that's the same reason that Julian Assange is now in prison. Not necessarily because they're specifically angry about what he revealed in 2010 or 2016, or even the Apple Vault revelations. What they're really angry about is that he represents still a weapon that prevents them from doing what is most important to them, which is the ability to run the world, including societies that are ostensibly democratic, without anyone knowing what they're doing. But the other aspect of it, I think, is really important with regard to this whole, you know, Facebook disclosures and the debates that are taking place over how we combat things like misinformation and fake news as a result of Frances Haugen. But even before that, is, you know, I had mentioned that first day that I interrogated Ed, what I wanted to know and needed to know more than anything was, you know, you're 29 years old, you have a loving family, you have a girlfriend with whom you've had a very fulfilling relationship, you have this incredibly bright future ahead of you. Why would you want to risk your entire life, spending the rest of your life in a high security prison for this cause? Like, why is this important enough to you to do? And what finally convinced me about Ed's motives was when he told me about how a free internet was so central to everything that he was able to do in his life growing up, you know, in a lower middle class home without the ability to travel internationally and lots of those privileges that people who come from wealth have, that the internet was his gateway into exploring the world, something with which I had identified so much. And so in a lot of ways, I saw our cause back then, not necessarily this more limited definition of protecting the right of privacy, but protecting a free internet, this invention that is singularly capable of empowering people and emancipating people and enabling us to communicate and organize without centralized corporate and government control. And I see so many of the current controversies about how much censorship there should be online that comes from Facebook and Google, the anger that Facebook and Google aren't censoring enough, which I think is the big takeaway from these disclosures from Frances Haugen, debates about how much the government should be controlling the internet. Very much this a central part of that same battle that was being waged when Ed came forward, that when Julian came forward, which is, can centers of power around the world tolerate any kind of instrument like the internet that enables people to interact freely, to think freely, to develop ideas freely, to organize freely outside of the control of centralized authority?
What is happening to Julian Assange today on WikiLeaks? This case, as Glenn said, I don't think any reasonable person believes it has anything to do with what he did in 2009 with publishing the Iraq and Afghanistan war logs and the Guantanamo Bay files, which received rewards all over the world, high prizes in journalism. Everyone recognizes it today as a public interest story of historic importance. It is the best work
in the
that WikiLeaks has ever done.
The Guardian, the New York Times, every major news outlet around the world participated because of that recognition.
Right, absolutely, and it's like this was a positive event, even though the administration obviously hated it. But we're not in that world now, right? We're 2020, 2021. We are far from it, and now it's dug up, and now it's used against him. And I think everyone recognizes the question is why, or should recognize the question is why. This is a case of political character that asserts a political crime. Political crimes never qualify for extradition. And that is, what is a political crime? Political crime is any crime in which the victim is the state itself. Assassination is not a political crime because the head of state is still a person, right? You shoot the president, the archduke, whatever. You still qualify for extradition because you've harmed an individual. The state as an apparatus, when you are publishing its misdeeds, and that is itself held up to be criminal, there is no more political crime, which makes Julian Assange a political criminal or a political prisoner. They certainly make him a political criminal. If Assange is a criminal, we all are criminals because we all want to know the truth. We all deserve to know the truth, and we must know the truth, at least the outlines of it, in order to exercise our roles as citizens in a free society. Glenn said again, he believed, 2013, the motivating force for his participation is the free internet. Go further and say it's the free society.
About the press, they hate, I'm talking about an institution like the Times, they hate Julian. And they hated him when he was giving them that information. And the reason they hate him is because he shamed them into doing their job. I don't know if I told you, Amy, but every time I sat with Bill Keller, who couldn't stand me, of course, and wanted me out of the New York Times, he would bring you up. He goes, well, I guess you could work for Democracy Now! I mean, but he had this thing about you. Well, because
high praise.
You shamed him. That's what the alternative press does. It shames them. But there's a real hatred because they want to present themselves as the journalistic and kind of moral center. And so that's why the press, after these revelations, turned with a vengeance.
I think that the Julian case is so important, not only because he is still in Belmarsh, but because it does provide this prism into all of these issues. It was ironically Bill Keller who was the first person to smear Julian's personality by writing a column after where he said, I've worked with Julian, he smells, his socks are so dirty, they don't even come up to his ankles. This, media, the role of the media in all of these things that we're talking about, the corporate media, I think is so crucial because obviously if the media were out there like they were doing under Trump, saying that Joe Biden is imperiling press freedoms and raising their voice, it would be a lot more difficult to do what they're doing to Julian, but they're not. And I think it gets back to what Chris said. Julian was doing the kind of whistleblowing and reporting like Ed was doing that the government doesn't want. And what they do, what they think is reporting is when the CIA comes to you or the FBI comes to you and says, here's the information we want to be published. And then they go and publish it. And I think they are a huge impediment to so many of the goals that we've been talking about trying to reach, but also a crucial instrument that's being used by these centers of authority to maintain these repressive structures in place.
In the little time we have left, Ed, Julian Assange is in the Belmarsh prison, faces 170 years in prison in the United States. Yahoo News revealed that the CIA was plotting to kidnap or assassinate him. If we could end by you coming specifically on that, and also then in your own case, what is your hope of returning home? What communications are you having with the Biden administration? Is there any hope?
I definitely haven't communicated with the Biden administration. I didn't communicate with the Trump administration. We're not really calling each other every day. That's quite a ways back. In my case, I'm just going to set it aside because it's, there's no movement on it. It doesn't really matter. History will be the judge. If they want to force me into exile, fine. I'm not going to be miserable. I will make as positive an impact of the world as I can from the situation that I can. About the case with Julian and the assassination plans against him, the rendition plans against him, it's really an extraordinary story. You are listening, you haven't read this, you absolutely should. The CIA was planning out with the White House and their partners in London having gunfights in the streets of London. If, they had to shoot out the tires of a plane, who was going to do that? Which service was going to do it? Just absolutely, it's crazy. It's hard to believe, or it should be hard to believe. But unfortunately, in the direction that our society is progressing in the post 9/11 period is becoming more familiar. And I think that's uniquely threatening. It's funny. When I came forward in 2013 in Citizen, I think there's a comment in the film, like, the embassy's right up the street. They could rendition me, or the triads, or whatever, just try to off me. Whether they do it to hands-on or whether they say, oops, it was an accident, he fell. To me, those things were possible. And at the time, even journalists who were working with me, Barton Gelman, Washington Post at the time, they said he thought that was, a little bit ridiculous. But years later, as he began to see he himself was subjected to surveillance, he saw that the U.S. intelligence services had been keeping tabs on his reporting before he was ever involved with me. And of course, now we see things like Julian. Force is not a barrier to the state when it comes to securing their objectives. And I believe anything they could have done to stop this story, they would have done if they believed it did it. If that meant taking action against me, if that meant taking action against a journalist, I believe they would have done it. In the case of Julian Assange, that thinking has been vindicated. Julian Assange is not a whistleblower. That's not a judgment on him. That's the fact that he's not the source. He's the publisher. That means he should be less at risk than the whistleblowers. And yet somehow he has ended up more at risk. And the question is, how is that possible? Has Assange changed? And we look at what the charges against him are. Not really, talking about things that happened in the distant past. What has changed is the nature of the state and its relationship to the press. And if we let that be established, with them murdering Assange, not with a gunshot in the streets of London, not with a drone, but with concrete in Belmarsh or Florence or whatever prison they put him in, that is not better. Whether you kill someone fast or you kill someone slow, if you are killing them because you don't like what they say, that is, I think, a final judgment on the state rather than on the victim of the state.
That's National Security Agency whistleblower Edward Snowden, along with Pulitzer Prize-winning journalists Glenn Greenwald and Chris Hedges. I spoke to them as part of our discussion at the virtual War on Terror Film Festival. We'll link to our entire discussion at democracynow.org. And that does it for today's show. Democracy Now! Is produced with Renee Feltz, Mike Burke, Dina Guzder, Messiah Rhodes, Nermeen Sheikh, Maria Terracena, Tammy Warrenoff, Tarina Nadura, Sam Alcoff, Tamaru Astudio, John Hamilton, Robbie Karen, Hani Massoud, and Mary Conlon. Our general manager is Julie Crosby. Special thanks to Becca Staley, Paul Powell, Mike DiFilippo, Miguel Noguera, Hugh Grand, Dennis Moynihan, David Prude, and Dennis McCormick. I'm Amy Goodman. Remember, wearing a mask is an act of love.
is love, moving forward, fighting for what we believe in. And I cannot sit here as depressed and sad and mentally depleted because of my personal circumstances, because my mother's health, because I live in the Bronx, because I'm suppressed, because of COVID-19, because of these protests. I cannot sit here, not my wisdom, not my love, not my passion, to sit and be in a dark place. Been there, done that. Pride is us. Live it, learn it, and pay it forward. Love and light.
It's the 50th anniversary of Stonewall, such an important anniversary for the LGBTQ community.
And this probably will not surprise you, but I'm now reporting today that we will cancel city permits for June events as well.
Due to COVID-19, we had to shut our services. It has been absolutely difficult to keep our clients engaged and connected. We're reaching out to our clients, and I'll speak about some of the stuff. We're providing HIV home test kits, but now we are sending them out to people. And for the trans community, likewise. Even though it's a male empowerment program, we accept all. But we're real close and connected with the trans community and the coalition and leaders in the community that can support our trans community.
When this is over, as larger community are going to be having to grapple with this sort of after effect of corona or social isolation of our mental health, Ballroom's already been doing the work, and in some ways is a model for the world over to see. About 3 years ago, we began to take young ballroom people, particularly through the HEAT program, through 3MV on a away retreat for 3 days. But my desire was to shift it from an HIV prevention, behavioral change intervention to a community organizing, leadership development, self-efficacy development intervention. Because I think that is where the power is, right? So across every geographical region, particularly in the US, there's a coalition of leaders. And that translated to social media. So if you go on Facebook, every ballroom coalition, so there's a West Coast ballroom coalition, there's an Atlanta ballroom coalition, but every house, for the most part, has its own Facebook forum. So when this happened, ballroom immediately just does what ballroom does. I think marginalized communities, when they're at the brink of annihilation or extinction or crisis, they're very creative in our survival. And so we went just virtual. And we wind up having these virtual balls.
The future is unrestricted.
Precious. Dynamic. Latinx.
The future holds that we continue to be wise, but not forget where we came from and what we have fought for and what our ancestors have fought for. So I see a thriving, hopeful future with lots of abundant and joy and happiness and pride.
Pride in and of itself is born and birthed through the backs, from the backs of Black and brown trans women specifically, right? And mostly. We must remember that in this moment. So we can remember, number one. Number two is our ability to adapt and respond to crisis is beyond, right? It's in our DNA. It's absolutely in our DNA. And so it's why Baldwin responded almost immediately. Not the notion that, oh my God, after this, we're gonna have to deal with communities' mental health. No. We do this all day, every day. If I can get on a live with another Baldwin person and read each other, I can get on live and take care of each other.
Everybody bring it, let's have a fun at a ball.
You matter. Black lives matter. Trans lives matter. LGBTQ, Latinos matter. We matter. We're not gonna settle, and we're not gonna fall behind. We won't let those fall behind. Not on my time.
My name is Leanne Stewart. I use they, them, she, her pronouns, and I'm the founder of the Oprah Project. Today, I call upon each and every one of you to make a commitment. Today, I urge you to commit that today is the very last day that transphobia will claim the lives, loves, and joys of Black trans people.
My name is Johnny Guadalupe. I'm the program coordinator for community access under the Access to Care Department. Working at Housing Works for the past 10 years, I've learned to just build from the bottom up, just like a grassroots organization that we are. Housing Works started over 20 years ago, and it started from ACT UP, and so when ACT UP came up with treatment, right, they fought, these are the gay activists in the 80s that fought for the treatment for people living with HIV and AIDS. Different committees started, and the Housing Committee, they started Housing Works. We have a space, so we decided to, just start opening up the space for not just young gay men, anyone in particular that's young, that's in need, but we've seen a high attendance rate with young gay men, especially young folks from the Kiki scene as well.
So after hours, Monday through Thursday, they have different Kiki houses come and use the space for practice to prepare for any balls that are coming up in the Kiki scene. Kiki scene has been around for, I think, about 10 years. Kiki came from the word shade, or reading, if you want to remember.
Shade comes from reading. Reading came first. You get in a smart crack and everyone laughs and kikis because you found a flaw and exaggerated it, then you've got a good read going.
Kiki to have fun. That's basically what we like to, this is what Kiki stands for, to have fun. There's several houses that you can go to and perfect your craft. I say your craft as what do you want to do in the ballroom scene. You can do from fashion to runway to be real, or you can Vogue. You know, it's still the same thing that goes on in the main ballroom scene, that they just bring it to prepare you for the main ballroom scene. That's what the Kiki scene is for. Different agencies throughout the 5 boroughs come together and they form a coalition. And these coalitions are to help these houses to have space for them to practice. It's amazing. These teens come out and they have fun and they compete, you know, with each other. But the best thing about it, at the end of the day, when they're finished, they go home as friends.
It's an interesting subpopulation that not many people think of as a positive. They always think of, you know, just a negative, like, you know, just young people trying to start trouble, just young people that don't have an education. Yeah, and it's like, you know, really creative people that some do have some guidance and some are coming from nowhere, just run away or thrown out their house or going through, you know, the city or state system.
A lot of them are talking about getting housing. Some of the youth are having issues at home. What I went through, just like the other people, like Paris is Burning, you can see from that movie, there's the same things are still happening, is repeating itself. Family not accepting family, and we build families within our houses. And that's what you need in this scene. It's building communities amongst each other, and that's the best thing about it. My feeling is just having fun. I don't care if I win. I don't care if I lose. At the end of the day, that I got on that floor and showed you what I got. I was given a little taste of Vogue because I do Vogue. I am legendary for my Vogue, okay? Being in the Kiki scene, it does get us, especially myself, complete confidence in myself to better myself in life. It's to prepare us for a better future, especially if we would like to be in the main ballroom scene.
Shake these motherfuckers out of this money to throw this free ball in this big venue and give out prizes and trophies and awards. Ooh, ooh. Clap. This is the maker of Black Pride, the creator of the Heritage Ball.
I do it all. I do it all.
Bizarre.
My name is Lee Soldier Simmons. I am a visual artist, dancer, promoter, and the executive director of New York City Black Pride.
Hey everybody, make some noise. Happy Black Pride. Now we're gonna do it one more time. I said Happy Black Pride. Y'all know what it is. You know the Heritage Ball. Tonight is your night to make a moment, to have a moment. Are y'all ready to do that tonight?
Ballroom is a microcosm of society at large. Ballroom now is made up of all different types of people, gay, straight, white, black, every nationality, every age sector of the group.
Y'all know what I'm talking about? You ready for a moment?
You got a girl from County Mountain?
I have got a girl whose pussy is so good. If you threw it up in the air, 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 it would turn into sunshine. I have got a girl. I have got a girl.
Show me what you got.
Hi, my name is Precious Ebony, and tonight we're here in New York City for the biggest ball in New York City. It's called the Heritage Ball. It's a free ball. Everyone's here to have excitement. Everyone's Everyone's here to compete, have fun, acknowledge, give homage, pay respect. Everyone's here for the heart, the love, and the history of ballroom. And we're gonna have fun. There's gonna be drinks. There's gonna be some drama. I hope you guys are here. Stay tuned and be alert because it might happen tonight.
All right. I want to say a few words. Every year, it takes a lot to raise money for Black Pride here in New York. It takes a lot for me to do this so that all of the events are free. You don't go to anybody else's Black Pride that all of the events are free except New York City. Can I have a round of applause for that?
When I came to the ballroom scene, immediately I felt like I was a part of something. Just the warmth of that took me by surprise. I walked into a ball not knowing anybody, and all of a sudden I had an instant family.
Family coming together and using these categories to represent themselves. You have your mother, you have your father, and those are the people that represent you with these houses when you go out and compete for your category. There's several different categories. You have your femme queen, which is your transgender women who go out and vogue. You have your butch queens, which are the feminine boys. And you have your butch queen twisters, which you're still real and you still can vogue. Now they're opening up the category for women, cis women to vogue, which is amazing.
I came to the ballroom scene in 1986, so it was before we really began to have a wider public acknowledgement. Also, surprise, surprise, I'm white. I was not your typical member of the ballroom community, but I came to the balls and I was accepted. I became a member of a house, I became a member of the ballroom community, and as we've seen it continue to grow and embrace all different people all over the world, it's really amazing to see how it's grown.
My name is Labelina Milan from the Royal House of Milan, and I'm at the Heritage Function today to judge. For the voguers, the 5 elements are critical. Your spins, your dips, your hands, catwalk, floor performance, duck walk. I'm looking for all of that. If you're missing an element, you're not going to get my vote. For the fashion categories, absolutely a tailored look. It has to look like it fits you well. I don't need any waves like you're in the Pacific Ocean. I don't need any ruffles. I just like a nice, clean look, and it can't be fraudulent. First and foremost, it's important for the LGBT community because this is a segment of that community that is often criticized, marginalized. We've been segregated, and yet they take our talent, they take our fashion, they take our dance moves, and they take it into mainstream, and they don't credit the people they need to credit. In general, just in the community in general, the talent itself, it's what you see on the stages, it's what you see on the runways of Paris and Milan and New York. It's ballroom. They just won't give the credit to ballroom.
This is our heritage. Who we are is nothing to apologize about. So clap your hands in celebration. Well, the scene started because Crystal LaBeija kicked the motherfucking doors open and said she will not deal with the pageants anymore.
Crystal, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the third runner-up in the 1967 Nationals.
She will not deal with that situation anymore. She will not be judged amongst those girls anymore. And she stormed out.
Crystal, where are you going? This is not the time to show temperament. Get back here and stay with the other finalists. Oh, well, you've got to expect
Here was this woman, Crystal LaBeija, who had been walking balls and also participating in this fledgling pageant drag scenes. So it's all part of the sub-drag culture.
Do you think she deserved it?
There's a famous documentary film that documented this moment in time where Crystal just had enough of the racial divide of how she looked, makeup, and, and losing in this particular competition.
Monique, would you tell her why you didn't come? Because she knew it's Victor Holler. She said, Crystal, darling, don't go. Because you're not going to get it. And that's why all the true beauties didn't come. It's in bad taste and you're showing your color and your I am doing it bad, but I have a right to show my color, darling. I am beautiful, and I know I'm beautiful.
Nervous, move to the side, let me win, I will get my 10s, pump to the side, I get nervous, won't you pull to the side, just move, I get nervous, move to the side, I'll get 10, bitch, let me win, won't you move, to the side. I'll get nervous, I'll get tense. Won't you let me walk, I'll win. Let me walk, I'll get my tens. Move to the side, just let me go. I can't take this, no, so no. Don't you move, move, move.
We often don't connect it, but it's the whole reason why there are Black Prides. It's that, you know, these are trans people of color who started these movements. These are trans people of color who were fed up and decided to fight.
I always knew that I was a woman inside, but growing up in my family, I had to put that on hold because I had to be somebody else for everybody else. As I got older and got wiser and realized that, you know, I can be comfortable in my own skin and live my truth, I started living in my truth 7 years ago. After, you know, my drug addiction and my alcohol abuse and the attempt of committing suicide. And when I failed at suicide, that's when I realized that God came to me and said, no, I'm not ready for you, my child. I need you here to live your truth and tell your truth and speak to other people about your truth.
It was these trans people that walked in their truth that risked themselves being arrested, that risked themselves being shot with all types of medications and things because it was considered a mental illness. And these things who stood in their truth to stand up to the police and corruption and say, enough is enough.
Years ago, you know, when we started back in the late 70s, early 80s, it was very underground, it was very niche, it was really something very few people knew about. Today, it's really recognized globally. You have people participating in voguing and ballroom events all over the world, and it started here. It started right here in New York City with this community, and that we get to celebrate that, and we continue to get to show the world that celebration is really amazing. It's a really important cultural event.
Are they in the building?
In terms of a historical perspective, it's great to see that the ballroom scene has really been embraced by the larger culture, of people of color, by Black Pride. So it's no longer an underground niche thing, but it's really part of the larger culture that we all live in and all experience today. And an event tonight that's a real affirmation of that. The acceptance that we have, the cultural influence that the ballroom community has had.
There is no ball without music, and you have some of the top amazing DJs who put these beats together. We call it rap. It's called commentating in the ballroom scene. You commentate over that beat, and that person who's voguing can hit every beat that they're saying.
Legend. Looking for my legend. I'm legendary. I'm looking for my legend. Yeah, look at my legend. Come on, legend. Looking for my legend. Legend for a reason, not for a season. Bitch, now give it to me now. Ow, give Amari a round of applause. Legend.
See a bitch, let it all out.
Damn.
Bring it back on a count of 3.
World.
For the ready, 2
Retime.
for the set. DJ. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out.
The voice of ballroom is about coming together as a community. Lessons that society can learn about being able to create a house that has someone that's straight, someone that's trans, someone that's non-binary, someone that's gender non-conforming, and all to be in something that's considered to be like a family or a house, can show the greater society how we can get along and work together and thrive together. Ballroom has a lot to teach the world.
Somebody need to tell her that she need to quit. I wanna see a bitch let it all out. DJ, drop the beat. Let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. 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 Bitch, let it all out. Let it all out. Let it all out.
We've always existed. We've always been a part of society, or under the radar, but we were there. As time changes, ballroom changes, the drag world. 100 years even before Stonewall, here we are creating a space for LGBT people to express themselves.
Well, you call that your favorite, I'm gonna call it my favorite.
It's historically very important, not just for people of color, just for LGBT people in general to know that this space existed. I think that it's important now that we also, as a community, own our own history, right? And so I started a research project myself, and I came across this newspaper clipping from a black African-American newspaper, which dated back to 1926. And when I saw the article and I read the article, it said it was like the 58th anniversary of an event. The first thing that came to my mind was 58th anniversary. Like, okay, that means that this was going on a lot longer than I first anticipated. Ballroom started, or the first drag balls started in 1869. It has always been our thought that because white people were winning the bulk of these awards, that it was white people that initiated drag balls. So to understand that it really was a black organization that was giving it, now I had some dates to go back by, and I started this project. That newspaper article stated in it that it was a black organization that was giving this function. And so that organization was known as the Hamilton Lodge. So during that, I came up with this research. In 1842, a fraternal organization of free black men called the Philadelphia Institute in New York City petitioned a Manchester, England aligned lodge of American Oddfellows for a dispensation to form their institute into a lodge of Oddfellows. They were denied because they were black. Peter Ogden, a black sailor who was a member of the institute, suggested they try again directly in England. Peter sailed to England and obtained permission to form the Philadelphia Institute into the Philadelphia Lodge number 644 on March 1st, 1843. By 1847, there were 22 lodges under Peter's organization, including the Hamilton Lodge number 710 of the Grand United Order of Oddfellows, which opened in February 1844 in Harlem, New York. The Hamilton Lodge number 710 gave their first annual masquerade and civic ball in Harlem at the Rockland Palace Banquet Hall and Casino. This is the first known ball on record in Harlem of men dressed as women. We know that every year they gave this reception, but the success of that reception was the fact that these men would show up dressed as women. When you look at the attendance records of some of those newspaper articles, some say 3,000, some events say 5,000. I've even read articles that said as much as 8,000 people attended an event. Here I am thinking that today we get 1,000 people event. To think that in those days, something that again was against the law that thousands of people showed up for, these people still stood up in their truth and did that and risked being arrested when it was considered to be a mental illness. To have newspapers print the names, the race, and the address of the winners was dangerous. But it also showed that they didn't care. There was this existence of people that might have been, so to speak, in the closet. Those events were attended by both white and black. They were attended by celebrities, by high society people. We tend to always think about that period of time in America, the 1800s, of saying slavery. 1865, we just became free. The cities that we migrated to was not by accident. Those were cities where free blacks already existed and were making a living and had jobs. that some of them were LGBTQ people. They were gay people. We don't talk about that. There are so many people that we need to catch up on. We helped create so many major things that is part of American culture, but we're not accredited for it, right? So, and the way we do that is that we need to document those things, because the more you know, the more you can have pride in knowing I come from greatness.
My name is Nola Hansen. I'm an artist and the founder of Trans Boxing, boxing club exclusively for trans and gender variant people in New York City. So Trans Boxing came to be after I had been personally training for a couple of years. I had had a fight. I was really into it, just training all the time, trying to fight as much as I could. And I got an injury. And I wanted trans community, like I wanted queer community, and I didn't have it. And so that's why I started it. I thought, well, maybe if there was a class just for trans folks, like run by a trans person, we could see, and provide the space for people that want it. And for people that don't, that's okay, but it's there. In New York, there's a good amount of self-defense programs for queer and trans people, but trans boxing is not really that, right? And so I think that those are important and they're life-saving for people who rely on them. But we wanted to offer something that was different, that just for people who wanted to learn how to do a sport, right? It was like a personal desire that I had to connect with people through boxing. And, my experience at the gym I box at has shown me how boxing can build really beautiful community and deep, unique relationships. And so I thought, well, this is how I know, this is how I want to relate to people, and I've seen how boxing can do that. So it just felt right, it felt right, and I thought, maybe I can connect with people, keep doing the thing I love, Trans boxing started out of a gym in Brooklyn, and then we moved over to Overthrow in November of 2017, and that's when Liv Adler came in as my co-trainer. And I would say, to me, that's when I really feel like it sort of solidified.
First time I put on the gloves, it was over. I've been training for years as a boxer and as a fighter, and when I started boxing, everything just felt very natural and normal, and I had been doing it forever. It just felt like it fit. At this point now, I've started to just give back to the community, just teaching people what I know, getting people into the gym, getting people interested, and just showing them, that it could be something really healthy. And I think that's a really special part of trans boxing, because it is a really binary sport. It really is. And traditionally, all sports have been, but specifically with boxing, when it's a one-on-one sport, there tends to be more boundaries for people who have more of a different gender expression or gender identity. We just try to take down those barriers and provide a safe space where people can train and enjoy the sport and not have to worry about all those factors that have traditionally kept trans and GNC people out of the sport and out of the gym doors. We cater to all levels. There are some people that come and take our class for a couple years and they just want to hit the bag and learn boxing. There are people that have been taking our class for a month that are asking us about fighting. A lot of buildings just make people choose what gender they are when they just go to change in the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to go to the locker room. It makes people uncomfortable to wear what they want to wear in a space that doesn't feel safe sometimes. And a lot of people don't participate in sports or even do things to make themselves healthier, like go to the gym, because they're afraid of the locker room or what people are going to think, or that their gender expression is going to be judged. And a lot of people just isolate themselves. You can come use the bathroom that's comfortable for you. You don't have to go in one locker room or the other. We ask everyone their pronouns. We try to cater to the community and like their needs in a way that a typical gym wouldn't, or maybe wouldn't understand.
Feel it a little bit? Yes. So think about that, like you're stepping on something.
I joined this class because I've always kind of been interested in boxing as an exercise. I've always been attracted more to exercising and sports in a way that like it's something that I'm doing rather than just going to the gym and trying to do tasks I get bored with, and it seemed like just a more open and less intimidating way to get involved and try it out than having to like show up at a gym where maybe I was nervous about what that gym's culture is, what the reception would be and what my skill level is. It seemed like a more, just like a less intimidating way to get involved. It's really, really more personal than a lot of classes I've been in. Some other classes I've taken are very like fast-paced, like calling out the exercise. You got to do it. Maybe you don't know it. You might feel a little lost. I appreciate a lot that they take the time to like explain everything they're trying to teach, every move, make sure everyone is on the same page and knows what they're doing.
Jab is out. Slow it down. It's like at the same time, right? So with this foot, there it is. That's what I'm talking about. Good. There it is. Oh, Liv and I are really, we're like devoted to the craft of boxing, and that's what we like to teach. There it is. So it's technical boxing, cardio, warm-ups. We have everybody, do warm-ups together, and then we go into, we'll split the class up. Usually we have a big class, so we'll split it up. Folks will do partner work, partner drills in the ring, and then people will do bag work, and then we'll switch, so everybody gets a little bit of everything. And then at the end, we usually all do burnouts together, which is like everybody hitting the bag fast, getting sweaty, and, making it funky. And then we cool down, Trans boxing is important to the community, I've been told, because people have said there are not enough trans-exclusive spaces. People have told me, like, oh my God, like, people come to class and they're like, I've never seen so many trans people in one space. For me, boxing allowed me to embody my identity fully and confidently, while also knowing that like there were changes I might want to make, right? And that knowing that the way I feel inside is not necessarily the way the world sees me. But I think it just helped me get back into my body. Just really helped me to feel in my skin, because I had to pay attention. I had to know where my hand was. I had to know, if I'm turning my jab over, okay. I had to know, okay, when someone's throwing the body, I have to pick back up. So I think, like, for me, the biggest benefit has been, like, yeah, it might be uncomfortable. Can I tolerate it? Like, building up that distress tolerance. And that boxing did for me. Because, like, you get hit in this sport. It's not comfortable, right? And, sometimes I get in there and especially in the beginning, I felt scared, right? And so I think for me, as a trans person, before boxing, before like really getting back into a physical discipline seriously, I had just tried to not be in my body. What I want people to take from this class is that boxing is for them if they want it, and we want to help make that happen, right? The challenge is getting people through the door, right? Because once you're in, it's like, oh hey, what's good? If you work, right? A lot of time, from my experience, like if you're there to work hard, and listen, that's the most important thing.
We are at Dapper Q's fabulous runway featuring 70 of the most beautiful queer, trans, GNC models and designers.
What's it called? Dress code.
The biggest queer fashion show in New York City and during Fashion Week.
It celebrates inclusion and diversity and beauty in all of its many forms. I want to see a fashion industry that is reflective of humanity as you see it when you're walking down the street.
There is no representation for fat queer girls, so that's why I'm here to represent.
I'm kind of in the beginning of my transition, but I think shows like this represent the beauty in people who are outside of the binary, and I feel like that's extremely important.
I think every time our community gets itself into the spotlight, we become stronger and we become more visible.
It's good to like be a part of what we created and show that we have community and love.
I do this for my people. I do this for queer people of color. I'm here for them, and I'm here for non-binary folks.
This is for queer people by queer people. Queer people run fashion.
Now this is what you've been waiting for all year. 10 designers with runway beats by DJ Mo. Hit it for me.
At birth, I identified as female. I was born biologically female. And now I identify as trans male. Growing up, you know, nothing, you know, I wasn't the one, you know, who got raped or treated bad by a man in a bad relationship. You know, my father was there all my life. He grew up in my life all the way, you know, until I was 24 years old. I've been in a relationship, you know, with men before. They've never done me wrong. But that's not, you know, the reason why, you know, I'm going through with this transition. I was not played, I was not abused, I was not, you know, sexually, you know, assaulted, none of that by a man. It's not why I'm doing it. You know, it's solely because it's for my happiness, for myself, my being, you know, my self-esteem, my confidence. Not because a man has done me wrong or there was no male figure in my life. In school, it wasn't really, being gay, lesbian wasn't really accepted. You know, after I came out, a lot of people that I talked to, you know, they stopped talking to me, you know, they stopped being my friend because of that. I didn't really know why, but, you know, I still kept going on, like, with myself. I even, you know, at one point, I started dressing feminine, you know, just to, like, fit in, just, you know, so maybe these people would be my friend again. It didn't work. To be honest, it ate me up inside. When my mother didn't, you know, accept it either, it hurt me even more. You know, that's when I got into, you know, self, you know, mutilation. I started hurting myself when I was around 16 years old. I would cut myself with, like, razor blades, safety pins, anything I could really find. I was just angry, so I did it. I felt better hurting myself. It was like a release. So after feeling that release, you know, I would feel better. But then, you know, something would trigger me and then it would come back. So after a while, you know, as I got a little bit older, you know, I stopped cutting myself, but I still found other ways, like as an outlet to release, like the anger. So I resorted to, you know, stretching my ears. I haven't had a name change yet, and that's where it gets really, really hard. You know, going on to construction sites, you know, mostly because that's like what I like to do. It's like, when I apply for jobs, you know, they'll see my regular name, and obviously, automatically they think, oh, Selena, it's a girl. It's a girl, I'm not gonna, you know, so I'm like, you know, it makes it harder for me to get a job. So the dysphoria plays, you know, a big part in this. Every day, you know, I wake up and I'm just like, shit, you know, I gotta put this binder on. It's like, you know, can people tell, you know, that I'm still female? Can, you know, is my face not, you know, masculine enough? You know, is my, you know, it doesn't stick out, my Adam's apple. You know, I feel like, you know, there's certain things that I do that people can still tell that I'm like female. So it gets to me, it gets in my head a little bit. You know, so it's like every day I kind of gotta like practice, you know, masculine like traits, like the way I walk, you know, the way I dress, you know, the way I talk. It's just about me not being, you know, dysphoric and being, you know, hating my body. You know, it's not about like privilege and them having, you know, man having it over women. It's just like how I feel like as a person. I feel like I would just feel better, you know, have more self-esteem, be more confident, you know, if I was if I looked more and felt more, you know, masculine. As far as where I am with my body, I'm not where I want to be yet. I'm still waiting, you know, on the first surgery to happen, which is the top surgery. Once I get there, then I will be, you know, somewhat, you know, closer to happiness. But for right now, you know, I'll take that for what it is. You know, I need people on my side, you know, not just my community, my people. I need everyone, you know, mamas, papas, uncles, granddaddies, everybody in different countries, straight, pansexual, bisexual, everybody. I need everybody, you know, on my side. I need the whole community. I want to feel safe, you know, I want to be, you know, I don't want to step on my door and pray to God, you know, that, you know, am I going to make it to the end of the day? You know, am I gonna make it, you know, to the next morning, wake up, you know? I just need everybody. I need that support, totally.
My mother came to visit me and lived with me when I was dating my ex-boyfriend. To her, we were roommates, but we loved each other very, very deeply.
So can I get some chicken with that? Can I get like red meat? Huh?
Ammi left for Pakistan. She was crying and she was sad, and in our village she had all the women come in. She started doing several Khatmul Quran. And I get a feeling, an instinctual feeling, that she did it so that my ex and I would break up. I was born in Islamabad, Pakistan. I live with my boyfriend in this city that I don't want to name. We're getting married in the next month, and I'm afraid for our lives if I was to come out. If my family tried to erase me or my voice, it's very easy for them to do that. My dad, if he demands something, like, people will listen to him. I lived in his ex's house.
Yeah, and so then we hit it off. And so then he moved out of there and moved into here.
What has happened since Orlando is that I've become very vocal about who I am, what I stand for. I'm at a point in my life where I have to make a case for my existence. I've never had to do that. As a Muslim and as a queer person, I could have been Omar Mateen due to the parallels that exist between our identities. Becoming very bitter and frustrated due to what I would have had to suppress, what I did not end up suppressing. I do feel like he's a brother of mine who wasn't able to survive his fight for his independence as a person, as an individual, against the traditions and the norms and the expectations. And for that, my heart reaches out to Omar. For that, he's my brother. Omar, my brow is heavy for you. My heart is lost in the pit of my sour stomach, looking for yours. I keep searching your face, those features I've known so many times in so many men. For what, I don't know. Omar, how long has it been since you cried? Until yesterday, it had been almost a year since I did. Narkhaze. Did that word torment you like it did me, Omar? I know the poison that you ate because I swallowed the same flavor. I feel your isolation. A victim of our own culture's wounded masculinity. We were born in wartime, dear, and you didn't survive it. I keep looking at your picture and asking, brother, why? Why? And I cry every time. And I call my tears a little revolution for you and for all the little boys like us. May we outlive the wounds of our fathers and learn to mourn the wounds of our mothers. May we heal.
Yes, let me just go. And then these are the same thing, but there are the entrances. And they have a little bit of a different hierarchy.
Hi, my name is Matthew DeLeon. I'm a graphic designer by day and Brooklyn's drag queen of the year by night-ish, 7-ish on forever till morning again, and then I wake up and I'm back into a graphic designer behind the computer.
Bodega's always a good show.
Very New York. So I was going to art school. I went to grad school at Parsons, and I was doing these kind of video character kind of dress up things. And then a friend that I was going to school with suggested that I should try drag. She was kind of into it. And I was pretty resistant because I was like, oh, this doesn't make sense. Even though I'd seen a few drag shows, it wasn't something that like piqued an interest in me. And then after we graduated, a few months later, someone else I knew was starting a variety night. And they're like, well, if you want to, it's going to be drag and other things and performance art stuff, which is other stuff I've been doing at the time. If you want to come down, just try it. And I was like, all right. So I did it that first night. And then I started going out more. She's like, I had this contest at this bar called Metropolitan. Why don't you try it out? And I was like, all right, why not? And then I won the contest. And then that's when it like snowballed into being out all the time. And I started co-hosting and then started putting together my own nights. And yeah, so then it never stopped. Doing it for 3 years in various shows. I'm usually out once or twice a week, and then of course I work 40 hours a week, Monday through Friday, and yeah. It's huge for me to represent a community like Brooklyn, a borough like Brooklyn, and because it's really embraced the kind of drag that I do, and I really feel like I do this without compromise. It's I don't conform to do a certain style of what I think people would imagine or want drag or think drag should be. I've always sort of done it my way, and not met that much resistance. And I think for that, like, Brooklyn's really kind of opened its arms for me, and it's always had a space for me. And then not only that, then I've been able to challenge myself and now be sort of appreciated for those things, and it's like, yeah, the best thing in the world.
This is the list. So this is the list of all the outfits, and you can see it's just the two of us. So Havoc is that other model right there. So it's like Havoc Untitled, Havoc Untitled. So then it shows like silk sleeveless top. This is my first look. Let's give it up for the one, the only Untitled Queen.
Untitled Queen. Oh, sure. Untitled Queen is wearing a silk sleeveless top, medium to large. It's also one of the items from out of the closet. We wanted to keep it in this auction because it's easy, it's breezy, it is not CoverGirl, as you can tell.
My name is Jason Daniels, and I am more known as Mary Cherry, and we are in Williamsburg, Brooklyn. Mary Cherry is a international drag performer, MC, actor, event producer, and all-around character. I started doing drag in San Francisco just for fun. I would go to friends' parties or go to office events, you know, and drag, but nothing too serious. And New York was gonna be that place where my dreams and my destiny was gonna happen. I didn't perform on stage until I was in Brooklyn. I was at my local bar, Metropolitan Bar, and I told the manager, I was like, why don't you have a coat check? He's like, well, I guess we should have a coat check. Do you want to do our coat check? And I was like, well, I have a 9 to 5, but more coin? Yeah, let's do it. So I ended up working the coat check, and maybe a few weeks after working coat check, I decided to just start putting on a little makeup just for fun. And I realized I made even more coin doing that. So I ended up doing even more of the fantasy, because it first started off as like a little lipstick, and then darkening my eyebrows, and then putting on a fascinator, and then eventually it became a wig, a dress. It was like destiny took control. And I went from coat check to having one party, and then having people contact me to speak at their event, to performing at their event. It's been almost 6 years now that I've been doing drag in Brooklyn. Being in drag has made me so more sure of myself and more confident within myself. The power of being on stage, or the power of just dressing up and having people be in awe of you, regardless of how busted you may look, okay, can be life-changing. The owner of Metropolitan, when the bar first opened 15 years ago, the neighbors were not very happy about it, and they actually, a group of them beat him up to the point where he was in a coma for a few weeks. That was 15 years ago, and now those people, those groups of people that, I don't know if it's still them or if maybe it's their sons or whatever, because there's a little club across the street for the Italianos, you know. They are one of our biggest protectors if there's something that happens downstairs. I don't like to give up on the plants. I come from a very interesting family tree, you know. So my grandmother was conservative from Arkansas. She won a special scholarship to go to an all-black school. In the South at that time, the only jobs that a black woman could get, an educated black woman could get, would be either a teacher or a secretary, and she said no. So she came to California and got a cute job with the Army. And for me, being raised by her in Berkeley, California, which is a radical liberal city, definitely created conflict, but now I appreciate that, because in a world where everything is just so laissez-faire, I like that I have some love for tradition. My father was a huge part of the Black Panther movement, and my mother, who was raised in the conservative household, met him and was just like, hey, you know. My grandparents did not like that at all, of course. And eventually my grandparents got their way and removed my father from the picture completely. And my grandparents paid him to leave my mother and I. He tried to kidnap me, and then my grandparents had to give him more money. So yeah, drama, okay, yeah. Because I do remember being in a field and having my grandmother like yell at me to come to her, but then having this figure holding my shoulders, but not, I don't remember the face that well. And I think that's when it all happened. And I remember police. I went to my first protest at 5. My mother has definitely taught me to be passionate, and I think activism and compassion is something that my mother taught me. And then my grandmother taught me how to use my mind and be strong and not let anyone break you, regardless of how much they'll try. People need to pay attention, because we are going to be the foot soldiers of the revolution. And it's not about color, it's about heart. It's not about gender, it's about heart. I do sausage, egg, cheese on a croissant, actually, not a bagel. America has spent so many years building these walls that I just imagine it being that's how change will happen, is from the inside. Are we there yet? Hell no. We have to completely squash the establishment that exists.
All I was hearing the bang, 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 thought it was part of a song.
Regarding the Orlando tragedies, it was an interesting moment for me, like everyone else. It's kind of reminded me of 9/11, to be honest, where everyone was so much about community and coming together. And it gave me a glimpse of what the world could be like, what our community, the gay, queer community could be like. It was gorgeous, People were hugging each other. I had no help financially for college, so I am in huge debt. And it angers me that I'm in huge debt. What I want to really do is create a fund for queer youth that are going to college. Specifically, the fund that I want to create is going to be queer people of color, and put some money in some kids' pocket that has dreams just like all of us that are accepting the awards. It's not going to be just drag. Drag is my stepping stone, but there's so much that Jason can also do.
People talk about safe spaces. You need to find where you feel comfortable and free. Shea Josephine is my safe space. Everyone calls me Miss Pearl. That was given to me by a minister. This is home for me. The red carpet's rolled out. I love the vibe. I love to hear the music. It has such a beautiful aura of freedom because that's the way John Claude lived his life. John Claude Baker, Josephine Baker's son. And I love my champagne, my Kia Royale. Keith was an interesting child. I was born June 6, 1961. I was raised as the only child. In our household, it was very Southern. So there was manners, yes ma'am, yes sir. Church on Sunday always. Fabulous meals. It was like being at the Ritz-Carlton. I was always a feminine child, the way I walked, the way I talked. I always was around the girls. I didn't want to play any sports. Christmas time came, all of the girls in the family got beautiful dolls. When I saw those Barbie dolls, I began to go crazy. They began to notice and they said, something interesting's going on here. My father took notice that I wouldn't play with trucks. Never once did I hear, be a man or be a boy or a sissy. Never from my parents. I got those names outside. I met a wonderful friend by the name of Jason. Jason was one of the first ones to take me to a trans club. I had seen the trans girls and always thought they were beautiful. There was something exotic about them. There was something magical. I saw a world that I had never seen before and knew that this is where I'm supposed to be. We were leaving and two beautiful trans girls were coming up. One just stared at me and she says, "You're going to be a queen one day. You're going to be a queen." I didn't know what I felt, but I knew I didn't like the outer body of Keith. I just didn't like being that person. And I decided I can't do this anymore. It's hard to try to be something you're not. And so many of us live that way. It's hurtful, it's painful because you can't be you because you're living for everyone else. I was in my late 20s and early 30s when I began to go into the direction of transitioning. I had a lot of obstacles that were before me, my career, family, the faith I came out of. My boss's wife looked at me one day and she said, "You gay?" And I said, "Of course." And she just burst out and laughed. They didn't bother me. I went and got my name changed. I got on the hormones and I took off. I went out one night and I was coming from a bar. The next thing I know, I felt this knock in my face. And the blood came and the tooth went and all of this. Didn't realize my jaw was broken in 2 places. I'd been through 3 surgeries. There's a plate on this side. They took this one out because it wouldn't heal. I was diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder from that. I have to be honest, it was my faith that has carried me through. My face was swollen and it was coming down. Pain, and I just would muster myself up to go to church. I had a burning need to just be in the house of the Lord. It's strength for me, not just because the way I was raised, but my relationship with God. It's a personal relationship for me, and it keeps me stable. If you've been a victim of hate crime, you have to reach way down inside and go to that core. If you go through some depression, don't stay there. We have plenty of support groups out there. You have to stay strong, and we have to do something about this violence against those that are transgender. Everyone has to be happy with who they are, because life is not worth living. I am the happiest that I have ever been in my life because I'm me. I want people to remember me as someone that would encourage you and lift you up, as a soldier of love.
This is a family here.
How you doing, John?
Okay, how are you?
Good.
How was class?
Listen, I need somebody to rub me down after them classes. You know, I could barely walk to get here, let alone do some exercise.
Lunch is every day here. It's like you get so much information and you can people share everything with you. I feel like this is a part of my family.
Our biggest program we have is our lunch program, where seniors can come together, have a meal, conversate, tell their stories, hear other stories, and don't feel isolated.
The lunches are excellent.
That's not a little too sweet for me.
I was watching TV one day, and I saw a program on Channel 13 about Grill Circle. And I found out about it, and I just called the phone number, and the young lady on the phone said, "Oh, come on down, we're at such a location." And I went there, and it was very accepting and very accommodating and welcoming. And I just started going there every day. I had a place to go because I lived with my sister. I didn't go anywhere. I stayed in the house all day. But finding Grill Circle was a godsend because I didn't have a place to go.
Grill Circle has been here for 20 years. Our mission is to reduce and eliminate all forms of oppression. As it relates to our members, we do this by offering health and wellness activities, leadership, and advocacy.
We joined Grill when we had no place to stay. We used to have our meetings in a church. It's always been a place where you can be yourself and where you can discuss matters that go on in the most of the gay associations and whatnot, and a place where you're not judged because you're not living the life of most people. Just knowing that there were others and there were people who really cared about what we were about. That's what I found.
This is like a second home to me. I come here at least 4 times a week. I take the number 5 train from the Bronx. It's an hour and 15 minutes. Well, when I get here, there's a lot of activities to do, a lot of things to be involved in, and they're fun. You come here and you are productive. You come here and you have friends. You come here and you find different things that you have never ever known that you were interested in, and all of a sudden you find an interest in that.
I made all new friends here, and it made a big difference in my life because I had a purpose for myself. I had a place to go, people to talk to, and things to do.
You know, isolation is one of the biggest factors when you age. You know, but isolation itself, it brings on other things, depression, you know, mental health, you know, struggles. For us, we recognize that that is an important issue here at Griot Circles, so we try to provide various services that address isolation.
I am having problems, memory problems. I'm having depression problems. And somehow, because I'm connected, some of the workers and the people who work here have given me information and referrals to people who can help me and who are helping me.
Other organizations don't necessarily cater to us in a way. They don't have the same understanding of what our needs are. And then, of course, there's the prejudice that happens, unfortunately.
Our core audience is LGBTQ, and with that, we have unique needs that other centers, places won't be able to provide. As we age, we recognize there are not that many places that we feel safe or feel comfortable or feel welcomed in. Here at Griot, we're affirming. You know, we welcome everybody, whether you're LGBTQ or however you identify.
You don't ever come back for that?
She knows to pay you no mind.
Listen, Felicia can take care of herself, honey.
She didn't say one word.
You can hear the stories when they get together and the laughter and the fun, you know, so that's the value of the meal program, is that it brings you back into the community and it makes you more visible and it lets you know that your stories and yourself matters.
I now feel that I'm going to live a long life as much as possible. I may have problems with my health, but as long as I can get around and do things, I'm okay.
I would say here at Griot, the space, the rooms are always filled with laughter. But here, you know, if you're not laughing, you're smiling. If you're not smiling, you're being hugged. There's always something going on.
Okay, baby.
Watch it. Don't be letting nothing touch nothing.
My name is Nia Astro Witherspoon. I am a playwright, director, theater artist, vocalist, composer, and scholar. And I am premiering my play, The Messiah Complex, at BRIC Lab Premiere.
Right, so he's already there. Maybelline has just like him into the space. And with that, it's like he's experiencing, you know, his nerve endings are out to here. So it's like he can feel everything again.
This is huge for me. I've been working on the Messiah Complex for 10 years now, almost a decade, which makes me feel really old. But it's so interesting because it feels that the play has come of age at the precise right time in history. And that all of the kinds of, like it's really at a time when Black voices are amplified in what I see as the most complicated way that Black voices have ever been amplified, right? It's not just the flattened out view. We're seeing the prism for the first time, being hinted at. It's just the beginning, but I feel really, really excited and lucky that this play gets to come of age into that. It feels all destined and divined and meant to be.
How you doing?
I'm fine. Just playing the numbers here.
Any luck?
A little bit, yeah.
You okay?
Yeah. I'm good.
The founders of the Black Lives Matter hashtag and organization are 3 Black queer women. The fact that all of that is occurring at the time that my play is also premiering feels really important to me. This is a play about Black queer folks in particular coming to voice, but in relationship to the larger Black struggle, that like these are not and have never been mutually exclusive moments or struggles. And I think this political moment shows that in a really, really profound way, as does the play attempt to.
Pops! Thought I'd never see him again, like as if I was the one that sinned grim or gave up like it's the end. My end.
Because of the nature of creative work, we have the opportunity, and particularly because of the nature of theater, where we get to see, right? Theater comes from seeing place. So we get to actually create vision before it happens in reality. And it's like a little mini world in there. You know, we have the opportunity to reimagine worlds. We have the opportunity to reimagine past, present, and future. And so when we're thinking about injustice, how powerful is that to have the chance to reimagine the world?
Thank you. Quiet them down. Go now. All around the world, we got blacks at the bottom. I got them. Clock. The feds are shot because they couldn't hide them.
Also, for those of us in the African diaspora whose histories have been so really intentionally lost, intentionally denigrated, intentionally brushed to the side and disappeared, the ways in which peoples are disappeared. It's really important for us also, I think, to do that work of looking not only forward but back. So my father was involved with the Panthers when he was young. He was young for them, but he would help out, you know, he would just follow them around and help out in Philly, in West Philly. And, you know, he would help with the free lunch program, he would deliver messages, he would kind of spread the word. I've always been really fascinated with this idea of a Messiah. With this idea, not necessarily of only one person, which I know goes against the idea of Messiah as we usually hear it, of the Christian idea, but more so about this power, this potentiality of a human to rise above whatever we think is possible. And as far as people go, just everybody, as far as communities go also, we can't just look to a leader, but really, really finding that Messiah inside of oneself and the ways in which, especially certain folks are deemed holy and certain folks are deemed unholy, you know? And when you think about who's asking, that's a huge deal. We are described as monstrous, as demonic. And so I think really when we think about the ways in which the monstrous, the demonic, and the sinful is projected onto unwanted bodies, unwanted social bodies, bodies who are oppressed and bodies who the system survives based on oppressing, to claim I am holy and to claim I am Messiah for any of those bodies is absolutely revolutionary.
Hey, I'm from the Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. I will not be disrespected.
You know that voice.
Nah.
It's him.
I can't.
Go.
I got this, man. Sure. Yeah. What's up, man? Get out of here. You alright? Yeah. I'll be damned.
It was always a struggle. And, you know, how to be yourself without all this discrimination that, you know, that we faced on a daily basis. Today is trying to bring people back. Where are we? What's our community like? I was always curious about what was happening on the outside of my community, and I wasn't allowed. And when I found New York, I was just elated to find something different from where I came from. I came out as a three-piece butch. I wore the suits and I patted things down, and I was very much so-called butch. And but that whole look brought negative attention to me. So men would want to stop and cause a fight. And if I was with my lover, the first thing they would pick is, hey, sister, you know, what you need is a good male, stiff, and you need this, and, you know, and I would get so harassed on the street. Salsa Soul was developed because of women's lack of services, discrimination, health, lack of health care, that we just needed to be with each other, the network, to sit down and talk about some of the problems that we ran into. I marched out of my shoes. We were building a movement. Circle of Voices became something for women to be proud of. Women really worked hard. I got a lot of cooperation from women once they realized that I was serious. The next big issue is where we're going, and sitting down and talking and deciding where we want to go. That's one of the main ones, getting the youth and the elders together and talk about where we have been, what it was like for us, and our music, our culture, our past, and help bring that forward.
For a blink moment in time, people are aware of what they're feeling every day.
If you're going to restore and sustain a democracy, there must be an informed and engaged citizen.
I spent 2 years in immigration detention. You know how much they spent to feed me for one whole day?
How much?
75 cents.
Immigrants as a whole, migration as a whole, is associated with lower rates of crime. Immigrants make our communities safer.
What causes climate change, the selling and burning of fossil fuels, benefits most the power elite. And so they have a disincentive to address it, and they have an incentive to deny it.
They're not going to funnel more money into our schools. They're not going to do it unless they have to, right? And the way they have to is by our participation, our organization, us taking accountability for our actions.
A New Jersey trooper is facing charges after trying to ask out the woman he had pulled over. Well, a traffic stop where the trooper is the one who gets shot down. This is The Breakdown with Neighbor Action. That's it. Easy, right? I was so nervous about that show. Welcome to The Breakdown. I'm Betty Barakshian. And for those of you, oh my God, already. It's over, guys. And for those of you who don't know how to say my name, here's the phonetic pronunciation.
Barack Hussein Obama.
Okay, you didn't get that? That's okay. Here's the spelling. Or you can just call me by what my waxing lady calls me, a challenge. With the midterm elections right around the corner, we've already seen historic milestones. The first openly transgender elected official, the first Sikh mayor, the first oil billionaire getting fired on the toilet. In 2018, there are over 500 women running for office, and among them, a historic 31 Native American women, with 4 running for Congress. And get this, yeah, give it up. Yeah, get this, there has never been a Native American congresswoman. We've had more Native American women on The Bachelor than we've had in Congress. You know, when liberals hear a Native American woman is running for Congress, they imagine someone who wants to protect the earth, look after indigenous people, and sing beautiful songs about the color of the wind. But is it racist to think that Native Americans would be pro-environment? Yes, it is racist. This is Sharon Klosh-Chi-Chilich, and for those who didn't hear me,
Sharon Klitschy-Kiliage.
Sharon C. is the co-chairwoman of Trump's Native American Coalition, with a heavy emphasis on the coal. She is running in New Mexico's House on a platform she calls Fighting the Environmentalists. So yes, she wants to keep the color of the wind a deep, deep, chewy gray. And of course her name is Sharon. Sharons are the kind of people who wear Talbots and have 80s poof and only attend parties to get the scoop on all your cousins so she can blackmail them later. P.S. She's divorced. And yes, it was her fault. Look, her identity as a Sharon aside, we want Native Americans to run for office whether we like them or not. Just like white people, there are awful Native Americans too. That's right. But you know what? More power to them. For minorities to achieve real equality in this country, they should have the right to be as awful as white people, right? So why not let Sharon ruin the environment? It was their land in the first place. Look, I promise we know what we're talking about. All of my writers have one Native American friend.
Elizabeth Warren.
Okay, maybe not that one. You know, here at The Breakdown, we really want to be a place where marginalized voices are given a spotlight. Which is why I got so upset reading about something worse than discrimination. Reverse discrimination? White men were recently surveyed because, of course, we need to get their opinion on everything. Those with STEM jobs said their race put them at a disadvantage. Yeah, you always hear about how Prestons need to change their name to Muhammad Abdul Rahman so they can get an interview. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with what STEM jobs encompass, it includes tech, math, chemistry, biology, you know, classes where if you're copying someone's homework, I doubt it's Chadley, the lacrosse players. More likely, you're copying from the homework of someone who looks like this, or this, or this. Now, these are just some of the Asian executives in Silicon Valley that you have never heard of. Because just like in school, white guys are still copying off their homework and putting a white face on minority labor. Yeah, Zuck. You think Steve Jobs ever assembled an iPhone? I'm pretty sure by the time he did, his job description was write inspirational quotes, make kids work in factories. White guys think their race and gender make it hard for them to get hired. Makes sense. You know, every day you read about how their top talent can't hold down a job. Oh. For a lot of us, white anger is not a news story. White guys complain always about being voiceless. They invented 24-hour news coverage to always remind us how voiceless they are. But white dudes, for those of you who feel this way, I've been there. Getting rejected for a job sucks. And I can't tell you how many auditions I've lost for the role of terrorist number 2. Finally, I'd like to talk about something close to every comedian's heart, The Simpsons. Yep. You're going to change your mind in a second. A show that has lasted for 6 presidents and hopefully at least 1 more impeachment. Specifically, though, I want to talk about Apu. You all know Apu. Quickie Mart, thick Indian accent, voiced by this guy. What could go wrong with a white guy speaking for brown people, right? Now, before you blow up my Twitter, I love The Simpsons. But just like anything you love, it's okay to criticize it. Unless it's Israel. Moving on. Put it away. After a lot of criticism, The Simpsons finally addressed their depiction of the character Apu. Except, did they? Marge and Lisa read an old children's book filled with racist caricatures, resulting in Lisa saying, something that started decades ago and was applauded and inoffensive is now politically incorrect. What can you do? Or at least I assumed that she did, because I don't know if anyone's watched The Simpsons since 2003. Burn. The Simpsons writers were responding to a documentary titled The Problem with Apu, created by Brooklyn comedian Hari Kondabolu, to which he responded, in order to make it clear they weren't going to change Apu in any way, The Simpsons changed Lisa. That's some serious spite. Here's the point the Simpsons writers don't get. Maybe don't have a room full of white guys making Indian jokes. What if you found out that all the sketches on Key and Peele were written by the Duplass brothers? Listen, look. We like the Duplass brothers too, all right? Jeff, who lived at home, was charming. Look, we get it. You've been on TV for 30 years, and things were different in 1989. Here are some things that were okay back then that aren't okay now. Jinko jeans. Chinese tattoos. Whole milk. And what about Roseanne? Yeah, I guess some things stay the same. Listen, we're not trying to be the PC police and take away The Simpsons from you. All we're asking for is a little acknowledgement and more diversity in the writer's room. It matters. And you can't tell me that this is the only guy who can do an Indian accent. Here's a hint. Maybe find someone who's Indian. So, in the words of Bumblebee Man on The Simpsons, ay, no es bueno. We have a great show for you. Tonight on the show are 2 incredibly talented comics, Iman El Husseini, who you've seen at the Just for Laughs Festival, and Jess Solomon, recently named, that's right, named a stand-up NBC finalist. We also caught up with host Ahmed Ali Akbar of the popular podcast See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. Before we get into all that, let's check in with our resident halal cart correspondent on the street, Athir Yaqub.
Hi, I'm Athir with The Breakdown. I'm here in Brooklyn in front of the Barclays Center. We're here to ask halal carters the most pressing question that's on everyone's mind. What do they eat? What are your best sellers for your food?
Most buy chicken, rice.
What do you eat here?
I like fish.
You like fish? I've never seen fish in a halal cart. You guys sell fish? What are your favorite American foods?
You know, Applebee?
Applebee's, yeah, that's very American.
Chicken wings, I like it.
Oh, yeah.
And mashed potato, I like it.
We'll check back in with Athir a little later. In the meantime, I'm excited to introduce our first performer. You know her from Just for Laughs and her comedy album Unveiled. Please join me in welcoming Iman El Husseini. Sorry.
So great.
Sorry.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was worried about your mic.
Oh my God, so great to be here. Well, it's great to be here in this room, not America in general. Let's be honest. Not a great time. I moved here from Canada a couple of years ago. Horrible timing. Thank you so much, everybody. I'm Canadian. I'm also Muslim and apparently a fucking idiot. Thank you so much. I am here legally, in case you were wondering. I got a green card for doing this. Right? I got approved into this country on the basis of being an alien of extraordinary ability. Yes, we can, Obama. Yes, we can. Obviously, this happened during the previous administration, not the current administration. People are now very concerned for me. A Muslim woman in Trump's America They want to know how I'm coping. And I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but being Muslim has always sucked. You know what I'm saying? It's never been easy. Like even in Canada, 5 years ago, I got invited to do my biggest show ever. And I could tell the producers had a lot of questions to ask me, but they felt guilty singling me out. So they called a meeting with all the comics involved. It was so obvious who they were talking to, right? Because it's like, hey guys, we're so excited to have you here. This is going to be so great. Is everybody a legal citizen here? Yes, everybody? Anybody have trouble at the airport? Okay, final question. What's the exact ratio of chickpeas to tahini when you make hummus at home? What is it? I am glad the Arabs make good food, right? Honestly, because we'd have nothing going on for us. Let's be honest. Aside from unwanted facial hair and anger. What a disaster. This is why I sincerely believe the most powerful word in the Arab language today is hummus. Right? You say hummus in front of white people, it puts you at ease. You guys love that stuff. You put it on everything. Hummus is white people's new mayonnaise. I don't know if you know this. Thank Allah for hummus. But it's great. It's good to be in New York City. It smells like piss everywhere. Hey, it's just, I feel like people come from all over the world just to piss in the streets. It's lovely. I love New York. 4 out of 3 people are Jewish. I don't know how the math works here. It's amazing. I feel very exotic as a Palestinian, right? They find out I'm Palestinian. They always have the same question for me. Like, Iman, you got to tell us the truth. How do the Palestinians really feel about the Jews? Like, I don't know. I guess the same way the Jews feel about the Palestinians. And they're like, oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. And that's just my in-laws. So I married a Jewish woman. Okay, so... people are often surprised to discover that I'm Muslim because I don't necessarily fit the profile, right? I'm not a hijabi or niqabi. I'm more of a cleavagey Muslim. That's my category. And apparently I sound like a Brooklyn Jew when I speak English. This is because I learned how to speak English watching Joy Behar in The View. This is what happened. You have to be really confident to live in New York, right? So my motto when I moved here was to be confident like a guy. Right? I work with a lot of guys doing comedy, a lot of them very confident, some of them delusional, not all of them, especially when it comes to picking up women. Okay, they hook up with a lady, she rejects them, automatically a lesbian. It doesn't matter what the guy looks like, she has to be the problem. I wish I had a 10th of that confidence. I'm the complete opposite. Good-looking guy comes over to talk to me, like this guy is a homosexual. This guy is coming to ask me where I got my purse. I know it. H&M homo. H&M. I just feel like in general, women were way too hard on ourselves, right? Like we can't even take a compliment properly. I had a guy compliment my hair like, Iman, I really love your hair. I'm like, he's talking about my mustache. I know. He sees my hairy legs through the jeans. I do have Arab parents that have hated me for a long time because I wasn't married at birth. This is the thing. But now I am married. I married a woman, a Jewish woman, like I mentioned earlier. Our families, yeah, complete silence. Thank you. That's exactly. I was really upset with my father for not being on board. Out of all of the parents, my father upset me the most because all of my life he told me and my sister to stay away from boys. Right? Like, stay away from boys. Don't talk to boys. Men are pigs. Like, Dad, look who I brought home. He's like, well, have you tried black guys? And it's like, what? Of course I have. Of course. Anyway, you guys are amazing. Thank you so much. What a great show. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beautiful. That was great. This weekend, I had the pleasure of chatting with Ahmed Ali Akbar, host of the aptly named podcast, See Something, Say Something on BuzzFeed News. We met up at Hoodwinked Escape, an acclaimed escape room in Harlem. Take a look. Hey guys, I'm here with our first ever special guest on The Breakdown, Ahmed Ali Akbar. He is the host of the See Something, Say Something podcast on BuzzFeed. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks for having me. 2 brown guys with 2 brown shows meeting. Isn't that exciting?
I love that. It's a first.
It's literally a first for me. Yeah, actually, I think you're right.
So in a few minutes, we're going to be going into one of the rooms. We're going to try to break out. We're going to put 2 brown guys in a locked room, and we're going to try to get out.
I'm gonna
It's like
fail.
Gitmo all over again. I had to make that joke at some point.
Look out for your first hit.
Look out. Look out the window. Key. I got a key.
You seem like you've done these before. This is only my second time doing it. I'm just like, oh, we're in a room. What do I do?
I'm gonna make a bold statement that's gonna involve a lot of stereotyping. You have great hair for a Middle Eastern guy.
Technically, I'm not Middle Eastern, though.
No, you're not?
I'm Desi.
Oh,
Pakistani.
yes.
I don't consider Desis.
Tell me about that. So, okay, so you don't consider it, but do others consider it to be Middle East? Because I have Pakistani friends who consider themselves Middle Eastern.
That's, no, I don't.
No?
I think they're wrong. I think it's only the United States government who considers Pakistan.
Where does the line end?
Well, when the Bush administration had to deal with 9/11.
They had to deal with it.
Well, they were like, I guess we have to think about this part of the world.
Yeah.
And decide how we're going to ruin it for the next 15, 18 years.
Minimum.
Yeah.
Minimum.
They were.
That's a short-term lease. They're re-signing.
They actually invented a new term, the Greater Middle East, and Pakistan was in that.
What's the reason for calling it that? To include Pakistan because of?
I think it was just not Pakistan. It was a lot of like Muslim countries. They're like, oh, we want to just put them all in the same bucket.
If you have more than 90% Muslim people in a country, we want to call it the Middle East, just to make it easy, because we don't want to racially profile and not include all the Muslims we want to racially profile.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean, I feel like Iran is probably, for me, the border, what I consider the border of the Middle East, and even like Iranian culture is so different from the rest of like everything else. And then you have like Afghanistan, and then you have Pakistan, which is closer to Indian culture.
Yeah.
So
that is true. Afghanistan is a little bit of Indian culture and Iranian culture, because I know a lot of Iranian identifying Afghanis.
Yeah, same. I do too. But to your point about my hair, it's 100% Indian.
That's amazing.
Which people sell. So I guess
great hair.
I actually do fit the stereotype.
Do you?
Yeah.
Why? So
Indians have a stereotype. The people buy Indian hair, I guess. I don't know anything about that.
I need you to double down right now.
On what?
5. It's 5. 5, right?
You're a genius.
Camera people, if you know what to do, it's okay to tell us. You love playing video games.
I like meet up with people and play in like video game tournaments like once a week.
Really?
Yeah.
Video game tournaments once a week, but not arcade video game tournaments.
No, and that's like they're fighting games. So they're like the spiritual descendant of arcade games.
The spiritual. Okay.
I mean, the arcades don't exist. You can't go there anymore. But
not really, unless you go to like a barcade place. Like that's like the resurgence of what arcade games are today.
And that's like sort of like a precious reimagining of what the arcades were.
I have a question for you. Yeah. How do you feel about how people of color are portrayed in video games? Because I mean, I read the article and it sounds like you abstained from playing those games.
Yeah. So I definitely don't like the. So when I'm playing a video game, I definitely don't want it to mimic real life too much. You know? You
don't want a certain level of surrealism to it, or?
Yeah, well, I want a certain level of surrealism.
Yeah.
I don't want to like be reenacting wars in the Middle East in my spare time.
But isn't that the goal for every single video game, to get as real as possible? Isn't the latest and greatest game the one that's closest to reality?
I think that's true for American developers.
Oh, okay.
Japanese developers are very much into the surreal version. It's like anime, you know what I mean? Like anime is also like a way of like talking about the world in this very surreal and distant way that actually does reflect reality, but it's not like so real that you could go in there and like, yeah, I think actually killing these brown guys is like a lot of fun, which is what might happen when you play Call of Duty.
Oh, this is the jewel we had to find.
Oh yeah, we're rich now, great. Putting a UV light on a piece of paper like an idiot.
What are the games you like playing? What's the competitive stuff you play?
So I play Super Smash Brothers, which is just a bunch of cartoon
that's so funny.
beating the shit out of each other.
That was N64 originated that game, or no?
Yeah, the Nintendo 64 version was the first game. So I play Super Smash Brothers mostly, but I also play like Street Fighter, like Marvel vs. Capcom. Anything that's just like a kung fu movie, but in real life.
And those are surreal, because like, you know, what you're doing in those games, you don't take it away with you. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, you don't.
There's no emotion that's invoked in playing those games that connects to reality directly.
I have never seen a person lose a fighting game and then punch the other guy in the face. Which you'd think I have, because I've been watching it for like 20 years. I've rarely seen that.
Really? It doesn't translate?
No,
it stays in the game.
I mean, people like definitely get mad. They'll like punch the wall, but they've never hurt another person in my experience. And I've had a lot of experience with this.
And I feel like gamers aren't the most violent people.
No, they're not. That's a little bit of a stereotype, I guess.
Is it? Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm not. I'm very peaceful.
You seem docile. I tried to start a fight with you.
Seem docile.
I tried to start a fight with you earlier. It didn't go over.
Yeah, no, it didn't. Resetting the room.
just feel like
already like a gentrifier. I'm not trying to ruin all this amazing culture here.
2 brown hosts don't make wrong. We're right. But we'll get out of this room. Sure. What is the See Something, Say Something podcast?
So See Something, Say Something is a podcast I do at BuzzFeed News, where every week we bring in a rotating cast of voices from the American Muslim community to talk about the things that our community is talking about today. So it can be like DJ Khaled memes, could be like, you know, Islamophobia in the Republican Party, might be like jinn stories. It's like the full gamut.
Jinn stories?
Yeah.
What do you mean jinn stories?
Well, you know, jinn are like the Arabic term for that. Jinns are basically what Americans think of as genies, and you know, I grew up.
I've never
with,
heard that.
Yeah, I grew up with jinn stories. A lot of the Muslims I grew up with grew up being terrified of them. Part of what I've tried to do with the podcast is to create a space that I didn't see much of in mainstream media, and that means it does sometimes mean like bringing people that have expanded my perspective but have similar belief systems. I think. It has definitely, you know, I don't want to say it's reaffirmed my belief systems, but
okay, no, it's
there might
okay
be
that
some
it has,
truth
though.
to it. There might be some truth to it.
This is trouble for us. Here's where experience comes into play here, and you and I don't have dominoes in our culture's history.
What even is this place?
Did you guys escape?
Yeah!
High five, dude.
I actually cannot believe we did that.
I can't
Just
believe we
two
did.
people. 2 people.
With her recommendation, I figured I should try Applebee's. That was the worst meal I have ever had. Moral of the story, stick to what you know. Unless all you know is Applebee's, then what the is wrong with you?
Thank you to Athir Yaqub, our resident Halal Cart correspondent. I'm excited to introduce our final performer. She's an NBC stand-up finalist, and you can hear her on SiriusXM's Raw Dog. Please welcome Jess Solomon. Thanks so much.
Hello, I'm Jess. I'm a Canadian, and I moved to this country right before the last election, and I moved here with my Muslim wife because I'm making, yeah, all the best choices all of the time. That's my thing. That's what I'm up to. I'm Jewish. My wife is Palestinian. Yeah. Thank you. It was a very tiny wedding, you guys, really small. It was just me, her, and a UN peacekeeper. That was the whole party. I moved into her place. She didn't want me there, but I moved in anyway, you know, how the Jews do. Good. Before moving here, we went to see a lawyer, and the lawyer was like, I just have to ask you guys, is this a marriage of convenience? And I was like, oh. You got me busted, lady. My big plan to move to America is to marry a Canadian, Palestinian, Muslim woman. Hop right over that border. Alienate both of our families. This is literally the most convenient thing I have ever done. But we're here now, and we spent a lot of money on our green card, so we're not going back just yet. We've joined the resistance. That's what we're up to. Who knew? Good times in America. I'm just calling up senators, pretending I live in a swing state. I don't know if that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I don't know if it's working. I'm just like, oh, hi, is this a senator's office from Ohio? Yeah, I'm a white working class coal miner that lost my job. And they're like, you sound a lot like a Canadian woman that moved to Brooklyn and doesn't have the right to vote. Keep it up, sir. Keep it up. I've been hitting up the marches, too. It's my main form of cardio these days. It's been a good time. I've been pretty proud of my signs. I know that's not like the point of the march or anything. I went to a gay march recently with my wife, and my sign said, "Jihad me at hello." That's pretty cute. We had this Japanese news crew came over to interview us, and the reporter was like, I just have to ask you guys, what do you think about Trump? And I just yelled, I love you, Japan. Like I had fans over there. You know what I mean? Just swept up in the moment. I'm not coping well. I'm not dealing. You know what I mean? Every day is a nightmare. That's the truth. And it's just like, obviously I'm not coping well. You know, like, look at me. I'm a privileged white lady. Like, the only thing I've ever been denied is Hillary Clinton. So it's been challenging. I do think about Trump getting impeached every day, and then I always arrive at the idea of Mike Pence and how that guy believes in gay conversion therapy, right? Which is trying to make gay people straight. It doesn't work. It's harmful. I'm not on board with it. What I am on board with, though, is making people gay. You know what I mean? I think that's a solid policy. This is true. My wife wasn't even gay before. I did that. Thank you so much. High five. High five, everyone at home. I did that. Yes. I did. I converted her. Yeah, not to Judaism yet. Just to gay. That's all we've got. But I did move her to New York, and she is in therapy. So almost Jewish. You know, we're so close. Thank you, guys. You've been amazing.
Guys, give it one more time for Jess Solomon. How much time do we, guys? Great. Actually, can I have you guys pop back out? Actually, you guys give it one more time for Jess and Iman. Sorry to bring you back out. Is it a spoiler alert that you guys are together?
We're married.
They're married! Isn't that crazy?
Yeah.
Tell me about any of the projects you guys have going on and where everyone here can find you.
On Instagram, we have a cartoon based on our marriage. If you guys want to follow that account at the L. Solomons.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm going to have you guys in here. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I'm Jess Solomon, she's Iman El-Husseini, so you can follow us at the L. Solomons, and they're very cute cartoons about our marriage, about being a Jew and a Palestinian, gay, married, lesbian, the whole thing, and that's it. Yeah.
So,
yes.
So let me ask you guys one more question. Did you guys meet in comedy, or did you meet like outside of comedy? You can hand it to the mic. I don't know why I'm holding it.
Our parents introduced us. That's not true. That's our parents did not. Our parents haven't met yet. But we no. It was comedy. Comedy was what brought us together.
That's right.
That's amazing, guys. Give it up for them one more time.
Our timing.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in. Please let BRIC TV know that you'd like to see more of this kind of programming. I'd like to thank Hoodwinked Escape in Harlem. Please check them out. Thanks to Mama Ware, Michelle Ware, and Oreo. Shout out Michael Mora, Hudson Meredith, Chris Radis, and to our audience in here. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Yeah, we did it. That's it. It's over. Hey, guys. Thank you for coming. We're not on camera anymore. Everyone be cool. Give it up one more time for Jess and Iman.
Clinton. So it's
Dream of the things you'll never know. Oh, dream of the beauty within your soul. George Floyd! When you dream, dream slow. Take the time to let dreams grow. Just dream, just dream, just dream.
We're going to keep this thing going and give it up for Norvis Jr.
Because there's been so much propaganda and education around creating a certain thought process that we have aligned ourselves with, the only way in which to disseminate them is to create things that disrupt the pattern of the algorithm that informs us to act a certain way. So rather that be just through like raw like artistic creations, or rather it be through like inherent propaganda that educates us through the ridiculousness of the things that we can now exist underneath. I'm not of the belief that like one unified effort is going to get rid of it, because Ninja Rule says if you put all the ninjas in one room, then everybody can kill all the ninjas. Ninjas spread out and do different ninja shit. There's too many ninja tribes. That's the reason why the ninjas are still out here.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them.
When I make a beat, it's a feeling thing. And I say like, I like tap out random shit. Like that's literally just me like feeling how I feel in the environment and using what devices I have to create something that is melodic and has a certain definition in terms of the way like the beat hits. I was like drawing something, I was like, wait, this is literally the same process as some shit I did like an hour and a half ago when I was making that beat. And now it's just throwing a collection of chords or a collection of melodies, and then and bringing in some like emphasis to it with like a beat that's rhythmically inclined. I draw rhythmically. I draw it within like a context of like a beat, so to speak, within like a constant like a constant metronome, more or less. I guess maybe there's like one in my head that I can't turn off. But yes, there's that correlation. So I just feel like I'm a musician or a beat maker or a singer or a songwriter who makes visual things. A part of what Shiva does is that like when Shiva like has a level of awareness, it opens up its third eye and destroys in order for new things to be created. It's my form of destruction, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people did that shit, you know, like Gigi Allen was doing that, like TV on the Radio was doing that, Bad Brains was doing that, Dilla was doing that, you know what I'm saying? Like all these people were doing that shit, like making things that destroyed that then became a form, you know what I'm saying? And in a way of both observance to the forms existing and also in a way, and also in blindness of, like they didn't see those forms because of, it's like, oh, I'm just doing what the fuck I want to do. And I see that's the same shit I'm doing with my art, you know what I'm saying? I'm aware of the forms, but I'm blind to them when I'm making, so that in hopes, like new forms will be made. And I don't care if it's my form or whoever's form, you know what I'm saying? There just needs to be more shit.
I exist and that's a problem. You insist that I don't solve them. And I done tried evolving, but every day I'm walking from my past to provoke all this talking. I'll sit around and pretend it ain't true, cause I don't even think about you. So SWIM stands for, or swimmer's ear. There's like 3 M's in it, and it stands for music, math, and mechanics, like social mechanics. Or like, you know, engineering or whatever. That like music is like my art, like medium. It's like in music it's like the waves. It's like a sine wave. I was trying to make it go from being like the swim to just being like a sound wave. And so I came up with the logo like that.
The first rule of time travel is don't time travel because you fuck shit up. But because we do time travel, once we have an awareness of that, that's like the present state. And that's like, as I am coming into the realization I am a time traveler and whatnot, and how to like deal with that, it's frustrating most days, you know what I'm saying? Like, the last thing I want to do is be like, oh, why am I over here when I can be here and I should be here, but I'm still over here. Place could be in the future, that place could be in the past, you know what I'm saying? But I have access to a more fruitful place that is literally right in front of me, but I am not able to like stop time traveling enough to like be present for my own self, to allow like whatever is in front of me to like flourish. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm so stuck time traveling. I'm either in the future or I'm in the past.
maybe we ought to think twice.
I've always been interested in jewelry. I wore lots of jewelry throughout like junior high school. My dad actually hated it. I would have like, be 11, 12 years old, rings on every finger. I was always into metal. I didn't really understand it at that point. It wasn't until I got older when it was like, aha, that makes sense. There was like a personal epiphany that happened that I retreated into this darkness, but what I would call it was me retreating into this void. There's a level of darkness that has to happen to me for creation to happen. So in that personal going into and retreating, it also reflected in my creativity, because at that point of darkness, then this creation was happening.
I spend a lot of time studying and researching in many different forms, not just like reading, but also experiencing nature and listening to a lot of music that resonates with me. I'm an artist, and my medium and form of expression is textiles, clothing design, and building collections off of a concept. I'm also an alchemist.
We're born in Brooklyn, we're first generation. Our parents aren't. So our Brooklyn is seen through a different scope than I think people who go back generations and generations of being in Brooklyn. And it's because the way that our mother moved us around through Brooklyn, growing up in different schools in different districts, it all sprouted from my mother, like, oh, you're not gonna go to your zone school, you're not gonna go to Erasmus. You're gonna go to some school in Midwood. You know what I mean? You're gonna take a test to go into a school. It was just, I don't know, being in Brooklyn, where we were, how we were raised, our parents, and what they thought about our education, it just taught, I don't know, it just took us to another level.
I was just reading this quote that Michael Jackson said, to be immortal is something major. He wants to live forever, so he puts a piece of his soul in all of his music and he feels it fully. And that's, I think, where immortality lies, like to have that vibration and generations upon generations. Is not just about being rich and even about being so-called wealthy, but having that piece of your soul, because your soul is immortal. So Michael Jackson, the physical sense is gone, but that immortal soul is always going to be there. So if you put your soul into it and your soul is immortal, then it makes what you created immortal.
I think every day, from like the time that I wake up to the time I'm asleep, I'm either researching or thinking about the next way or phase to transform what I did yesterday into something a little more like has a little more magic in it. These things that you walk outside and it's like a rush of the world happening to you, and that's the same thing I think in the creative process. It's like a rush of ideas that come, but you still have to stay like, okay, I'm gonna breathe in, take this one. Like it's a mechanical thing, but it's like automated. Our brand is to plant the idea and bring back artisan, craftsmanship, and also empowerment through our art form. We want to empower people through connection, you know what I mean? And empower people through our work and empower them when they put a piece on, they actually feel like they have a glow, or that they're receiving our energy through our pieces. It's showing that, energy never dies, it's just transferred.
We want to kind of bring ourselves to higher levels of understanding, because the world is changing, the world is transforming. We kind of got to get with it or get lost. You know what I mean? Get lost in it all. And I think what we're doing is kind of putting our input into the whole story of the earth, and kind of we just want to help, infinite spiritual helpers and guides and stuff like that, in a nutshell. That's about it. LE, baby. For life.
Saturday sun. Oh, come and see me today. So Saturday sad in the Saturday sun, and wept for a day gone by.
Are you nervous on stage when you go on stage?
Yeah.
Yeah?
A little bit.
Every time? Well, yeah. I guess
Well, before I'm nervous. Like, I'm not nervous to the point where, like, I don't want to do it. It's just like a nervous energy that I think when I get on stage, I kind of forget about it and then channel that into what I'm doing. And it's, I don't know. It's like a moment of, I don't know, a moment of like freedom, or a moment of just like energy that you just, that you're possessed, that you're like possessed for like that fragment of time, you know? Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's. I mean, wherever I'm asked to play, I will do it to my best ability. And it's like, well, obviously, like, when you get on stage, it's like, I don't know, you kind of forget that you're on this, like, crazy stage sometimes, and it just becomes your little playground, you know?
All the things that bothered you so, they make me smile and go crazy. I wanted to start it with you. Someone said we ain't ready. And inside we lived fear. Fear never wanted to show you. They don't talk my dreams. The green twins with your eyes. Oh, thanks.
In high school, I definitely had a hard time with school, and just in general. Like, I got in trouble a lot. I just was really behind on a lot of things in terms of like just academic-wise. I mean, when I started getting into music, I like really decided that's what I wanted to do, and it just, you know, I was like 11th grade, I think, and I mean, my mom especially was like really like supportive, and I mean both of them were really supportive, but she was like really like relieved that I found something to kind of like focus on, because before that I didn't really, it was just kind of all over the place, I think. Or I am dyslexic, and I had, you know, I was like put in like special ed for like most of my schooling, which was, you know, it's kind of weird, but so I don't know, I was always just kind of getting into stupid trouble.
There are people who are invisible and who are made to be invisible, who are forced to be invisible. And I think the greatest form of social justice is to acknowledge them and the power that we have as writers. It doesn't have to be a book as pressing as like, look, there's an issue and we're gonna tackle an issue. Sometimes it's just writing a character that hasn't been written. If I walk into a white establishment, right, the cop in the corner is gonna know his spidey signal is going off for me more than it goes off for anybody, and that's something that we all know. It's always been that way. It's not a new thing. But in the meantime, I think that when it comes to like invisibility, I don't think like here's a prime example. A prime example is Black people are in the news all the time. Black people are in books, never. Or why aren't there any Black people in Harry Potter, right? One of the biggest books in history that shifted the entire literary industry, right? The only reason I have a career as fruitful as I do is because of J.K. Rowling turning it into a bigger thing, right? And there are no characters of color. Like we just don't exist in Hogwarts. There was the one Asian one. There is the Asian joke. Shout out to the Asian joke. But I think about all those things, and even when I'm working, like when I think about what I'm gonna write next, right? I'm always like, yo, where do we not exist? And let me like, all right? I'll make us fly. I mean, I work every day on things, right? I typically do about 6 hours a day of writing. I have multiple projects happening at the same time. So whether it's I'm writing a new novel, I'm editing a novel that's for the publishing company that's due, I'm writing some sort of essay or review or something like that, a blog for somebody.
How good are you at deadlines?
I don't. They never have to even give me deadlines because of this, right? There's a famous quote by W.H. Auden, famous poet, one of the dead white guys, and he said that to discipline your passion is to discipline your time, right? And so his theory was if you do the same things every single day, specifically when it comes to like your art or like doing the creative thing, that the brain will know what to do when that time comes every single day. Between the 80s, 1980 and 1999, besides Walter Dean Myers, for young people, I mean, there's a gap, right? There's like a 20-year gap, right? So if you were a Black kid in this country, especially if you were a poor Black kid in this country, and you were living in a poor Black environment, where the three biggest sort of like movements, so to speak, in your community was, crack cocaine, HIV, and hip hop music. And none of those things exist in literature at all during my entire childhood. None of it exists in any childhood literature that I could ever find. My life wasn't mirrored. Like to read about Scout, right? To read To Kill a Mockingbird, it's brilliant, right? But Scout wasn't me. Signed some books. So my newest book, which I co-wrote with a buddy of mine, Brendan Kiley, called All American Boys, which is, it's one of these books. It's like it's a dual POV book about police brutality and white privilege, right? Written for teenagers.
How did your collaboration come about?
Brendan and I?
Yeah.
Brendan came to me and said, I want to write a book about police. We had been talking about police brutality a lot over the course of like a year or so, since Trayvon Martin. And I had been really angry. We were at a bar, right after Trayvon Martin, we were at a bar, and I had like lost it. Like I just like lost my whole shit. And we talked about it then, and then a couple months later, something else had happened, and we talked about that, and then Michael Brown happened, and that was a thing. And then Brendan's like, hey man, we should write a book about it. And I hadn't thought to write about it at all, because I live in this body, and so I don't intellectualize my life as a Black person in America. Mm-hmm. I don't think about it that way because I live in it every day, and this has always been my existence. And so when he came to me with the idea, I was like, oh. And then we had like an honest conversation. I was like, look, dude, I'll do this with you. We can do this thing together, but we've got to do it, and we've got to do it even if they don't publish it.
Yeah, good.
And so we did it under wraps. We wrote the whole book without our agents or editors knowing. No one knew except for his wife. Wow. Yeah. matter where I am in the country, 9 times out of 10, there are students who are so surprised because they didn't think that any writers could look like them, right? Like, oh, he's got crazy, you know, hair, and he's got tattoos, and he wears sneakers, and he's got on jeans, and they can't understand how it could be possible that a guy that looks like me can do this, right? Can do something other than play basketball or be a musician or a rapper, right? All of those things, which I actually think are awesome, right? That as much as you practice basketball, as much as you practice freestyling, practice like telling yourself your own truth, because sometimes it's that truth that is your golden ticket. Your story in and of itself is worth a gazillion dollars. So yeah, it's cool. I've written 11 books, and they're all coming out, and hopefully by the time the 11th one hits, I won't have to write so much. I love writing and I love sort of storytelling, but I want to get to a point where I'm not afraid of the door being closed. There are 2 books on the shelf, 3 books on the shelves, and a book coming out in a couple of weeks. But there are 11 books in the can because of the fear that if I didn't, the dream would be over. And I want to get to a place where I feel secure in my career, where I really feel like, yo, I write a book once every couple of years. I write a really good book, be comfortable and respected by my peers, and that there are a lot of little black and brown kids who become adults and who have had a life with a relationship with literature because of the springboard of Jason Reynolds novels.
Going upstairs to the 4th floor, and we will walk through the. The word curator really means, the Latin root is to care for. It's not just choosing things, but it's also actually being a steward in some ways of the collection. I think that sense still of being kind of just caring for these objects, caring for these ideas, caring for these artists, these people, and the public is really central to it. So I think that gets overlooked a lot, and just especially as the word becomes very popular outside of its kind of original realm. So something that's super, super exciting is actually this work by Elena Tsui that's behind me. In terms of this idea of the human body, when you kind of first look at it, obviously you don't really see a representation of a person or a face, but Elena Tsui, the way that he works is he collects bottle tops from liquor bottles. So if you get close up to it, you can see that even though it looks like kind of a giant tapestry, it's actually made out of like 10,000 individual pieces of flattened metal that he kind of connects. And so obviously human hands have to touch these things in order to make the work, literally to flatten out the bottle caps and then to kind of weave them together. You can also think about this connection to the consumer, to like actually to someone's mouth, to somebody's hand. You know, they really carry this like bodily ephemera, this really bodily like connection, even though when you look at it, it's obviously a very abstract work. So this is how these things kind of work together. I really grew up going to the Smithsonian museums. We went to those museums because they were free. And because, you know, we were a young family of, you know, immigrants and didn't have a lot of money. And it was a thing to do that was really educational, that I liked, that my parents liked, that was not being at home and not being at school, not being at work, not spending money, like, out of the house, you know, which is obviously important when you have a small child. And I think that is something that I think we really can't discount how important those spaces are. I think that there's all sorts of different types of people who have felt excluded from this sort of institution. Obviously, you know, we can think about it in racial terms, we can think about it in class terms, but I think we can also just thinking about it in terms of affinity, exposure. Like, you might be privileged in all sorts of ways and just not be conversant in art, for example. And I think that there's those multiple levels of trying to speak to very different kinds of demographics, different kinds of people with different experiences in the arts, people with different interests in the arts, is something that we've done really successfully. We are creating this space for the public to come into that is, you know, it's not your home, it's not your work, it's this other third space. It's this other space to just be. Like, you're not being, no one's asking you to do anything, no one's asking anything of you. You're just there to kind of to learn things and to look at things. And I think that's really valuable. We like work with artists all the time, and that is actually, to me, one of the most amazing, like the deepest privileges of the work that we do of being contemporary curators, that you work with artists, that these people like invite you, both literally and metaphorically, into their space, like into their personal space, whether that be their studio or their home or just like their mind, you know, that you get to be there with them and to hear about their ideas. I think fundamentally it's a really kind of baseline thing that I love and that I really appreciate and I'm, you know, very grateful for. And so yeah, I love working with artists. But as I said, sometimes they're hectic. Yeah. But sometimes museums are hectic, so I understand, you know.
As per U.S. law, any child bought or sold into the sex trade is a victim of human trafficking.
Why is the first time I'm hearing about this?
On the same websites where you sell a couch, there are sections to buy people.
Really?
And up to half of these victims are boys. There is no such thing as a child prostitute, only a victim of exploitation. And it could be anyone.
She's talking about me. Should I say something?
So, Mr. Harrison, how are you feeling today?
Call me by my artist name, Hannibal, because I eat these MCs.
Okay. Hannibal, how are you feeling today?
Vulnerable. That's how I feel.
Can you talk a little more about that?
Trying to be what people want you to be is hard. It's not always about making hits, being lit, stunting on these hoes. People also need to be loved, you know? The fans don't love Curtis. The fans love Hannibal.
Well, love and acceptance are a basic human need. There's nothing to be ashamed of.
not going to tell anyone about this, are you?
Of course not. Doctor-client privilege. What we talk about here stays in this office.
Because if you tell anyone, you know I'll kill you. I'm just fucking with you. But I will kill you.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for Off-White. Cause she love my Off-White. Gotta cop that on site. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Take a step back, let me show you where real rap's kept at. Man, I rep that type of shit, that's like legit. I keep it moving like transit. I give it rhythm like drugs, my hands hit. Make plans with some cats and I smoke grams with. Same dudes I now make jams with. And take a breath so fluent in a birth the game. I just stepped into it. Ain't no mistakes, I meant to do it. Opposite of a dimension unit makes sense. Knew it, my poor at last. For sure out last. My opponent with words that blast. My syllables cut through glass. Head of the class, steady your
Sasha, you're supposed to be working.
I am working. Okay, I'm posting some of our new inventory, and you want more customers up in here, don't you?
Not an excuse. I'll be in the back.
Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood. How may I help you?
Well, you can start by telling me when you're getting the new Buscemi's. I need 5 pairs in every color, size 11.
We don't carry that shoe, but I can special order them for you and personally call you when they come in.
Hey, yo, Ray, I just thought of something. I got mad inspired. Kicks. These chicks so mighty. You know what? I'm on my way to lay this one down. I'll be there in 10 minutes. At 1.
Girl, you're never gonna guess who just walked into the store. Lulu, I might be pregnant. We're barely surviving as it is, and now we might have another mouth to feed. I just can't.
Think of it as a blessing. You know God will never give you more than you can handle.
Well, the way God's been doing me these days, I want my money back.
Okay, bitch. Don't write a check your ass can't cash.
Girl, bye. At this point, he be doing me a favor.
Don't talk like that. Don't even joke.
I'm just frustrated. It's like I can't catch a break.
Speaking of the devil.
The devil? What?
Nothing, babe. What's up? Where you going?
I'm headed into work. My boss called me in to do some overtime. I know we need the money, so don't wait up. Word? It's like that?
Yeah, it's like that.
Fine then. Keep showing off from Lulu.
This is what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about.
Mother Nature gives my mind a little spark, but I ain't talking about picking dandelions in the park as the groove walks. My smooth talks to make you sway. Some will say I got sunshine on a cloudy day, but hey, maybe I just push the clouds away. Stay positive when the negatives around the way. It's such a fine display. Happiness to step away, even through the toughest times.
My bitch always popping up at the right time. Bitch, every time. Tell me you saw Hannibal's post. Yeah, and? I can't believe he came in the store. Girl, I would have died. I mean, Hannibal's he's like the fashion god, honey. Did you not see his last post? Lita, I need to find a way to get to Hannibal. Maybe you need to put it on him. No, that's not it. Anyways, it's more nice in here. It's all fancy and shit. It is, right? Welcome to Woodstack, where it's all wood.
Oh my God. They make you say that for real?
Yeah.
Everyone needs a plug. But I had to make sure there was no bad blood. You see, we had a situation back in my street days. But now I hear he's the guy to get whatever kicks you need, no questions asked. But in Brooklyn, you always have to stay ready.
Yo, what up, dude?
What up, Jason? We good?
Yeah, we good. Water under the bridge.
Word. Grown man shit.
Exactly. Now let's get down to business. What you need?
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen. So I tried them on my feet, they were real sweet.
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. About to go ape. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for all white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Wait. Why do I keep blowing my checks on nudish?
I could get used to this door-to-door service.
Don't get used to it, okay? I have some errands to run.
Thank you, baby.
Is that Lawrence from Halsey Street?
Oh, yeah. I didn't tell you I gave him a job?
A job? Are you sure you can trust him?
Yeah, he's cool. He just got out of jail, though.
Oh, so you hiring ex-cons now?
It's not like that.
Well, who's that?
Or that's Sasha. I didn't tell you about her either?
No, you didn't tell me about her either?
She's the cashier. She's a good kid.
She's cute.
Is she? I ain't even noticed.
Oh, you didn't notice, huh? That's good.
You scared?
Should I be?
You might want to be. Just a little.
Girl, you need to stop. I told you, he doesn't like you. No, he doesn't. If he did, he would have said something already. Listen, I'm tired of you talking about him. You're so annoying. Can you stop? I said to stop. Whatever.
You on your phone again?
Girl, let me call you later. Boss man is here.
And clean off this counter. What is all this?
Just some designs I'm working on.
You did these?
Yes. I have dreams too, you know.
They're good. Really good.
I know.
The word is thank you. What do you mean my shipment was canceled? Well, who canceled it? You can't just give my shit away. I've been waiting on that stock for 3 weeks.
How far will one go to grab the hottest kicks when you're a legit sneak freak? The fact is, there are no limits if you're a true head. What stack where it's all wood? Sasha speaking. May I ask who's calling? Lars, phone.
Hey, shorty, who is it?
They wouldn't say.
I need my shipment. You know what? I'm on my way there now.
How the hell'd you find me here? Yo, for real, son? You sweat me right now, and it's not a good look. Yo, I told you, I have your bread. I just need... Give me a little more time. Yo, you for real? Hello? Yo, hello? Yo, boy, I've been texting and calling you for hours. I ain't even did it. Oh, you're a terrible liar. You stay on that phone 24/7.
Oh, yeah, sure did. I must have hit it when it was in my pocket.
Yo, enough with the excuses, bro. I seen that dude that robbed me, yo. We gotta run down on him.
Yeah, for sure. Can I wait till tomorrow? Because,
bro,
I'm first in line. You know, I gotta make sure at least get...
The OGs don't come out until the day after tomorrow. You know that.
Yeah, you know how these lines we get, fam. I'm not trying to take no chances, man.
Bro, what we gonna do is maybe gonna take a couple hours. You're gonna be standing on this line for a couple days. I need to get my shits back.
All right. Damn, man. Come on, man. Get a song.
Well, it's him, I'm telling you.
So, you saying the guy that robbed you is just some college kid?
Yeah, something like that.
Son, you really close to getting your street cred taken away.
Yo, shut up.
You sure this is a crib, man?
Yes, I'm sure.
You sure he home?
No, but he lives here, so eventually he gotta come in or go out.
Right, you right. You say he had a hand piece stuff?
Yes. I mean, I didn't see it, but I heard him cock it.
Shit, nigga, that's crazy right there. I don't know if these joints are worth getting bodied over, man, for real.
Says the man who's willing to sleep on the street for 3 days.
Dude, not the same. These are limited releases. Big difference. We'll get your sneakers back today, though.
Need that bread, man.
Don't worry about it, man. I got you.
I love shoes, everybody knows it. If you don't, yup, my Instagram shows it. I love sneakers, the new smell. I'm addicted, I need help. You heard that? Heard what I said? Yup, that's right, I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. I'm a little kid sneakerhead. The first time I went to Foot Locker, I saw some real fresh shoes on the little key wall. So I said, Mommy, can I please try them on? And then she said, for what? Cause you ain't getting none. It really doesn't matter, I just want them on my feet. I wanna walk around in the store for a whole week. They got them out the back, they brought them in a stack. I started shaking, almost had me a heart attack. My mom told me calm down, before she tell him never mind, let me leave now. But I was so happy I couldn't see how. She would expect me just to sit down, but I had to listen.
So what we gonna do, man? What's the plan? 'Cause I'm not gonna keep doing this with you.
I'm gonna wait for this asshole to come out. I'm gonna punch him in the face. I'm gonna get my shit back, plain and simple.
Oh, okay. That sounds like a great plan. Kind of like the one you had when he robbed your ass,
Bro,
right?
why you gotta keep doing this?
Spending all my money like I just got a raise. Made a little bread, but I blew it on some bait. Botta go 8. Hungry, need a plate. Before I spend more, make sure all my niggas straight. I don't never pay full price. Cause I got the plug and they put it to the side. Going broke for off-white. Cause she love my off-white. Gotta cop that on sight. Then I call that shit a night. Bitch, I lied. Why do I keep blowing my checks on new dish?
Where's Lawson?
I haven't seen him yet.
All right, when he gets in, let me know, okay?
Sure thing, boss.
Got him. Boss, can I talk to you for a second, please?
Yeah, what is it?
I have to leave early. I have something to do tonight.
How early?
Like now?
Killing me.
There he go right there.
Yo, you gotta be kidding me. You got robbed by him?
Shut up, come on.
Hey, yo, what the?
And you wearing my shits too? You motherfucker.
Where the gun at, kid? Where's that?
I don't have a gun.
Yo, you lying, yo. I heard you cock it when you robbed me.
No, it's an app on my phone. Yo, check it.
Son, you got zoned by him? With an app, fam? How you expect me to keep this to myself, man?
Yo, you got me in these streets looking crazy. What's to stop me from beating your ass?
Yep.
And take my kicks off too before you get blood on them.
Okay, yo, I got a way I can fix this. I got a plug. Get any kicks you want. Name it.
Band ones?
Bitch. Hannibal got like that? Girl, he got Henny and shit. You need to get out more. Or bye.
Lita, stop, okay? Just focus. We're here on business.
Oh, okay, ponytail. You handle your business, and I'll handle mine.
Can't take bitches nowhere, I swear.
I heard that.
Whatever.
I did.
Whatever.
You want jelly bean? Girl, you hear that? I'll be right. I gotta go.
Lita, if you don't...
I'll be back.
Oh, what are you doing here? Aren't you shorty from the sneaker shop?
I was just looking for the bathroom. I'm lost. Actually, I have a business proposition for you.
Oh, don't shoot me.
I was just trying to show you some of my designs. I want to design a signature shoe for you.
Those do look nice.
Thanks. What the hell?
Trusting the wrong people can turn your world upside down in the blink of an eye.
Where's Lawson?
I don't know.
I like the green ones.
The gold ones, bro. Fire. Gold ones. Fire. Oh, you got my kicks?